Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please give me just a moment here. Go. Today, we're going to be giving away this shirt. It will be having Catfish scent all over it. Good morning to each and every one of you. All you early risers. Another day is among us. And we've got a lot of stocks to look at this morning. This is Friday's picks, Monday's picks, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now Friday. Good morning, good morning. Tony Henry, how's QS looking? QS, Tony. All right. Let's take a look at it. I think before we do, though, let me just set this camera over here. There we go. And let's look at it. On this channel, I am not a financial advisor. I do not make a single guarantee. Well, I do make one guarantee, and that is there are no guarantees. Okay? Like they say, death and taxes. So, in case you're new to this channel early, these are stocks that we have on the radar that people use different types of scanning equipment to locate. And we make our buying decisions based on what these hot stocks are doing and how they look on the charts. So, let's get over here and turn this around. And I like the look of this a lot. QS. Let's look at the longer term chart on it. Let's go to the 20-day. Wow. 10:04. Be honest with you, you know what this looks like to me? This looks just like our other stock, AGPU. Look at this. Look at the similarities. Except I've already charted this all out. QS. Kissing the ET. See, after this first run up, look at them come down and just kiss the 50-day right there. After the first run up here, they came down and kissed that 50-day. Up, kiss the 50, get a little satchel below. Up, little satchel below the 50. Up, little satchel. That's just more like a VG there. Then pull it down and bounce it off the 200. That's just what they did to AGPU. They brought it up here, kissed the 50, up, kissed the 50, up, kissed the 50, up, bounce off the 200, up, consolidate, capitulate, convergence, up, kiss the 50 day. See here? Up, kiss the 50. Up, kiss. Here it did it 3 times. Up, kiss the 50. Up, kiss the 50. Up, kiss the 50. Then they saw, sheesh, man, we got to get in on this thing. So they drove it down. Perfect. Consolidate, capitulate, convergence. Then here, the news about a contract with NVIDIA. $260 million contract with NVIDIA. 3-year contract. Coming on down, kiss the 50, folks. Look at this rising 200-day. I already showed you guys. Slowly and steadily rising. Changes pitch. They try the attack down to the 50. It flattens it out a little, and then up it goes again. Watch this 50. Watch this 200 start running right up. Let's highlight this. There she goes. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is the very beginning, I think, of a really nice run. Look at the pitch line of the 50-day average here, folks. Hold on. Look at the pitch line of the 50-day average. There it is. You see, this is parallel to the 50-day red line right there. This is where they just tried to drive it down this morning in the pre-market. But look at the 50 days angle now. You see it? This is where the 50-day angle was parallel to this line. And you can clearly see the 50 is rising now off of that line. And if you think there's nobody watching this stock, believe me, they are. Now I have placed all these lines of resistance in here where there should be resistance on this stock, AGPU. Let's do it on QS for our buddy Tony here this morning, and everyone else for that matter. So right now, history shows us. History shows again and again. How the market points out the follies of man. All right, folks. So this line is and should have been a very stubborn line of resistance. And it's exactly why after they drove it up here, they pulled it to that line. They knew there would be heavy resistance there. So it just was driven to that line and off she goes. Look at this 200-day rising here as they attacked it. It planes out a little bit as they attack it some more. Still rising, they attack it again. Rising, they attack it right to it almost. And please take note of something here, folks. All right? And I think you'll see the same thing with AGPU. But look how they brought it right down, and they kissed the 200-day. See that little stab at it right there? QS. This is the stock QS. First, it experiences a triple upside crossover right here, where the 50 was about to cross over. It was almost over, and sure, attack that down. Get a nutsack first. Then it crosses the 50. Triple upside crossover. See, these hedge funds and institutions, they know how to read charts. They could see that this was about to be a triple upside crossover. They could see the 5-day went over, the 10-day. They saw the 50 was about to go over. They said, wait a minute, before we let this thing go hog wild, let's get us a big old satchel. So they did. That's how it works. They had already got them one big ta-ta, then a second ta-ta, started to triple crossover. Everybody, they got all the retailers to think it was gone. It was going to take off, time to get in, and then they pulled the rug. Fleeced out any weak hands, and then the triple crossover. See, that works? Well, here's what I'm trying to show you now about the stock. All right? Notice that they kissed the 200 right there. They got it. Here, they kissed the 200. Got it again. Here, they couldn't kiss it. They could only get that far. And I show you these little details, folks, because this is a sign of weakness. This is showing you right here when they kissed it. Yeah, kissed it. Yeah, couldn't get to it. That's a good signal. This is a very bullish signal here. Understand what I'm saying? Then, boom. Then what do? Kiss it again. But notice they could not get the 5-day down to the 200, which they would have liked to have. They would like to get that 5-day down to here. See the 5-day, it's almost down there. The 5-day, it's getting close to it. But again, look, the 5-day stops here, that far away. It's another signal. It's another bullish signal, folks. I'm just showing this to you. You can learn from I provide, you decide, okay? Yes, that's exactly what you are. Thank you for identifying yourself. Yes, and Mech, we appreciate it. And I guess you must be shorting this stock, so you will now no longer be heard from on this channel. Au revoir. You are the weakest link. All right. And for anybody else, listen, I'm not forcing anyone to be here to listen to me. No one. But I will not put up with childish behavior. Okay? We don't put up with childish behavior. It says right down in the description, must be a mature, this is for mature audiences. This is for people that want to learn how to day trade. This is for people that might be interested in holding stocks like these long, like I do, okay? And just so you're aware, this is what the stock has done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and what it's done over the last year. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. And the people that are on this channel, that are members of this channel, that are at the monster level or higher, they get this list. It only cost them $9.99 to get this list. Shows you the market cap, PE ratio, and it shows you the percentage return over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. There are 50 stocks on this list, and if you want it, all you got to do is become a member, the Monster or Goliath level. The only difference really between Monster and Goliath is that the Monster level members can only look at these. The Goliath level members can add their own stocks. There'll be editable lists. So this is what these stocks have done. And this is a Google sheet that's only available here. I created the Google sheet. And this information comes from Google Finance. And if you're interested in this list, It's going to cost you $9.99. And you can see what these stocks have done over the last year. Now, there's no guarantee that because they've done this well, performed so well over the last year, that they're going to continue to do that. But the odds are fairly good, I would think, that they're going to do well. All right. And as you can see, these are quite a few stocks on this list here. This is the stocks that I'm long on. All right. These are in my long portfolio in a totally separate account that I don't trade with here on this channel. This is a Fidelity account I have here. So I don't trade these stocks, by the way. And this one that's on the bottom here that's down 70, that's not one of my long stocks. That's one someone called out so I could show them how these change if you want to put in another stock. Does anybody want me to look at a stock and see how it's been doing over the last year? Does anybody want to call out a stock that they might be interested in right now? And let's look at QS. Let's look at QS. Hold on. QS. Let's see how it's been doing. Well, over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. Oops. Let's go over to the very end. Here we go. This is QS, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at. And over the last 5 days, they've done 4% gain, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. That's good. I like that. $4.539 billion market cap. Modiv says NVII. All right. Let's come over here to NVII. All right. Let me delete this one. There we go. NVII. Enter. There it goes. It automatically auto-populates, and this is the last. Over here is the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year. They're too new. They're not a year old. That company's not even a year old. So the data won't show up. But it might be running today, so I'll take a look at it. NVII. Okay. Thank you for calling that out. Modiv. And Ultra Surfer Joe WDC. Thank you. So that one doesn't apply, but you can certainly see it's been up over the last 30 days, 25%, which might be just today alone, for all I know. But let's look at WDC. Wow. 403% up today. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. 5 days, 10 days, 30 days last year. Wow. That's a nice one to add to the list. Western Digital Core. Shoosh. Man, oh man. Hi, Catfish. Can we look at the stock SKLZ from yesterday? We're going to look at all of yesterday's list right now. Yes, we are. So this is QS, folks, and I do like the look of it very much. One other thing I want to find out. QS. Did they do stock splits? QS. Aha! No split history. No splits. I like that too. That gives them another star. That's another notch on them. A nice one. No reverse splits so far. All right. So far, that is. All right. Now, let's look at another thing with QS here. All right. Let's look at the historical data. And while we look at this, I'm going to show you guys something, okay? Wow, $16? $17? All right. All right. October the 8th, $17. How many million shares? 84 million. Well, how many shares are outstanding? How many shares are outstanding? It says here 575 million shares. I got that. That's a lot of shares. That's a lot of shares. Shares short, 88 million. That's about 8%, I guess. Short ratio, 9.24. They're shorting 17% of the float. All right. Let's go over to Fintel. Let's look at QS. Let's go over to institutional ownership. Well, there are 465 total institutions invested. There are only 9 shorting it. Why, I don't know. There are 20 that are long and short on it. And the average portfolio over the most recent quarter has been reducing. They've been reducing. Compare that to a stock like SIDU, folks. Look at SIDU. Institutional ownership. Average portfolio allocation increase of 1,324%. That's over the most recent quarter. The average portfolio increase. Now, I want to point out that's a little bit skewed because of this right here. One institution increased their portfolio down here by 156,000%. Okay. That can skew the numbers of these other ones. Okay. See this column? Value percent increase. So this is what I wanted you to be aware of. And the institutions buying into SIDU lately, 2 Sigma, Citadel, this is a known shorting. They short normally, Citadel. Heavily shorted GameStop and lost billions of dollars. Bank of America, Citigroup, Morgan Stanley. They'll probably be doing a downgrade on it soon because Morgan Stanley is very well known for investing in companies and then doing downgrades on them, like SoFi. They own now, they had 8 million shares. They downgraded it, and now they own 13 million. I showed that to everyone yesterday. Morgan Stanley, back on July the 13th of 2023, owned 8 million shares of SoFi stock, and they downgraded it. The price fell from in the upper nines down to $8.94. And then after that, they owned 13 million shares. I think it jumped to 11 million. So they had 8 million. They downgraded the stock July the 13th, 2023, with a $7 price target. And after that, Morgan Stanley owned 11 million shares, and 3 days later sold the stock at $11.70 a share. On July the 31st. Because after they downgraded it on July the 13th, it took until July the 28th before they hit the bottom. It fell for 10 days after they downgraded it. And they owned 8 million shares at the time they did. And I notified everybody on SoFi. I told them that day what they did. I said, hey, guys, you see the downgrade from Morgan Stanley? They're like, yeah, I saw that downgrade, $7 price target. And I said, yeah. Well, meanwhile, this guy here, he comes out and says SoFi is worth $2.50 a share. David Chiaverini. If you put here tip ranks in your search here, hold on, let me go back. David Chiaverini, tip ranks. Look at this guy's rating. He puts a downgrade on my SoFi stock. I owned about, at the time, 400 shares. He puts a downgrade on it, and he's a 0 started. At the time, he had 1 tip of a star rating. There he is right there. The guy that started this channel, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. When I saw his this analyst downgraded my stock that I owned, I started this channel the next day. I said, dadgummit, I'm going to get on YouTube and tell everybody about this guy, that he's a 0 star rated analyst. An analyst might be more appropriate. And he inspired, along with a guy named Danny Deals, who goes by the name Hurricane Lopez on YouTube. And so I have to give out credit where credit is due. And the credit goes to David Chiaverini for putting a target price of $2.50 when the price of SoFi was $4.59. It was actually around around $5 when he came out with that downgrade. I know because me and my guys, we all bought it at $4.59 a share. And then he came out with a downgrade and dropped the price down to $4.55. And I immediately, I was looking at YouTube and I found Hurricane Lopez, a big SoFi promoter for a long time. He's been behind SoFi since before I was. And he was telling everyone about this character. I have a song about him. You want to hear the song I have about David Chiaverini? Maybe. I might need to not do it yet this early but we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do the old SoFi song for you. It's a little early, and my wife had said last night, "Oh man, I get to sleep in," because we've had the granddaughter here with us, one of the granddaughters, and I have so many SoFi songs here. I have written so many SoFi songs. We've got Ding Dong, the Shorts Went Long, Magic SoFi Ride, By SoFi, a rendition of the Cars song, Bye Love, Bye, time to buy SoFi. I've got Bye Love by Simon and Fishfunkle, which I changed to Simon and Catfunkle, but Fishfunkle even sounds better. I've got David Essex song, SoFi, Jump, Shout, there's no doubt, a SoFi stock, it's about to break out. SoFi, time to buy. How high could she fly from here? Oh yeah, you guys know the song? How high? That's not really clear, but SoFi sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. And haven't got a clue how much they'll lose. No way to say, but they're singing the blues. They're black and blue. They're really bruised. We got the SoFi songs, Dust in the Wind that we did, and Low Rider. All my friends know that we're low buyers. Low buyers, then the price goes higher. We got all the songs here. Sweet Talking SoFi. This is the one we're going to do. Sweet Talking SoFi. All right? We'll break out the guitar in just a little bit. And maybe before we do, we should tune it. We'll tune it. AGPU, I'm going to hold on to it. And there's a reason why. Now, as you all know, I make no guarantees here on this channel, okay? No guarantees. We are going to look over all the stocks on the list of yesterday, and we want to find which ones are getting fleeced out. These are stocks that had big volume yesterday, and they were called out by people who are using the screeners and scanners and so forth. So, but yeah, we're going to be watching AGPU for one thing. I want you to understand, when a stock has such great news like AGPU did, when that stock has such great news and starts to skyrocket, you have to understand manipulators, and they are every stock is manipulated, folks. Every one of them, every day, all the time. And sometimes these manipulators are counting on retailers. They know that they have short fuses and short time spans and are they're fearful, they're heartless. uh, they don't have a heart. They don't want to stick with something long term. Women will, but men don't. And interestingly enough, SoFi did some scientific research into it to determine how, if you were to ask AI, Google or any other Chat GPT or anything, show what if they put the word wealth. I believe the word was wealth or finance or yeah, I think the word was wealth that they did the search for. All the photographs were of men sitting in suits and all these men and but the truth of the matter is, statistically it's proven that women are better investors than men are. This is an absolute fact that SoFi discovered, and anybody can do the research on it. And women's portfolios over the long haul outperform men's. And the key to the difference is women have more patience. Women go long. Men are too impatient and too eager. All right, so what did SoFi do? They had the Taylor Swift concerts coming up, and they put a booth downtown New York, Times Square, and they told women, if you'll come in this booth and sit down and get a picture of yourself with all this money around you, we will give you an opportunity to win tickets to the Taylor Swift concert. So hundreds and thousands of women got into the booth, and they were feeding this to the AI. They're feeding this right into the web, if you will, of women and wealth, so that AI would come to learn that not just men are financial gurus, but the women are better in most cases. And I thought it was a great idea. This is the kind of thing, see, Anthony Noto, man, he's military minded, okay? That CEO, he's military minded. Now, I want you all to know something. There are some incentives for Anthony Noto and his crew to keep SoFi over $35 a share. But they've already gotten the $25 incentive. They got that bonus. That was paid out. They had these things called performance share bonuses. And they got it over $25, and it was over there for 90 days, and boom, they got their performance share bonuses, which was many millions. And I think Anthony Noto's been using that to buy SoFi stock with lately. On the dip, I know he bought it when it was in the 16s. So anyway, I'm getting off topic there a little bit, but I just want you to know something here on this channel. We are working together as a team to try to achieve success with minimal risk. But we cannot eliminate all the risk because we don't hold the strings. We're not pulling the strings. We are the ones watching the play. Okay? We're just the audience, okay? The strings are being pulled, and the puppets are acting everything out by other entities, and we just have to watch. And it's kind of like watching a sport. You just have to sort of, you're gambling on the performance, okay? And they're the ones that are the performers, though. We're just watching what they do, how they control, and then we make our moves based on what they do, okay? So I try to make sure everybody understands there are going to be losses at times. Sure, the odds are with everybody working together and us pinpointing these stocks that AI is telling us, or Chat GPT or whatever you're using, because as you know, there's about 20 members of this channel that are using all types of software that will highlight which stocks are making the moves, and that's what we try to do. Now, we are not necessarily wanting to jump on that rocket ship, okay? But instead, we're looking to get on, or I said yesterday, it's a good analogy. When you pop the cork takes off, but the cork's going to drop, folks. That's where Catfish comes in. We want to be down here. We want to be buying the bottoms. We don't need to get in on these. But some we have, some we've gotten in on, and we've gotten lucky, and they've gone right on up, and we've made very good money on them. And one of them about 3 weeks ago, we got in for 30 minutes, got out and made buku bucks. But we were smart and just got out when we were up in 30 minutes time. None of these day trade stocks are like my long list, folks. We day trade these only. We sell them at the end of the day. The only ones that I always recommend to everybody, sell everything in what we day trade at the end of the day. Don't hold those overnight. Only hold the ones that are on my long list. The 50 that I've got on that long list, those are the only ones you want to hold long. These are day trade stocks. They're too volatile to hold on too long, people. Someone asked me yesterday, what do you do about your losses? And when you're scalping these stocks, how do you handle your losses? Well, there are going to be losses, if you want to call them that, or you can just be down, okay? You haven't lost anything, okay? When you're, for example, at home in your daily lives, if you lose your keys to your car, are they gone forever? Or do you find them later on? So when we careful with the word, you've misplaced your keys. They're not lost. They know exactly where they are, the last place you put them. So your keys are not lost. You've misplaced them, all right? You'll find them. Yes. Oh, that's true, Modeve. Those who get greedy end up needy. What is Meininger says, what do? I cry a bit and pout and then try again. So this is what I share with people on this channel. It's okay to have a stock do a reverse split and for your portfolio to see it drop. And I point this out because it's going to happen. All right. There's no way around it. There are ways to reduce your risk on the reverse splits. Like, for example, when someone calls a stock out, like these, I've been called out, I go over to their split history site, and it tells me, do they do splits or not? Have they been doing splits? This morning, someone, Tony Henry, called out QS. One of the first things I did was go over here. Do they do splits? Do they have a split history? And no, they have no split history on this stock. So they do not do splits, or have not as of yet since they began. And they really don't need to, because they're over $5 a share. They're over $1. They're over $5. And if they wanted to make themselves more exposed to more institutions, they might want their price to go over $10, because that gives them more institutional exposure. Because believe it or not, many institutions will not buy into a stock unless it's over $10. They have bylaws and rules that won't allow them to buy stocks over unless they're over $10 a share. So sometimes a stock even below 10 will do a reverse split to get their price up over 10. And a perfect example of that was a stock last year called TNXP. And it was one I told everyone about. It was in the $2 range. They did a 20 for 1 reverse split, or 1 for 20. And when they did that, the price went up to $20 a share. And it was at 20 and got slaughtered down to 11. Well, that was decimating for everyone's account. It was very, very painful to live through that. But at the same time, the intent of the company was to get their price range of their stock over $10. And they were successful in doing so. Even though it was on the shoulders of all the stock market, the stockholders, they achieved their goal. And why did they want to get their price over $10? Because they had a drug called levosimendan that was in its 3rd phase of study trials and was about to get approved. It had been fast tracked for it's a drug for the heart of people with heart conditions, and the studies were being done by Mayo Clinic and some university of I can't remember, but there was big players involved in that, and it was about to be go onto the shelves. And they had just gotten approval for it, patent for it in Europe. So a lot was going on, but they wanted their price not at $2 a share. They wanted it over $10 a share. So when they got the FDA's approval, all the institutions could buy into it. And that's exactly what they did. They did a reverse split. The price went from $2 to 20, then collapsed. Now, of course, sold everybody. Dilution. Price went down to 11. And when it did and stayed over $10, what did I do? I bought it. And I called Double K that day and I said, hey, Double K, look, that TNXP. He goes, oh, those bastards, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe it. I've lost so much money on them. I was selling the whole thing. And I said, it's time to buy it, Double K. Listen, it's over $10. They got what they wanted. It's sitting where they want it. They're going to get the approval for the drug. Get it now, my friend. I told them, and others on this channel were with me at the time and bought it. And within 3 months, we were selling it at over $60 a share. That's right. Because they got the FDA's approval. The price was over $10. Institutions poured in on it. And the dang thing went to over $60 a share from $11. I didn't know it was going to go that high. I sold it at $49. Others did too. Katie Wentworth was on that deal. She got on that wagon train, I know. She made a boatload of money. Iguera says, losses for me are learning how to get better the next time, make better decisions. Exactly. Meininger is correct. There is no success without failure and losses. AMD up 40 in the pre-market. Jeez. Nice. Let me do this. Hold on a second. Let me do this. I'm going to find a way to look at AMD right now without showing all my other stocks. Day change 305. Wow. Sweet. My goodness. Look at the 1 day, look at the 1 year gain on this AMD, folks, that I've been owning since the year 2001. 196% gain in the last year on AMD, folks. And I know that when I sent this list out of these long stocks that I asked one time, are you buying into these long stocks on my long list? 39% of my viewers said yes. And if you bought AMD, you got to be happy, people. Whew. I'll tell you what, if you bought the stocks on this long list a year ago, and here's what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, if you bought into these stocks, and I asked, and 39% of my viewers said they did buy stocks on this long list, Well, you got to be doing pretty good, and that probably covers your Goliath membership of $24.99 a month, I'm sure. And not only that, but you also, because you became a member at the Monster or Goliath level, I sent you sheets with dividend paying stocks that have done just the same thing like these, and they pay dividends. So just so you guys know, if you go down below the chat, if you go down below at the end, at the bottom of the stream here on this channel, you'll find down here the word join. All right. If you want to become a member and get this list, it's $9.99. I'll send you both my longs and my dividend stocks. Right here, join. And make sure when you click on join, you click Monster. Or if you want to get the candlesticks for Thinkorswim, that I have the volume candlesticks that tell when people are buying or when they're selling, $24.99. And also, just so you know the difference between Monster level and Goliath level, Monster level members, they get the spreadsheets but cannot alter the spreadsheets. Goliath level members get spreadsheets that you can alter and add your own stocks to, okay? As time goes forward, $24.99 a month. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe if you get this stock that I'm long on, these stocks that I'm long on, and you invest in some of these, I think you'll make enough money, and I make no guarantees that the past performance can do the future. But look at the percentage gains on some of these stocks over the last year, people. And the people on my channel with me, they are all prospering off of this list, and you can too, and it costs you $9.99 to get it. Okay? And again, I make no guarantees, but here's the market cap and the PE ratio, and you're not going to get this list anywhere but here on this channel, period. Nowhere else. This is where you get it. And I'm showing you the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year's performance. You can cherry pick, and I'm showing you the market cap and PE ratio of every one of these. And this is all using Google Finance data. It comes from Google Finance. And these sheets that I created, you're only going to get them here, folks. Now, these are the ones that I own that pay dividends, okay? Not just longs, but these are the ones that pay dividends. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the performance over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year, and they're paying dividends. And over here, I show you their market cap, the PE ratio, and I show you their dividend amount they pay and the percentage of the dividends. And this list that I have here, folks, again, you get it if you just become a member of this channel for $9.99 a month. And look at the performance over the last year on these stocks that are paying dividends, people. If you want to get free money sent to your account every month or every 90 days or whenever they pay, sometimes 4 times, sometimes 6 times a year. But if you want to get just basically free money, here's the market cap, the PE ratio, here's the amount they pay, and here's the percentage. You can cherry pick these, folks. Folks, just cherry pick these stocks. And on this list, I got this list from a guy named Keith Gill. His name is Keith Gill, and he's known as Roaring Kitty. The top 40 on this list are from him. The rest are mine that I picked out, and others on this channel have made suggestions on other dividend stocks that I've added. So there are 70 stocks here that pay dividends, and you can have this list if you want to be a member and pay just $9.99 a month or $24.99. Cancel anytime. Satisfaction is not guaranteed because I can't guarantee you they're going to keep doing this that they've been doing. But, I mean, what are the odds? All right? And I'm just letting you know, these are what they pay in dividends and the percentage that they pay in dividends. And this list can be yours for next to nothing. All right? So I have to do this every once in a while because I've been told by YouTube I have to do it. Because they said people who mentioned membership get 3 times as many members. So I said, okay, well, I'll mention membership. So I just did. Now let's go look at some stocks. Yesterday, And today I like this stock here, QS, called out by Tony Henry. And we're going to look at the one-day chart on it right now. There it is. QS. All you're seeing now, baby, is vaggies, vaggie. There's no nut sacking going on here. I don't see any nut sacking. Where's the 10-day chart? Goodness gracious. Well, they nutted it there, and they nutted it there. And after that, vag, psh, kiss the 50, and off you go, baby. This previous line of resistance here, we're going over it. All right. Looks good. Need to move this line up because it was really there. Listen, folks, I'm saying to you, 5 days ago, this was a heavy line of resistance, and then they came down and kissed the 200 right there. Mwah. Then, boom, then come down, kiss the 100. Come up, run up here, then kiss it again. And man, they got heavy duty right there. That's a nut. After they got that nut, boom. Oh, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Triple upside crossover here. And by the way, this is on QS. It started to triple crossover, and they went, no. Let's go nutsack it first. Then we'll triple crossover. Boom. Goes up 6 days. Pull it down on the 6th day. 6th day down to the 200. Then back up, and then a couple days down to the 200 in the pre-market and early morning. Then the next day down to the 200 end of day. And they're breaking it up, see? One time over here, they drop it early in the morning, pre-market. Then it flies. Then over here, they drop it in the afternoon. Then it flies. Then the next day, they drop it in the pre-market. Then it flies. Then they drop it again in the afternoon. Beautiful. Then the next day, drop it in the pre-market. Then it flies all day. Next day, raise it in the morning and then drop it in the afternoon. See, this is what the market makers and hedge funds will do to a stock so that they can keep working retailers and keep them off guard. Once it's in the morning, then it's in the afternoon, then it's in the morning, then it's in the morning up and then down in the afternoon. And this is perfect. Boy, they can work this and then in the morning way up and then run it down. You know what I'm saying? Next day, boom, off she goes. Pull it down for the hitch and go. Then yank it down here and double nut it under here. Come up and kiss the 50 day. And ladies and gentlemen, from here, we'll see where she goes. But when you got rising 5 days, 10 days, the 50 and 45 are flattening, this is a point of convergence. This is the definition of convergence. And from this line, it shall either drop or pop. And we will be the ones to benefit either way. We are going to benefit either way on QS. And so be aware, and I'm going to hit this and look at this up close. Oh my, QS. And look at these candlesticks down here. These are the candlesticks you're going to get also if you become a Goliath member of this channel. Not just the standard Thinkorswim candlesticks, but these which show you the volume coming in, buyers coming in versus sellers, buyers versus sellers, buyers versus sellers, buyers, sellers, more buyers than sellers, a few sellers, buyers, more buyers, big time, 10 to 1. Sellers now. 75% of this last candlestick right here are selling in this last duration, which is the last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes. Now, if you're using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, you can come up here and you can change the time frame, which I like to do. So come up here and change this. Let's not look at 30-minute candlesticks. Let's get more precise. Let's break it down to just 1-minute candlesticks. Let's look at that. Okay. There we go. And come over here. Voila. Now, let's go down here and see what's happening. Every minute of the day of the pre-market, what's happening. It always looks like a bunch of red down here, but if you accentuate it, you'll see, yes, over the last 10 minutes. And notice something that you'll often see is you'll see 13-minute runs. 13-minute runs. Watch. 1, 2, 3. They might not count that because there was a little more green. So we can start here maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and then green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Green. 6 and then green. This one should be green. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Green. Okay. And the stock we're looking at is QS. It closed yesterday at $7.41. This morning, the bid is $7.64. The ask, $7.65. The high 10 minutes ago was $7.68, just so you're aware of it. This is QS. We're going to look at the 20-day chart. That's the 20-day chart. There's a lot of volume here, folks. And as I said 4 days ago in the pre-market, this was a line of resistance. The 5-day average came right up to there and stopped and pulled back. And now I want you to be aware. Listen, folks, when this occurred, when the 5-day stopped there, the 200 was down here and the 50 was here. Now their 5-day is there again, and the 200 is here, the 50's up above. This is hugely different, folks, and I like this a lot, okay? I'm just going to tell you, all right? I'm explaining this to you. This is my 26 years of trading experience showing you these charts. And pay attention, okay? This line of resistance, where the 5-day moving, that's the white line, it's actually turquoise, where it stopped right there and dropped from. When that occurred, the 50-day average was down here and the 200 was here. Now we're going up to resistance line, the same point, but the 50's up above and the 200 is only this far away. You see where it is? This is what I'm trying to share with you. You can do with this information whatever you want, folks, but I'm telling you that this is a very bullish signal. When you saw this become a line of resistance to the 5-day moving average before, and the 50-day was down here and the 200 was here, and now they bring it down and go back up, and that line of resistance with the 50 up above and the 200 rising below, folks, you don't get many chances like this, and I'm telling you, QS. You better take a close look at it, QS. Have it on your radar. Maybe pick up, I'm not telling you to buy 500 shares here. And there's a young lady, I guess, who got burned by buying too many of AGPU, and she doesn't have any cash available now to buy with. And she's in a hole because she's down. And this is what I try to stress on this channel. Always have dry powder. Never, ever go all in. Always have money, cash to buy with. This is the one rule that you'll learn that you'll get better at as time goes on. You'll know, okay, I'm just going to buy with 1/4 of my account right now. I'm not going to go in heavy because if they do a public share offering or a reverse split and the price falls 50%, well, then there's where I want to come in because I want to be able to get my dollar cost way down, way down. I want to drop my dollar cost a couple bucks. And that's what I did with AGPU. Sure, I bought some in the $9. My average is around 9.7, 9.11, I think, or something. And sure, I'm down on it right now. But when they drove it down, I bought that low. 639, I'm in on it. And where is it now? AGPU. 702 is the bid. And I got closer and closer to my dollar cost average. Now, also, when it goes up to 720, I'm going to sell a few of them. Then they'll pull it back down to 7, and then I'll buy it again. Then it'll go up to 730, and I'll sell a few, and then I'll buy it back at 720. And then it'll go up to 738, and I'll sell a few there, and then I'll buy it back at 730. And that's just what I'm going to do, all the way up to $10, okay? It'll go back up over my DCA, and by then, if I keep doing that, my DCA will just keep dropping and dropping and dropping. Pretty soon, my DCA will be $8.50. You'll see how I do it. I patiently wait. I sell it on the highs every day. I buy back on the lows, and I keep lowering my dollar cost average down and down and down that way. And my losses soon enough turn into gains. And someone might call out a stock today, and I'll look over at it, and I'll go, dang, that thing's going to explode. I'm going to move my money over to that. Instead of waiting and being a bag holder of a stock I'm down on, I'll move it over on one of these that's moving like a banshee and make it all back, sometimes double what I was down. That's how it works on this channel. Ray Costello says, hey, Tyler, Buru always disappoints unless you're a shorty. I hear you, my friend. I told everybody that about both Buru and BBAI and PLUG. There are 3 stocks that I warn people about. They'll always disappoint. Always. So, listen, folks, here's what we do on this channel. This is what we do here, okay? We have a lot of individuals who are using a lot of different types of software, AI and ChatGPT and Stock Titan and many, many, many others. And they call out these stocks each day. And they're on a run that day. That's why they're on people's radars. But we don't want to buy them on that day. This is the day after, when they lose some of their appeal and they're fleeced out in the morning here from 9:45 to 10:30. So we're looking for stocks on this list that were called out yesterday. We're going to look over every one of them, and we're going to see what they're doing right now, and if they might be in a good fleeced out buy opportunity. That's what we're going to do, okay? So these are the stocks that have been called out all week long, and this is yesterday's picks. We're going to look for one that has been beat back down. Okay, we don't buy them on the highs. We buy the pullbacks. That's why our name, we're tank members. We're on the bottom. This is a Catfish. Dark bottom. Our tank is deep and wide. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be looking at the 1-day charts and then the 5-day on every one of these on this list right now. And you can watch. I will provide. You can decide. The first stock we're looking at is going to be RR. Aha, looking very good there. This one was called out yesterday morning by Tony Henry. And yesterday at 2 in the afternoon, they fleeced this completely out to $2.49 low. Okay? Now, let's look at the 5-day on this stock. Okay? Here we go. There's the 5-day chart. 227, a hefty satchel, big time run up. Next day, take off early, sell it on the high, big time late day drop. Okay? So notice here, this is pretty common for this. Big run up open, big time late day drop. Then big time run up next day, big time open, big time late day drop. Big time open, big time midday veggie drop, and then big time close. And this is always usually good. I tell people when a stock closes at or high near the high of the day, this is good. Usually a very good, strong bullish signal, because the next day, sure enough, the price goes up from the pre-market double ta-ta. They did that at 8 p.m. and they did this at 4, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. So this was done right at 8 p.m. This was done 6, 7 in the morning. Boom, she's up in the morning and boom. So see this pattern? Wham, out. Oh my gosh, wham, bow. Up, wham, bow. Well, might look for this one to go up in the morning, but you don't want to hold on to it, folks, probably. Just saying. Okay? All right? Boom. Wah. Boom. Wah. Look at this. Boom. Wah. Boom. Wah. Boom. Wah. All right, folks, here comes the boom and then the wah. It's just a matter of time. And the difference between this 282 and this number here is 254. So it's a 30-cent swing, 30 cent. Here it's probably 20 cents. Let's see what that was. 279 to the same low as yesterday, 250. So 30 cent, 279 to 249. 30 cent. I bet this is 30 cent too. What is this number? 255 to 282. It's almost 30 cents. And this number is actually not 255. It's 255. Yeah, it is. 255, 30 cent. So, folks, 30 cent down. And I'm sure this is 30 cents up. This is 237, and they took it from 237 up to 262. It's 35 cents. 35 cents, 30 cent down, 30 cent up, 30 cent down. Hello. From this low, we're probably going to go up 30 cents. You better be ready to sell this today at 283, okay? 283. Start selling at 277 and sell up to 283. All right? That's my call on it. Just from history. I provide, you decide. All right? I got you guys. ELPW. All right. But we don't buy them on the moon. We buy them when they come back to Earth. But I'll have it on my radar on Monday. Happy Friday, everyone, by the way. Today, I'm going to be giving away this shirt. This is the shirt. I could be wrong. I'm giving away today. And on the back it says, but I don't think so. All right? So, this is the exact shirt. This one that I'm wearing now will go straight off of me. I have a shirt under it. So it won't be, you won't be contaminated too bad. But it might have a little bit of essence de Taille on it. All right, so this is the shirt I'm giving away. And these are all the people who have contributed to the tank with gifts of at least 300 gifts or $5 donations. And many of them have become members of the channel, so they get 5 entries for becoming a Goliath member, and they get 2 entries for becoming a monster level member of the channel, and they get 1 entry for becoming a big bottom cat. So whatever you decide to join at whatever level and help the channel out, you're going to get a chance to win. This is going to be one of only one. There's only one. This is it. There won't be any others for anybody else. This is the one-time run, this shirt. And on the labels it says Tyler right back here on the back. Catfish Tyler. Catfish. So this is the shirt I'm giving away today. And I want to say thank you to Jayhawk, Jason Portbear, Khalid Al-Hajri, Richie B, Daryl Elliott, Nicole Barbie, Jayhawk again, many repeats, Silver Walker, Tabas Assassin, Iguera, Ultra Surfer, Joe Gamongo, Tabas Assassin, Richie, Finds Worth Keeping, Rusty Prater, Amanda Cooper, Brandon French, Karen Downing, Jason Porteous, Christine K, all of you. Modib, please, My 2 Cents, Dr. Q, David Corns, Khalid Al-Hajri, Tabas Assassin, and My 2 Cents. I want to thank you all. And you'll be getting, one of you is going to get this shirt at 4:08 today. Oh, thank you very much. DNA isn't bad. My rash went away after some calamine lotion and a couple of hours. Thanks for my shirt, Cat. Well, please send me the bill for the calamine lotion. Send a request through Venmo or Cash App, okay? And I'll make sure and get you taken care of, because I don't want you to have any out of pocket for having to wear one of my shirts. So please get that out to me, to this right here. Send a request for payment, and make sure you put for calamine lotion expenses so I can write it off on my taxes. Okay, and send it there to Cash App or Venmo. All right, you can do a payment request for your calamine. Make sure that instead of over here in the memo for money owed, don't put that. Put for calamine lotion expense. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness. If you guys happen to like original music, come on over and check out my music. Tyler Self is my music channel on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and others. SoundCloud and all of them. Anyway, all right. So, anyway, we've gotten to the point of checking out these stocks that are called out yesterday. So that's what we're doing. RR, it looks very good right there. RR looks good. Looks to me like we got ourselves a crossover occurring right now. RR. And we've got a lot more buyers right here coming in. More buyers than sellers, equal buyers than sellers, far more buyers. My 2 cents. All right. You're getting another entry now. That's right. Each gift, I believe, is 100. So that you've reached and you got another entry. My 2 cents. Thank you. Modib says, LOL, I was kidding. Thank you for the star, My 2 cents, and the high five. Thank you very, very much. And for anybody that wants to get in on the drawing, I'm trying to make it equal. My 2 cents, oh my goodness, caliente. A chili pepper. Woo! Spicing things up here in the tank, trying to flavor up the water a little bit. Nice, thank you. Oh, we all like that. You know, that's very good for me because health-wise, chilies are good for you. They're very good for you. They boost your immune system. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so that's 3 gifts, and 3 gifts gets you the entry. And thank you. Oh, a floating heart. My. My 2 cents. What are you trading today? Well, we're going to look this whole list over that people called yesterday, and we're going to try to find one of these that's on a pullback or maybe exploding. So we're going to take the list, a look at all these first. This is what we're doing. And we're going to decide which one we like the most. And I'm telling you, That RR looks very good right now. That's a flat top green candlestick there, and that's a flat top, and that was just barely had a wick on it. Whew. Man, oh man, crossing over the 200 now. RR. Price is bid is 263. Ask is 264. The closing price yesterday on it was 256. RR. And folks, down here, Iguera. All right, Iguera. 3 gifts gets you a drawing for the shirt. So there's another one. Thank you, Iguera. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. Three gifts, and you're in the drawing. 3 gifts, you're in the drawing. I think we determined the gift values, and I think someone said each gift is $1.50 or something like that. Thank you very much. We'll write it down. SCNI. Oh, Jayhawk. All right. Jayhawk throwing in a gift for me too. Thank you. SCNI. Sean Joseph. Thank you, Sean. I'll take a look at that. Thank you very much, Jayhawk. As you saw, your name was already on this list many times. Jayhawk has called out some awesome stocks for us. Oh, thank you, Jayhawk. Woohoo! Yeah, baby. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so this is the one that this stock, by the way, RR was called out. Oh man, look at that shining star. Oh, sparkles. Nice. I love it. Sparkles. Woo! You know, who doesn't love a sparkler? Who doesn't love a good sparkler? Especially those ones now that are like 2 feet long. All right, guys, look at this. RR. A lot of buyers' attention on this now coming in. Way more buyers than sellers right at this moment. So I'm just showing you RR. I provide, you decide. This is RR. Now, the price is 263 bid, 264 ask. And you might want to go check out the volume and see if the volume is pouring in on it, if it's getting more and more each day. But what I want you to do also is let's go see if they do a split history. Does RR often do reverse splits? And no, they are not known to have done one single reverse split ever. RR, all right? And this morning they're up 2.34%. I don't know why, but that's the gig. RR. And let's go look and see if any news has come out recently. And I see no news. This is a robotics company. This is what they do, robotics. Okay, RR. They're into robotics. All right, next we're going to look at some other stocks that were called out. And this list is extensive, folks. These stocks that were called out yesterday, there are lots of them, okay? Now, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. We're going to be getting to 8:16 a.m. here in a moment. Got almost 50 people watching. And if you wouldn't mind, 3 minutes from now, I would appreciate it if we all hit the like button at 8:16:08 at the same time. My 2 cents says, in my opinion, it's the best shirt with my favorite saying. I think everybody just wants that shirt. Yes. Well, I actually have I have one more of these shirts with blueprint, okay? Just so you're aware of it. There is one more shirt here, and it says, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And this one has the chart for SoFi on it, okay? And this is a one of a kind. Only one shirt will be like this. This one will be coming up. We might do that one for the final drawing. The final shirt will be that one. I think that's the way we should end it. All right? That'll be the one we end the drawing on, because everybody seems to like that one the most. All right. So, and remember, it's going to be in a size 2XL. 2XL. All right. And I also want to say thank you to all of those cats here on this wall of fame. And again, without these long-term, big-time, highest donations ever that we've had here on the channel in Cash App and Venmo, and ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't do it without you. Peter from Greenland, Pale Peakish Humanoid, J.P. Panic, Gwinnett, Jeremy, Regina, Jamie Mack, Gary Inwards, Rusty Prater, David Garcia, David Kennedy, Nicole Barbie, Susan H., Piyush Bhatka, Robert Cam, C. Richard, VZ Rover, Brunette or Die, Alan Sita, David Westbrook, Kimberly Macias, Kapara Tekken, Easy Beezy. Oh my goodness. The big time, big cats with big donations here, and they get on the wall. $200 to get you on the wall of Catfish fame. Yep. And yesterday someone mentioned doing some diplomas, and I think I might be doing that, and might send out a Christmas diploma to all of those of you that have become cool shirt. Oh, thank you. Oh. It was designed and created by a guy named Pedro Pinto. Used to be in the graphics and t-shirts and stuff, and now he's got his own insurance company, so he doesn't have time to do my shirts for me anymore. But now, let's look at some other stocks. This is RR, and it looks pretty strong. Doesn't seem to be moving much right now, though. It's not churning. It's not churning. Definitely not churning. Meaning it's not going click, 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 click. Let's take a look now at SoFi. It looks like it sure bottomed out yesterday. 1793, okay? Looks like a good entry point right there. And a crossover coming up over the 200-day now, all right? Let's look at a stock called out yesterday by Jayhawk, AUD. AUD. I do not see that stock at all. AUD is not a stock, Jayhawk, that I can see. Next, this was up big yesterday, PAPL. Several people called this out. PAPL. Oh, yeah. Looks good. Looks good. And ladies and gentlemen, please be advised, this thing took a big time vaggie right below the 200 that far, and boom. There was no nut sacking. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is nut sacking, okay? That's nutting the stock. And boom, off she goes. So here, notice this price level where they tried to get to. They could only hit it with the vaggie in the morning because demand was too strong. But here in the after hours, they got to sack it at the same, in the pre-market and after hours. So here, this is the price they wanted in the morning, and they made the 5-day come right down to the 200-day and bounce. And then they come down here and get it on the 200, and then boom. This is very typical. Consolidate, capitulate, converge it. And look at that. Handle, drop, and pop, people. Handle, head fake, drop, and pop. handle, head fake, drop, and pop. This is the stock, PAPL. That's what it looks like right now. The 200-day average rising, the 50-day rising, and the 45-day shortly shorter term is going to cross the 50-day perhaps right now. And instead of this being the red back blue belly, it's going to turn into the red belly blue back. This is going to be a red belly blue back, folks. Look at the 10-day rising, the 5-day rising. Look at the candlestick here rising now. We want to see this flat top here. Let's go see this goes flat top. But every one of these candlesticks here, look at that. See, this is a flat top. No wick on that at all, except for, I mean, you can barely see the wick on that. That's basically a flat top. Yep. All engulfing flat top right there. That was the place to buy it. And the price at the time was 79 cents. Flat top, wicked, flat top, satched, wick, but green. And notice that after this come up here and then drop back, not like this one. This is a flat top, okay? This is a sign of strength, and this is why it went on up. This flat top here, notice that it started down here, or it might have even started right here at this point, right there. And then they drove it down, then it came up, then it went all the way up to there, then they pulled it back to here. The next candlestick started here. They drove it down to the 200. It came back up, and then the top went up to here, pulled back to here. The next candlestick started here, went up to there. They pulled it down. The next one starts here, up there, no wick on it. The next one starts here, goes all the way up here, big, huge wick on that, pulling that right back down to here. The next one starts here, drives down to here now, and has a bottom wick. If we watch this bottom wick start coming up, oh, there she goes. That's good. This is good. This is good, folks. This is the same. This is a top. This is a top too. Same, identical. This looks very good. PAPL. PAPL, ladies and gentlemen. PAPL. Again, I provide, you decide. Jayhawk, I got it. VIVO. Now, we'll get to everybody's call-outs for today, but for right now, we're looking at yesterday's call-outs for pullbacks or continued runs. We're looking for pullbacks here or continued climbs. Some of them will get fleeced out this morning, and others will continue to run. And please hold on a second here. All right. And this is very, very strong looking. I like it a lot. PAPL. Someone says, look at the long term. This is the 5-day. Here's the 20-day. This is the 20-day. Huh. Man, that looks strong. PAPL. Look how they converged that together with the 10-day, the 5-day, the 50-day, the 45-day. And now look at this. The 45 is rising. The 50 is rising. The 5 just crossed over the 10-day. The candlesticks are green. All long-term averages rising on this 20-day chart. On the 20-day chart, all rising. And, of course, the price closed at 87 cents yesterday. The bid now 89, the ask 8946, okay? This is PAPL. Next, and I'm going to put a italics beside that one because I like that one. And I'm also going to put the price, which is 89-cent bid. Bid 89 cents. Okay? PAPL. Next, called out by, that stock was called out yesterday by Port Bear and Jayhawk. Jayhawk called it out first. Port Bear backed it up. PAPL. Next, YCBD. YCBD. Smashed it down. Folks, look at how far the 5-day was from the 200 here. The 5 days, the light blue line. Look how far it was to the 200. Now, look how far it is to the 200, okay? I'm just showing it to you. Over here, when it started to run up, they pulled it back down to this far away from the 200. That distance is how far they got it before it, boom. And now they pulled it down to here. Now, again, when this was this far away, when it was this far away from the 200 in the past, look where the 50-day was. Here. The 50-day average was here, and the 200 was down here. Now, when they're the same distance from the 200, look where the 50-day is. It's up above it, folks. Do you understand what I'm saying? Over here, when they got the blue 5-day that far from the 200, the 50-day was right there. They were on the 50-day average. And then it sprungboard off this far from the 200. Now, the 5 days the same distance from the 200, but the 50-day is up here, ladies and gentlemen. And the 200 has gone from here up to there. I'm just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. It closed at 101 a share yesterday. This morning, the bid is 93.5. All right? YCBD, bid 0.935. All right, next. And that one was called out by Jayhawk. TRT. We're looking at TRT. We'll get over to the ones you guys have called out. We've got plenty of time to do it. We got another hour before the market opens. All right. TRT. You know, this stock was called out yesterday morning. This stock was called out yesterday morning by Jayhawk. And Jayhawk, congratulations, my friend. That was a killer pick right there. And to be honest with you, I like it still. Look at that 200 moving up, the 50 moving up. This is a red belly, blue back, folks. Man, TRT. And look at them try to fleece that out in the early pre-market at 4 o'clock. 4 a.m., I guarantee is when that was done. 2 in the morning. 2 a.m. Somebody traded that at a price of $12.86. And now the bid is $14.80 and the ask is $15. There it is. And the stock is TRT. Let's go look at the news that ran this up. TRT. Trio Tech reports a data breach at Singapore subsidiary. That was on March the 20th. April 23rd. I don't see any news. See no news. Price now is closed yesterday at $13.78. TRT closed at 1378. The ask is now, bid is 1480, and the ask is 1495. And yet, I don't see any news. I don't see a catalyst here, folks. I don't understand it. So I just don't know anything about it. Why it's moving. All right, well, I'm going to put PAPL over here, and we're going to watch this today. PAPL. And we're going to keep PAPL over here on a smaller chart. Just keep an eye on it. And the cool thing is we can move this over once in a while and look at it and see what it's doing. And all right, so this is the stock TRT. Currently, TRT. I provide, you decide. And this was a great call out yesterday morning before the market opened. You can see it made a very nice run. Congratulations to you, Jayhawk, on that one. Next, Jayhawk also called GSHG. Let's look at it. GSHG. And Jayhawk, that doesn't seem to be a stock either. I must have wrote it down wrong. I'm sorry. All right. The next one was called out by 28 Trader, YCBD. YCBD. And it might be because I was on the long-term chart. I should be on the one-day because that might have been an IPO. So let me go back to the one-day chart and try that again that you called out. CSHG. CSHG. Let's look at the one-day. Uh-oh, I missed it again. CSHG. Man, I am having trouble here. CSHG. Goodness gracious, Tyler. I do not see CSHG. Okay? That might be a, what do they call those things that letters stand for words? Okay. YCBD. YCBD. Look at the 5-day on that. Man, that thing sure took a fall. And this line where it is, you can see this has been a line of previous stop and drop and pop. So this could be nearing the buy zone for another nice run up. Went to $1.46 and now it's closed at 101 and the bid is 93. All right. Now, also, before we go any further, let's go look at the entire market as a whole. And what we see is the S&P futures is green, the Dow red but moving up, the NASDAQ up 238 points, the Russell going green right now, it looks like. So all the indexes on the verge of rising here right now. That looks good. We like to keep an eye on all the indexes. Yesterday, the reason AGPU didn't continue to go right up and do even better recovery, I think, was because the entire market was all down. So it's hard to make a recovery against a flailing market, you know. But so now we're going to go back over here. And we're looking at YCBD. This was called out yesterday morning on the radar of Jayhawk. Next, TRT. Now, if you're late here to the show, yeah, an acronym. That's it, acronym. Thank you. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning. Okay, guys. So get over here and start looking at these that are on people's radars this morning, and tell me which one you pick is the number one pick. What's the one that you would put as your number one of these here? Okay. While I look at these old ones from yesterday. But I'm looking at some of these yesterday to pull back. So, first of all, to you, Jayhawk, that called out TRT, well, he called that out, ladies and gentlemen, in the pre-market right here. Jayhawk, people, he called TRT out yesterday in the pre-market. Jayhawk, are you here right now? And if you are, yes, you are, please tell me you sold this at 16.30, 31, 32, and 33. Because on my buy-sell sheet right here are the numbers 30, 31, 32, 33. So, Jayhawk, you called out this stock yesterday morning, TRT, yesterday morning when it was down here. You called it out. So I want to know, you bought this apparently around $10 or $11 a share yesterday. I'm guessing because the price over here was in the $10 and $11 range. So Jayhawk, what a great profit. You called this out yesterday morning, and I want to know if you bought this in the 10s and 11s. Please tell me you sold it at 16, 30, 31, 32, or 33. Or maybe you sold it 14.98 and 99. Or maybe you sold it 14.88. I'm not sure. But please tell me you sold, at one of the numbers on my buy-sell sheet. I only bought a few shares of it, so I didn't make a lot. Oh, goodness. Well, congratulations. And some of you may have bought this because he called it out yesterday morning. But I hope you sold it on that $16 high. Now, it looks good this morning too, by the way. It looks very good right now. I love the way this 50-day moving average has suddenly started moving up, and this 200 looks awesome. Everything looks great about it. And another thing you need to understand, let me do something here. Folks, you need to put a line right here. All right? This is a line of resistance. Yesterday morning, the 5-day average came up there and stopped and came back down. This is a critical line. And I'm going to tell you, folks, if it breaks over this line, it may go much higher. Now, I want to change this, and I want to look at a longer-term chart. This is just a 5-day. Let's look at the 20-day. Oh, yeah. So this line that I just put in there, that thing goes back to no relevant number as a high in the past 20 days, folks. I like it even more now. That looks even better to me. Now, let's change this to a 180-day chart. Holy smokes. Folks, this stock, listen, I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. There's a reason why there's an advantage to owning this stock, and I'm going to tell you what it is. When you go back to history and you see people own the stock up here and here and here and a lot of owners here, then as the price starts rising, when it finally gets up, if they were up here and owned it and it dropped all the way to here, when it finally gets back up here, they start selling it like, oh my gosh, it's been a whole freaking year. Let's finally get out of this sucker and get our money back. But ladies and gentlemen, there is nobody like that now. There's none. Understand what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons I like to get in on stocks, because they don't have previous owners at higher prices. Let's look at the 3-year chart. Yeah, this is the first time, folks. The 5-day moving average should have stopped there. It's here now, and it has nothing but empty space above. I like it, folks. TRT, I'm just letting you know. It closed yesterday at 1378. The bid is now 1465, and the ask is 1484. All right. TRT. I like it a lot. Man, look at that chart, folks. This is right now, the here and now, folks. TRT. That's a red belly blueback, folks. 200-day average, 10-day, 5-day. Wow. Look, folks, I provide, you decide. You are the one. And am I telling you to buy 100 shares of this? No, I'm not. Am I telling you to buy one or two? I think it'd be a good idea. All right. And then if it keeps going up, I might buy another one or two. But wow, folks, there's no one that owns this for more. Very few that own it for more, except for the ones that bought it today earlier or yesterday. So let's go back here now to the 5-day chart again. This is the stock. And I want you to know, again, it's quite important for this stock to go over this line, the 5-day. If it can get over, because the 5-day, you can clearly see that light blue line right there. They stopped it before. They stopped it right here. It needs to get over it, folks. It needs to get over this line where they stopped the 5-day right there. And if it goes over that price, the 5-day goes over that, then this thing is going to go perhaps way, way higher, folks. And holy cow. What was the news on this stock that made it go up? That's what I want to know. TRT. I don't see any news, folks. I don't see any news. I'm not seeing any news. Doggone it. Wonder where my timer went to. Fall off on the ground here. Hold on a second here. I do not see my timer anywhere. Very interesting. Well, I don't know where my timer oh, there it is. I see it now. Good. Because we want to hit the like button together at the same time, and that's going to be in 6 minutes. So we're going to set our timer now for 5 minutes. And we're going to hit the like button. All right. So this is a good-looking stock here, you guys. TRT. And the critical point, again, is for this 5-day moving average. The light blue line needs to get over this, okay? Right here where they stopped it before, this would be a critical buy point. If it breaks over that, I would certainly consider getting in on this TRT stock, everyone, all right? And by the way, that price line is at 1477. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I want you to be aware of on my buy-sell sheet, it says down here, sell. It says sell 76, 77, 78. And now you can see a reason why. There's proof of it, all right? They stopped the 5-day moving average on that line. All right. 77. Okay, I'm just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. This is the stocks I'm showing everyone right now. These are on people's radar yesterday. So I'm showing people all of these of yesterday's that ran up. Okay? That's what we're doing now. We're looking for some that might be pulling back. We want to see some fleecing of these stocks that ran up so much yesterday. Now, one of them that I really liked was PAPL. And I like this, folks. PAPL. I like to look at this chart a lot. PAPL. There it is. It looks very good, very strong. Flat top green on it almost. Barely can see the wick on that at all. Very, very strong, very bullish signal. PAPL, look at it on the 20-day chart. Bounced it just this morning right off of that 50-day. Look at that. Took her down and bounced right off the 50-day. Boing. Can't even come close to getting to the 200-day. Just bouncing off the 50 now. Kiss the 50 and say goodbye. PAPL, everyone, closed yesterday at 87 cents. The bid now is 87.13, and the ask is 8794. All right? Of course, the bid is 8713, ask 8794. And this is PAPL. And whether or not it will go on up, it looks good though, folks. PAPL, I like it. They had it down in this morning to a price of 7693. It was at 7693 at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. All fear was gone. They bought that sucker. Oh, yeah. 2 a.m. They bought it on the low. Price 7693. Next on the list we're going to go to is called out yesterday by Jayhawk, or 28 Trader. 28 Trader called out YCBD. And if you're late here to the show, these are the stocks that have been called out for today. Go take a look at ELPW. Somebody said it was going to the moon. Brad Fournay. So these are today's stock picks, all right? And there's probably many more, but I haven't looked at those yet. I'm researching yesterday's picks right now. All of these that were picked by people using radars and scanners and screeners, I'm looking them all over right now to see if any of them are making a move this morning. Because they were hot yesterday. They were on the radars. They were on the scanners. They were showing up on everyone's scanners and everyone's trading software. Next, I don't like that one, YCBD. Not yet. It needs to finish its consolidation, capitulation, and come together on the 200. It could be a one to keep an eye on the other day. Closed at 101 a share, is now at 94 bid, 95 ask. Next, AIXI. AIXI. Also called out by 28 Trader. Going to the 1 day. And here we go, folks. Now listen, it's 8:47. At 8:48 in 8 seconds, can we all hit the like button together, please? So we're going to do a countdown at 8:48 in 8 seconds, and let's see some hearts on the screen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Let's hit that like button right there. And I'm going to be showing you a hot stock right now. Look at this stock here. Thank you for a heart on the screen, everyone. I appreciate it. And I want to make sure that for everyone that puts a heart on for me, I put a heart on for you. There's no doubt about it that nothing beats a heart on the screen in the morning. And there's what we're going to do. We're coming over here. And can you day trade for a living? Yes, you can. Yep. Yep, all right, I got it. AGPU, yes, we'll look at it. Thank you. AGPU. Charlie Kami. I don't remember that name from before, so welcome to the tank. I'm glad you're here. And AGPU is a stock we've been looking at. But this morning we're looking at all the stocks that have come across. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for all those hearts right there. Thank you. Yes, we investors. Hello. AGPU 750. Yes. Yes, everyone. AGPU. Yikes. Wow. Hey, listen, guys. This line right here is a heavy line of resistance. This line, I've already pointed it out from the history of it. It was going to be a resistance point, and it is again. But ladies and gentlemen, this is where the 5-day was on AGPU last night. Look where the 5-day is this morning. Nice. Very nice. We need to stay over this line. And that's the line they're pulling it back to right now. They're right there on it. This is a previous line of resistance on AGPU. It goes back in time. Go here to the 20-day chart. Man. Beautiful, folks. AGPU. Congratulations, everyone. Oh, my gosh. Let's get that 5-day over this line. Let's go, people. Let's get that 5-day over this line right here. We got to get that 5-day over that line right there. This one. We need it over there. Right there. We need the 5-day to come up over this line. Okay? This was a major area from which it rocketed up, folks. I'm telling you, if the 5-day goes over this line, it's going to take off, folks. If this 5-day comes over this line, it's going to go right back up. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. All right? If I zoom out on this, you can see it clearly. I'm telling you, if it goes over this line right here, it's going to go all the way back up, folks. This is what I want you to be aware of. This stock was driven down in 2.5 hours in the aftermarket, low volume. 2.5 hours, it dropped from there to there. If it goes back to here, it can easily in 2.5 hours go back to that, because this was run down onesie twosies in the after hours, folks. You know, I've shown you in the after hours many times, people. I've shown you how they onesie twosie it, 1 share, 2 share, 1 share, 1 share, 1 share, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I've shown you how they run it down in the low volume after hours. I've shown you this run up on all this volume and everybody buying in like hugeness. That is all how it's run up and how it's run down on no candlesticks you can't even see down there. You can virtually not even see any candlesticks down here while they work it down with just 1 share, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie. Well, folks, they did this from this price, which was $9 at the close, down to $7.28. But now, when we come back to here, folks, I'm telling you, this breaks this line right here, and it goes right back up the same way it came down, because there's never been any resistance here. There's never been any here. And there's not going to be now here. There's not going to be any resistance, people. There won't be any resistance. There never has been, and they know it. This is it, AGPU, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay? I provide, you decide. And I'm telling you, when it comes over this blue line that I just highlighted, it's going to go all the way back up. It's kind of hard to see it on this chart, but if I zoom out, you can see it. You can see right here, they dropped this price from there down to here, and they did it in 2.5 hours. Folks, it was in the after hour that they did it. You can clearly see this, folks. From this line right here where this price just is at right now, folks, from this line, this thing went all the way up to there, and it never stopped from here up to there either. I'm showing, you decide. I provide, you decide. AGPU. The reason that this thing spiked all the way up to this price was because they got a $260 million contract with NVIDIA to supply them with chips for over a 3-year term. This is why the thing shot up so much, and this is why they just fleeced it out and then fleeced it out even more. And there it is, the double ta-ta. And I'm telling you, folks, this was where they got the sack right there. That was yesterday morning, 369. I told you guys you should pick it up yesterday morning right there, at 639 a share. 639 a share yesterday morning, right here. This was the buy point, right when they got it to the 50-day line. And I put in these lines here so you could see where the trend lines were and what they were doing. I tried to let you guys know. I put in that trend line. I was trying to show you the angle of the 45 and 50 day, and look at them just rising, folks. This is where they were. Now they're up here. I got news for you. Right here's a critical point, this line where they're at right now. It's critical. If the 5-day goes over this, it's going to go all the way up to here, folks. Holy smokes, AGPU approaching a new high equal to this one during the daytime yesterday. And when it gets here, look how fast it fell. I'm showing you in the after hours. Look where the price was right here. Look where the price was. 908, Savannah. It was at 908. I know it was. It had to be. This is where it was. This is where the price was. 908. The 5-day average was at 908. When they attacked it down in 1 hour and then 2 hours, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, they dropped this price to there. This is where it is now, the 5 days there. In 2.5 hours in the after hours, it went from here, 908 to there, under, I'm sure, very small volume. I'm sure this was done with 1 and 2 and 5 shares and 10 and 1 and 5 to get to this number. And now the 5-day has gone back up to that line. And look at this, folks. This is going to go, baby. Right off this rising red belly, blue back. 200-day is rising like a banshee. AGPU, funny, huh? Look at that. Look at that. Hey, Kathy, how do you like me now? I'm showing you what's about to happen. Look at the 5-day kick up there. Oh, my gosh. Look at the angle of the 50-day that was here, now pitching upwards. AGPU, baby. AGPU. And I'm going to have 3 or 4 or 5,000 people here today that I'm going to be telling about this stock. And I'm going to show them that they just got a $260 million contract. That's why the price was driven down. You know what? Yesterday, they drove this price down. Since that contract was signed, they drove it down 126.5%. That's right. And one other important thing to know about this stock is that they only have 5.54 million shares outstanding, and somehow they traded 83 million shares while the price dropped from $14 14.47. They dropped it to $6.39, down $8.08, 126.5% on a stock that has a float of 3.96 million shares. You know what? That's how many shares it traded yesterday. I bet you it was even more than that. And now they're buying it to keep it, not buying it to short it. You know, I tried to explain to everybody, and by the way, AMD is rocking today. Buru CEO bought over 4 million shares. Nice, Marty. I did the math on the information buy, and they paid $9.08. Yep. All right. B6Z, thank you. I want you to see something, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to this stock. If you're wondering, how is it possible for a stock that only has shares outstanding at 5 million, how can it trade 83 million? And I showed everybody yesterday, it's because once they got it up to $14 plus, they wanted to short that stock, and they started shorting it. And even though there's only 5.54 million shares, one shorter can sell it short to his friend, who can sell it short to his friend, who can sell it short to her. She can sell it short to her friend. He can sell it to her, his friend. They can sell it to this one and back to the one that did it first. So this 100,000 shares just turned into 700,000 transaction, and the price dropped from $14.47 now to $14. So then they short sell it again, and that one short sells it to that one, and short sells it to that one, and 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 back to this. And now the price has fallen from $14 down to $13.33, and they've just used the same shares. They've used the same shares, and they keep using them over and over and over and over. And what do you know? The price falls from $14.47 all the way down to $6.39, down 126%. And where did they stop it from dropping? They made it stop dropping right on the 200-day average. AGPU. Look at the 5-day chart. They stopped it from dropping right on the 200-day. They made it fall from $14.47 a share and stopped it from dropping right on the 200-day. Right on the 200-day, folks, $6.39. It stopped falling there. And you can see where they did it right there. Boom. Right on the 200-day in the pre-market. So they made it fall from $14.47 to $16.39 right on the 200. And then they did it again in the after hours last night. 666, Savannah. 666 they drove it down to. Right on the 200-day now. So the 200-day has gone from 639 now to 666. But listen, folks, what I'm getting at here with you is from this line, it fell only in 2.5 hours from 908 price. It was 908. They drove it down all the way to 728 in 2.5 hours. And now we're here again. And it could easily rise now and right back up. If it was driven down, and by the way, I mentioned this very, very importantly, you cannot see any candlesticks here as they were driving it down because they didn't need a lot of volume. It was after hours, see? They didn't need to use a lot of money to drive it down in the after hours. And so it was easy for them to make it fall $2 a share on no volume. They didn't have to make any effort. But now the problem for them is no one owns it through here. They onesied and twosied it. Onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, all the way down. And they did it over 2.5 hours. And so now there's a freaking gap from right here back up there. There's a huge gap here. You can see right here. Did it ever stop from here to there? No, it didn't. Did it ever stop from here to there? No, it didn't. And do you think it's going to stop here? No, it won't. Most likely. Most likely it won't, because this news is too big. And the market makers who knew that they had a $260 million contract with NVIDIA said, shit, let's buy this thing on the 200-day. Let's run it down $8.08. Let's run it down 126.5% and buy it on the freaking 200-day and run it back up then. And that's what they're doing right now. You can see it with your own two eyes. You can see it. Look at that dang thing. Shh. Holy crap. I'm telling you, folks, this stock is my pick of the day. AGPU, again, it's my stock pick of the day. And notice where they just ran it down to this morning in the pre-market. Once again, tapping off the 200-day line. See that? Poking a needle into the 200, and then boom, off it goes. AGPU, ladies and gentlemen, I provide, you decide. Okay? I just explained how a stock can go down over 129%. I just explained it. Back up the video 5 minutes. You'll know now. You'll know how they did it. I just explained how they did it. They knew that the news about the $260 million contract with NVIDIA was huge, and they wanted in on this thing, but not the premium price. Listen, this is when the news came out on AGPU. I'm going to show it to you now. Right over here on the 20th, AGPU stock moving in yesterday's pre-market. And it says here they received a $260 million 36-month contract to provide chips to NVIDIA. When this news came out on the 22nd, the price skyrocketed from in the $4 price range. It was down in the fours here. The price right here for the 5-day was $4.66 a share, of course. $4.66 a share. And it went to $4.14, $10 up. But here, when they knew that it was getting ready to go to the moon on this news and that it was a great company that was going to be providing NVIDIA with all these chips, then they said, hold it here. Let's short this position. And here's my scenario. I could be wrong, but I believe that they went, and I'm just going to throw this scenario out. You can do with this whatever you want. I don't give a dang. But if you come over here to this Fintel site, you can type in the stock, which is AGPU. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. And once you get to AGPU, you can go over here to institutional ownership. And let's say that I am some type of entity that wants to run the price down from, let's say I'm someone like BlackRock, or maybe I'm just Jim Cramer, and I want to buy this because I know this is a hell of a huge deal between this company and Intel. So I can go over here and see that there's 16 institutional ownership. Okay? Well, I can roll down here and I can see which institutions are shorting the stock. And I can get on the phone and I can call Alpine Global and Millennium Management and Bank of America, and I can call any of these and I can say, hey, how about we make some money on this thing? As you know, it just shot up to $14 a share, and I think we could now short sell it all the way down and get in at it $6.66 a share. And they all go, oh, really? And they go, yeah. So why don't you take your shares and start selling them, okay? And if you do, we'll all short it together. We'll take up short positions, and then we'll make it fall, and you guys will help by selling your shares, and we can make it fall all the way down because there's not many shares available. They only have a 3.9 million shares available, and so they can get institutions to all go in on this together. And then what do? I'll show you what they do. They short sell the stock. Now, there's only, reminding you right here now, there's only 5.54 million shares outstanding. But for the volume that day to hit 83 million shares traded, how is it possible if there's only 5 million? Well, I'm going to show you how it's possible, ladies and gentlemen. The way that it's possible is that this entity short sells it to this one, 100,000 shares, who short sells it to that one, who short sells it to that one, who short sells it to that one, who short sells to that one, short sells to that one, short sells to that one, back to the same person. And they short sell to their friend again, and to that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. And this is how they can get 5 million shares up to 83 million in one day. Understand? And they have an agenda, they have a purpose, they have a meaning. They want to get the price down to buy in on it because it is such great news. Okay? AGPU, I'm only down 6.8. Come on, baby. Yeah. Well, I'm explaining to you how they ran it down and why they took it the number they did, and now why they're most likely going to run it right back up, because it is such a great deal. And today, I'm going to have 3,000 or 4,000 people on this channel with me, and we're going to try to keep hitting the like button at the same time occasionally, and we're going to get even more people over to this channel, and we're going to show them this stock, and we're going to tell them what happened to it and how it happened, or at least how I think it happened, and what I think is about to happen now. And I could be completely wrong, but I don't think so. Now, let's go see how many shares it traded yesterday. How many shares did it trade yesterday? All right. Hey, look at that. Every single share in the float, almost. The float on this stock, the float on this stock is 3.96 million shares. The float is 3.96 million shares. Look at this thing, folks. Yeah, baby. Looks fabulous. AGPU. By the way, notice the time. It's 9:13 in the morning almost. 9:13. I just mentioned it to you. AGPU. Okay. That's not the only stock we're looking at here, folks. I'm going to look at these other ones that were called out yesterday morning. We're looking for some pullbacks. Now we're going to look at AIXI. And this looks like it has definitely been run down and accumulated nicely in the low. It was called out yesterday morning, and whoever called it out, it was a good call out, and I hope you sold it because you told me about it yesterday morning, and it sure did rocket, and I hope you sold it at $1.40. And if you are one of my longtime members or know much about my channel, I always tell people to sell at 137, 38, 39. All right, and there's a reason why, and you can see it right there. There's the reason why you want to sell $1.36, 37, 38, 39. It hit 140 and collapsed all the way down to 63 cents. So do you see why I tell you to sell the 38, 39, and 40? Goodness gracious. Look at how far that fell. Anyway, they've driven it all down, and now they've consolidated and capitulated it and converged it together. And I like it. AIXI closed at 108 a share, now down 25% today. Did they do a public share offering or what? AIXI. Poet is on the move this morning. AIXI shares declined by 28% to 78 cents. The company's market cap is $14.2 million. All right. All right. AIXI. They've actually taken it down lower than they did all during the week. I don't see any low during the past week lower than where it is right now. So this might be some bottom feeding time. AIXI, keep it on your radar, folks. Called out yesterday by a 28 trader. Next, NNBR. By the way, if you're joining me late here, these are the stocks that were called out this morning so far. Okay? Go take a look. QS, NVii, WDC, ELPW is supposed to be off to the moon, I heard. SCNI, VIVO. Oh, hey, you know what time it is? Hey, it's almost 8:16, and you guys know I like the number 8, and the number 16 is a multiple of the number 8. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like for you to hit some hearts on the screen, and in about 10 seconds, we're going to hit the like button together at the same moment in time. Here we go. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right there. Please help the channel grow even more. Hit that like button. And you know what helps as well is always it's great to see some love here from everybody. And I want to thank you for you participating here in this channel's endeavors to get and reach more people. And if you want, AIXI plans adds ratio change equivalent to reverse split. I think it's still a week or so before it happens. Thanks, Jayhawk. Der Schwarzreiter, I'm broke. Der Schwarzritter. Der Schwarzritter. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Der Schwarzritter. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Mein Freund. Sprechen Sie Deutsch, mein Freund? Freund. Ich kann sprechen Sie Deutsch. A little bit. Lass uns was essen gehen. I know how to say that. I think it's still a week or so before it happens. Thanks for letting me know. And thank you for the hearts, folks. Thank you for all the love. I appreciate it. I sure do. I'm very grateful to everyone who expresses themselves through showing a heart on the screen. I think it's important for us to keep as many as we can. Good morning, little shop of stuff. Hello there. Welcome to the tank. We're kicking this morning. Kat, what are your thoughts on NYSE? Is it bouncing on a strong support line or might pop? I'll look at it, NYSE. But this morning, what I'm doing, I will look at it. Amado Jimenez, thank you. But Folks, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning so far, and there's been others that I've missed, I'm sure. But these are the stocks of yesterday. So I'm looking at the stocks that were out on yesterday. I'm looking for pullbacks. I really like the look of this TRT. Okay, I like that. I'm going to put an asterisk by that. And that is one that I really like the look of for sure. And right now, AIXI, I think, is a good nibble. I'm going to put a nibble here at 76.20. AIXI nibble at 0.7620. Okay? Because to me, it looks like they've been consolidating this for quite some time. They've been consolidating it all through the after hours and the pre-market, and they've achieved a low here that they got, and this is the same thing they did over here before it spiked. So I'm looking for a possible repeat of the same kind of action here. See how similar these look? See how they took it down there, right there in the after hours, and then down here, and then down over here, down in the after hours, and then down and down. Well, after that, folks, after they took it down and then down and down, the dang thing took off in the after hours. So I'm just showing you what's been going on. Down in the after hours, down, down, then up, then down in the after hours, down, down, then up, then down in the after hours, down, down. I'll let you be the judge, okay? AIXI. I'm done. Next, that one was called out yesterday by 28 Trader. NNBR. NNBR. And good call yesterday on that one by 28 Trader. Congratulations. And 28 Trader called this out yesterday morning when the price was here, folks. 28 Trader. And what is the software that 28 Trader is using to trade with? Let's go find out. What is 28 Trader is using? 28 Trader at the top of the list is using Webull scanners, Stock Rocks, and QAI softwares in the testing phase. So that's how he came up with this pick for NNBR yesterday morning. NNBR. He picked yesterday morning, and it would have been right here probably. Yep. At when I started my stream was right there. So he would have picked this when the price for a buy-in at $2.39 a share, folks. 28 Trader called it out yesterday morning at $2.39 a share. Boom. Nice. 50-cent move. This morning, opening with a rising 50. It's a red belly, blue back, 200 rising. It looks awesome. They dropped it once to the 50 just below in the after hours last night. They fleeced it in the after hours and got a buy-in right after the market closed. Then up it goes. This morning, they run it down at 4 a.m. I'm sure 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning, buy on the low. Off she goes. Building a shoulder here, folks. And I'm going to explain something to you. Make sure you understand what this is. This is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable. Unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder. Okay? This is a spike, but this is a shoulder. Boom. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. But this is a shoulder. All right? I'm showing you the same thing that occurs here. It's called a shoulder. All right? I like it. NNBR. NNBR, folks. NNBR. This is a shoulder. This is not an unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder here. You can listen, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay? I provide, you decide. There's not a lot of volume on this stock. Don't get me wrong. But it closed yesterday at 261, and the bid now is 265, and the ask is 270. NNBR. Now let's go see if there's any breaking news on this stock. NN Incorporated to hold first quarter earnings conference call Thursday, May the 7th. Okay, so they got an earnings call coming out in a couple of weeks. All right, just be aware of it. And this is NNBR. Now let's take a look at this over here, if you don't mind. Just give me a second. NNBR. Shares outstanding, 50 million. I like that. That's good. The float, 34 million float. Okay, now let's go look at the historical data. What has this price been doing? Well, last year in May, it was 223 a share. Average volume around 150 to 200,000 shares. In June, it was at 208 a share. But be aware that this stock is not going to move much each day. 208 to 196. See that? 12-cent move. 213 to 203. 10-cent move. 214 to 191. It's a 23-cent move. 232 to 217. 15-cent move. 209 to 197. 12-cent move. 224 to $2. 24-cent move. 238, 239 to 224. 15-cent move. 262, 241. 21-cent move. 234, 223. 11-cent move. 210, 197. 13-cent move. And now we're moving into October. The volume very low now. It's dropped down into the 90s and 80s, 40s, 30s. Woo. 187 to 178. A 9-cent move. Oh. 176 to 151, a 15-cent move. 137 to 113-cent move. Volume is picking up now. Volume's coming in. Volume's coming in now. Here we're getting on the radar a little bit. Getting on the radar. December. 124 to 115. 9-cent move. 1 million shares traded, breaking the 1 million mark. December, January, 165 to 148. Basically a 17-cent move or 18. Volume up in the 5s and 1s. We're seeing volume getting better. 177 to 161, 16-cent move. 159 to 145. 15-cent move. Volume is starting to get big here. 128 to 123, a 5-cent move that day on 200,000. Wow. That's holding it tight, baby. 148 to 126. Here we go. Finally, an 18-cent move on almost 1 million shares. And the next day, the price went up 50 cents, 191, 149, and it closed at 171. Right in the middle between the high and the low. It closed there. Now we're into March. Now we're coming into April. And, okay, Julio, you cannot call me, okay? Alexa, call Julio Arbarca.
Calling Julio Arbarca's mobile.
Hello.
Hey, man. What's going on?
So what's going on with you?
Well, last week I told you I was going to try to kick out of here early, right at 4 o'clock and come over and help you with your barn. And I called you to let you know that Cheryl, I had to take her to the doctors because she got so sick. And
Yeah, I think I got that message. Yeah.
And so the next day,
Oh.
I tried to call you right at 4 o'clock and said, "Hey, I'm ready to come over. If you're there,
Oh.
let me know because I'm coming right now." And I never heard back from you.
I see. Yeah, probably busy. Yeah, I'm almost done with it.
You're done.
Today I'm here, and I just want to have to take some poles and some 2x4 out of that poles and less truss. That's why I got machine over here though. I have a sky truck and a dozer.
Wow. So you've got everything torn down now. You're just at a few things left, and then you're done, and you're going to have it all.
I had to load 2x4 in that trailer today. I got a bunch of 2x4 laying around.
Okay.
Not too much, but just yeah.
Well, if I can, after I shut down today, I'll try to come over. I'll ask Cheryl what she's doing, and if I can, I'll try to come over and help you any way I can.
Okay, sound good.
All right.
I just if you come, you drive a sky truck, driving around the sky truck.
Okay, got it. I've driven them before, no problem.
All right.
Yep.
I just checking out on you. I mean, see what you're doing. So.
Yeah. I will try to get over there. I'll talk to Cheryl and see if we can come over and help you out this evening. Okay, after 4 o'clock.
All right. Okay, sound good.
All right, love you, man.
Right,
bye bye.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Alexa, stop. All right.
Before you go, would you like to make Julio Arbarca a favorite contact so you can reach them faster next time?
Yes.
Great, I've added them. You can manage your favorite contacts in the Alexa app. To add or remove
Alexa, stop. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, folks, so I'm looking here now at a stock that was called out yesterday, NNBR, and I just want to see, is it on people's radar? And I see now some increasing volume quite a bit, 11 million shares, price 225, 161. Now we're seeing 60-cent spreads. 60-cent spreads. Here, 44-cent spread. Now this makes it more appealing, okay? All right, here they're back to only 20 cents though. And here again, 212 to 238. But 26-cent spread. 288, 249. 30. $0.39 spread. I'm starting to like it a little bit more. 4 million shares traded. 4 million yesterday. Starting to get on people's radar, folks. NNBR. I'm just letting you know. I provide, you decide. And by the way, I see now that the futures have all gone green again. They just were red a moment ago, but now I see the S&P 500 futures are green. The Dow is red. The NASDAQ has come down a little bit. It's only up 169 now. It was up in the twos. And the Russell just went red. All right, but 2 of them are green, 2 of them red, okay? Just so you're aware of the overall market sentiment right now. And this is the stock called out yesterday by 28 trader NNBR. And they're attacking the crap out of it right now, out of the gate. Now, I do want to get over here And I want to look at AGPU right now. And this is the stock I've been calling out. And I thought it was a good buy. And I want to look at it right now. AGPU, yes. And I see him trying to sell it down right here, right now. Let's go to the 1 day. Oh, yeah. Good. Sure, try to take it down to this line right here where you had it so many times before. This line. Ladies and gentlemen, that line right there, resistance to the drop here, resistance to the drop, resistance to the rise, 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 and now resistance to the drop. And I got news for you. These resistance lines are based on the light blue 5-day average line. That's the light blue line. See, it's light blue, light blue, light blue, light blue, light blue, light blue. All these lines of resistance on that line. But look now where the light blue is. It's up here, not down here. They're just getting the current price to that line. Not the 5-day like where it was here or there or there or there or there or there or there or there. See that? Everywhere on this blue line that they just drove the price down to is where the 5-day has dropped to before. So right now, don't be surprised to see them try to drop this 5-day to here one more time because they love this number. You can see it. You can definitely see it. And right now, if I see this come down to there, I'm buying it. If I see it stop here, this is a sign of strength. It's never stopped there before. It never stopped there. It never stopped there before. It only stopped here one time. And if it stops here now, that will be a sign of strength. All right? But this is the true median line now where they keep hitting the 5-day on over and 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 over. They're going to try to bring this down to here. Okay? But I'm telling you, if it stops right here, that's good. Be very good for us. It was already this morning at $7.64 in the pre-market. $7.64 in the pre-market. Man, it sure would be nice to see him to get that 5-day to come on down to this line right here where I can buy it. All right, now, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning. Please take a look at these. QS, NVII, WDC, ELPW, which I was told was going to the moon, SCNI, VIVO, AGPU, MYSE, MYSE. All right. Okay, well, this is done. They're done, in my opinion, they're done beating this one up. And I could be wrong, but I can sure as crap see there's where true sentiment comes to life. Look at all the buyers versus sellers on that candlestick. See the buyers step in there when they drop that down to that line? Look, they got this thing down all the way to there, and the buyer said, thank you, and they bought it on that line right there. $6.96 a share. Today's low, $6.96. Now, let's look at this. What was yesterday's low? What was yesterday's low? Oh, yeah. Yesterday's low, $6.60 a share. Today's low, 30 cents higher, 36 cents higher. I love it. Look at the low here. Look at these lows. 313, 421. After the big run up where the high hit 1447 in the pre-market, they ran. Look at this, folks. 660 yesterday's low. Today's low, 696. Man. Adios, amigos, baby. If this isn't sure indication of manipulation, I don't know what is. And the low actually was $6.39 was what it really was. Not that. In the pre-market, it was $6.39 yesterday morning. And today's low, $6.96. I love it. AGPU, folks. Today's volume, 336,000 already. There's only 3.96 million shares of this stock are available. That's all. And take notice of how much it's down. 1.13%. 1.13. 8 cents down. This stock, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm talking about here was at $14 a share yesterday morning in the pre-market, or day before yesterday. 14, because they got news that they announced that they got a $260 million contract with a company that you may have heard of called NVIDIA, okay? So this stock shot up to $14 plus, and now they knocked it down 126%, and it fell $8.08 exactly from $14.47 to $6.39. $8.08 drop. And it's about to go green. Yes. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch it run now. Run like the wind. Now, listen, everybody. There are 90 of you here on the channel with me right now. And I would really appreciate it if you give me a minute here to go up and refresh my coffee. And this is AGPU we're talking about. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning. If you want to maybe go look at these are the ones that have been called out by our viewers this morning. There's been many others, but these are the ones I wrote down because I've been going over yesterday's list. And let me tell you, I really liked, and I've made it so far all the way down to right here. And so I've got a lot more to look at, but the ones I looked at this morning I liked were this one, PAPL, TRT, AIXI. Nibble, I said, it's 0.76 cents. All right. And remember, yesterday's low on this AGPU was, as I just showed you, $6.80. I would have a buy order, Wendy, if you're listening, at $6.81, okay? And $6.79, because nothing that hedge funds like more than to try to get a penny, $6.60. Well, your buy order should be now, you won't get it, but you can try $6.59. Because one thing hedge funds and market makers and shorters like to do is make the low lower than the day before by 1 penny or right at that price again. They like to match or beat the previous day's low. And as you can see right now, the low is $6.93, and that is 33 cents higher than yesterday's low. And folks, that is strong. That is strong. That's strong. And there is, in my opinion, the established bottom on that line right there. And if you want to know what that line means to them, zoom out and look at what that line means to them, okay? Come on over here and look what that line means to them, that blue line. Just look at that blue line, folks. Look at how many times this blue line has been met that we just saw for the low this morning. Once, twice, stop the drop 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, breaks over 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times resistance. And then they drop it to this line 11 times. The blue line, and this one here, they're familiar with it too. They're very familiar with this line. It's been resistance to no resistance there before, but it was resistance right there. And it was resistance right there. That's why I have the line there. It was resistance right there, see? Resistance to the drop, people. Resistance to the rise right here. Resistance to the rise. Resistance to the drop. This blue line where they are right now, they've been here many, many, many times. This is where I buy it. My suggestion, nibble on this here, folks. 690, 688. This line here, look at it, how many times they've hit this line. Look at that blue line. Resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the rise, 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 and now resistance to the drop. See, this is what I teach you on this channel. I'm trying to teach you guys to go back and look through history. Look what they've done on this price line before. And as of recent, every time they've gotten to it, it's gone much higher than it went below it. Do you see that? It's only gone this far below it, and it's gone this high. And then it's gone this far below it, and then it's gone that high. And over here, it's gone that far below it, and then it's gone that high. Here, it's gone that far below it, and here, it's gone that high. Here, it's gone that far below. That's the most, the most, the most. Then the deepest drop of all. Sayonara, baby. There's no more there. Sorry. Man, this thing's going to drop. This thing's going to bounce off this again. They've been here so many times. They know this is a point of resistance. They know it's a point of resistance and it rises. They know it's a point of resistance before and it bolted off of that. They know they've dropped it to this price here and it's bolted off of that. They know this is one of their favorite lines right now. It's one of their favorite, folks. And there it bounces right off of it. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Boing. And look at that green flat top off that. Of course they know it, folks. They know that's where they buy it. Look at them buy in once they got it there. Man, what a freaking awesome manipulation to the same line. No, you're not going to get... It's not going to go any lower, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion. AGPU. That line was a great place to buy it. $6.91 a share. A line that the shorters are apparently in love with. And then this has got to be disheartening. This has got to be disheartening. Selling. Boom. You hit the line, the well-known established line of resistance, and then buying, that much buying makes it pop all the way up here and engulf all those candlesticks. Just this little buy-in, folks, that's got to be disheartening for shorters to see that. Oh my God, does that have to be disheartening? And look, they've almost got the 45 to the 200 too, totally capitulating it. Conversion, folks. Converge the stock. It's called converging. They just converged it right there. And there it goes, right off that line. And it should. History repeats itself. The 20-day proves it. Oh, man, of course it bounced off that line. See, this is the things you can learn from someone like me who's been trading for 26 years. This line has been so established so many times. Look at the resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up right there. Resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the run up, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance. This is a cup, a handle, a drop, and pop. And here again, this line should have been where they just took it to, but they could only get it to this one. Weak, folks. But that line is equally as stubborn for being one they can't drive the price below. Here, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resisted the drop, resisted the drop, resisted the drop, resisted the run, resistance the run, resistance the run, cup, handle, drop, pop, and here they go, right to that line, boom, right off it again. Folks, you can learn from this. You can learn from this. This is AGPU. They just got a contract with NVIDIA for $260 million sale of their chips over 3 years. AGPU, folks. And I'm pumping this stock because I believe it's going to go right back up to $9 pretty soon. And I mean, it could do it within a couple hours. And some of you might think that that's nuts, but I already know, and I can prove why it will do it, or possibly do it. And I can prove it to you now by showing you this. And that is this fact. That, ladies and gentlemen, please be aware of this very, 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 very visible fact. And that is that there's a huge gap from here to there, all right? And there is also a huge gap from right here to there. And there is a gap that is now from this line to there. And there is a gap that was created from here to there. So there's a known gap here. There's a known gap here, folks. There's a gap here. 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 There's a gap right here. And now, here it is. And there's a gap here. There's a gap here, folks. I'm telling you, there's a gap here. And man, have they been manipulating the shit out of this stock. Way up, way down, way up, way down, way up, way down, way up, way down. And don't you think they just love doing this? I mean, they're making a killing off of weak retailers doing this. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a day trade stock galore. Huge spikes, huge drops, huge spikes, huge drops, huge spikes, huge drops, huge spikes, huge drops. Perfect. Same damn line. Oh, they've been here before. They've been to this line. You can see it. Right there it is. They've been to this line many, many, many times. Many, many times. Look at this. It's a fan favorite to nutsack the stock. Look at him drop it to there once. Drop it to there once. And when they did, the 5-day was here. It's a fan favorite, folks. This line, fan favorite to drop it to before they run it up. Fan favorite to drop it to before they run it up. And here we go again. Fan favorite to drop it to that line before they run it up. See, when you're on this channel, folks, this is what I'm here to teach you about trading. And again, I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. For those of you that are late to the program today, these are today's stocks that were called out. I have no way of knowing what they're doing yet because I haven't got to those. I'm busy right now looking at the stocks that people called out yesterday morning and putting my mark beside the ones I like. All right? And right now, the last place I looked, but I did like PAPL, TRT, AIXI. And I'm telling you to nibble at all these prices. Nibble, not dive in. So let's go to the 1-day charts now. PAPL. And they're running it down. Attacking the 200-day. Right below the 200. Massive selling versus buying here. Huge selling here going on PAPL right now. Another one that I had my eye on was TRT. And again, a huge, massive sell-off here. Wow. Just look at that, folks. TRT. I had an asterisk behind this morning. I didn't buy any of it, but I'm showing you the ones that I liked. AIXI. Oh, and this is the one I like too. And look at that, make a nice move off that vag. Well, this is one of them I said, AIXI. It's down 25% this morning, folks. And I like the bottom feed, so that one is why I put an asterisk beside that. AIXI. Man, that looks good, folks. AIXI. Yesterday's low on AGPU was 27 cents lower than the current low now. Just so you know. Yesterday's low on AGPU was 27 cents lower than the price is now. And I like that. Just so you know. All right. Yesterday's low, 27 cents. Now, I'm going to come over here to AIXI. And I see it's now at the high of the day. I see they've gotten almost a million buying in at market here. 60 shares, buy at market. And remember yesterday's low was $6.60 a share. And I told you they might try to get this down to $6.60 today or $6.59. But it looks like the lowest AGPU is going to go is 680 or somewhere around there. 20 cents higher than yesterday's low. All right. Now I'm going to go to AIXI. And I want to try to buy 20 shares at market or 60 share at market. And here we go. And I'd really like to get it here at the 78 where they bought 946,000. I'm going to try there. AIXI. And I'm going to try there. Now, this is AIXI right now, folks. AIXI. That's the stock. It's down 25% right now, folks. Down 25% today. And I like to buy stocks down 25%. Now we're looking at BURU. And they're double tying this now at a price far above where they double tawed it this morning. They actually got a total recall on that this morning. And then this is the low for the 5-day here. Now they're trying to reestablish the low there. And that's well above the low in the pre-market. This is unusual. BURU down 4.98% this morning. Next. And these are, in case you're wondering where these are, I got these. This is what people called out yesterday. And these are the stocks called out yesterday. I also did like QS as well. So let's look up QS right now. Oh, tanking it. And by the way, I was right. Look at them run it up at the very beginning and splash it down. And I showed you that this, I think this is the one I showed you on the 5-day where they've been doing it every day. But holy crap, see? Look at them run it up and then tank that thing down. And again today, run it up and tank it down. QS. It's only down 1.6%, by the way. But I pointed this out earlier today. I said, man, they sure ran that up yesterday morning. I said, you better sell this at the high today. Right out of the gate, and sure enough, they ran it up to 841, and then you could have just bought it afterwards at 719. Holy shit. 841 to 719, folks. QS. I'm in. QS. Oh, man. And I just bought it at, I'm going to buy 20 shares here at 731. And I'm not the only one buying here, folks. I just filled at 731. And I'm certainly not the only one buying this stock here. And I just bought AIXI at 0.79. And the stock we're looking at here now is QS. QS. Coming in here again now. Buying at market. Picked it up again at 731. Let's see if we can get some of these down here at 727. And by the way, at the low of the day, 718, you want to know how many shares were available? Only 10,880. 10,880 at the low of the day. Only 10,880 shares were available. There we go, 727. Let's get that number again. Nice. One more time. Try 726. Got 727 again. Well, listen, I'm not buying here for sure by myself. There's no doubt about it. There's been quite a few shares sold here already. 727, 728. So I'm just trying to buy with them. And I just lowered my dollar cost average to 730. QS, folks. It's only down 1.9% now. Oh, let me get the low. And I just lowered my dollar cost to 728. Nice. I just bought 723 and I'm buying the stock QS. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. There's the chart, QS. Let's take a look at the 20-day chart on it. And I tell you what, man, this stock was at $10.04 day before yesterday in the morning. And I'm buying it right here below the 200. I've seen this thing priced below the 200 before, and I've seen what happened afterwards. I've seen it at the 200, and I saw what happened afterwards. I've seen it at the 200, and I saw what happened afterwards. I've seen it near the 200, and I've seen what happened afterwards. So, yeah, I'm going to buy it below the 200. Dumb old me. I'm going to buy it at 720. Stupid ass me. Thank you. Thank you for that buy at 720. And look at all the buyers at 720. $7.16. Nice. Very nice. Oh, boy. And now the low on AGPU is 15 cents over yesterday's low. Yesterday's low, 660. Today's low, 675. Right now, it looks like. Looks like it. And now it's selling at 684. I just sold it to see what it's doing now, and it just sold at 684 and a half. So that's good. Rising again. And by the way, I'm only selling 5 shares. Now 687. So ladies and gentlemen, AGPU might be a place to come in again. It just went to 684, 685, 687. And the ask is now $7 almost, $6.99. Whoa. The ask is $6.99. The bid $6.75. What a joke. Nobody wants to sell it for less than $6.99 a share, folks. How do you like that? And that makes, with that gap in between them, that makes the price $6.88 a share, folks. Go figure. With that gap in between them, and let me do it one more time, just 5 shares. $6.87 a share, folks. $6.87 a share. What a coincidence, Savannah, that they would want $6.88 or $6.87 to be the price this morning. Down 3%. Nice. AGPU. Okay. Now I'm going back over to QS. Oh, yeah. Buy at market. Oh, yeah. 708. Nice. Savannah, Look, I'm buying this now at $7.08 a share. At the very lowest of the day, they only had 100,000 shares, and I just bought it at 7.08 and 7.07. And I've got my dollar cost average down now to 7.22. Buy again. And now I'm filling at 7.09, down 4.3%. Yep, QS. And the interesting thing is, ladies and gentlemen, at my dollar cost average, there's more shares that have been bought than any other price today. Okay? Just so you're aware of this, on this stock right here, QS, on my dollar cost average, which is right here, $7.22, more shares have been bought at this price than any other price today. 974,000 shares have been bought there on my dollar cost average. The most shares that can be bought today, 974,000. QS is the one I'm on, called out by Tony Henry, folks. Called out by Tony Henry. And I see now AGPU is now 6 cents higher than yesterday's low. Yep, or they're aiming for that. 666, folks, right here. And I'm buying AGPU here at 666 a share, over and over and over. AGPU, I just bought 6 cents higher than yesterday's low at 666. Yesterday's low was 660, folks. And I just got it again at 666, and again at 666, and again at 666. And now I'm going to come over to QS. And I'm going to be buying here 5 shares at a time. Buy at market. And here it goes, right back up. They ran it down to 702 a share. And now I'm happy to report that my dollar cost average is 721. And at 722, the most shares of this stock have been bought today. The most of all at 1 penny over my dollar cost average. Down here, minuscule amounts of shares being collected compared to what they bought. And I am now 1 penny below my dollar cost average. Yep. AGPU piling in 666. Thank you, market makers. You see that, Savannah? Look at the chart. AGPU. Oh, and they're using very few shares here, folks, to try to do this with. Very, very small amounts here. Try to whittle it down to 666 a share. And now it just jumped up to 670. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, 666 becomes a great number to buy the stock. Now 674. And listen, guys and gals, I'm not guaranteeing you anything about this stock. I'm just telling you, I like to buy it at 666. Okay? You don't have to do it too. You can just watch and maybe learn. But on this 1-day chart, there's the bottom. And again, this is going to be a very familiar bottom. And hey, listen, guys, I told you an hour and a half ago that yesterday's low, they would try to repeat it or go a penny below it. And I showed you on the historical data where yesterday's low was, and that was 660 a share. And when I saw that, I said, guys and gals, and I said, Wendy, put a buy order in at 661 or 660 or 659. And I told you guys that nothing that hedge funds like to do more than to get the dollar low 1 penny below the previous day's low. And I told you that an hour ago. So what do you got now for the low? 660, folks. And I told you this 1 hour ago. I told you they were going to try to get 1 penny below. And this is a big difference that they couldn't do that, folks, because that's what they wanted. And I guarantee you they wanted that because it's their objective to get the low to be 1 penny under. And I said to Wendy, put your buy order in at 660. And everyone else, I said the same dang thing. I told all of you that they were going to do that. I called it out. I love it when I can show you guys why you should have your buy order there, because yesterday's low, that was the amount, and that they were going to try to drive it back down to beat that low. I told you they would, and they missed it. They could not get it lower. I guess they're popping champagne because they could make it the same, but that ain't shit, people. They needed to make it lower. It needed to be 659. This weak, and they know how weak it is. They know they wanted 659. They had to get it a penny lower, people, and they missed it. Thank you, Marty. ENVB, big jump. Thank you, Marty. ONMD waking up. Thank you, Harris. Appreciate that very much. Well, look at them now. AGPU, 653. I told you, their agenda is to make the low lower. And they didn't like me calling them weak just then, did they? They didn't like me calling them weak. I called them weak, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. Oh, they said, oh, we'll show you how weak we are. We'll make the price 7 cents lower. Well, there you go. They did it. And by the way, this is a great number. This is on my buy-sell sheet, 5-7. Look over here. Catfish buy-sell sheet. What does this number say to buy back? Buy back 57. Buy back 60. It's a great number to buy. So I'm going to. And first, let me go over to my monitor here and see what else I might be up on nicely this morning. Oh, GPRO. Man, what in the world? I like it. GPRO. I'm still up. 44.80 on that. And I have 160 shares. Nice. And I just sold at one of the numbers on my buy-sell sheet, $1.38. Thank you for that call out on GPRO. I just made good money on that. And it's doing good. GPRO. That was a good call out. And folks, look at it this morning. Right now, GPRO crossing over the 5-day, crossing over the 10 right now. GPRO. Now I'm going to get back over to my QS. There it is, 708. You think they're going to keep it there forever at 708, folks? I don't. I sure don't. And I just filled at 709. As a matter of fact, I already can see here that they have a quota amount, and that number is 66 something. Or here, 61 something. Here, 68 something. Here, 69 something. Okay, here, 715. It's the new high. And they have no more room there. They're done. That will be the end of it. And then here, they're going to try to reach 6 something, and that will be the end of 708. Okay, that'll be the end of it, folks, when they get there. So I'm going to be buying here because I know this fact. And now I see, because they had no more room at these numbers, that they've actually tried the old halvesy number where they put in a half number. But they've already gone over their 6 here and 6 here and 7 and 6 and 7. They're over max capacity here. They're done. Can't get any more. Sorry. No more room in the end. No more. No more, folks. They've reached max capacity. And now all they're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is they're going to run it up, because they've already reached now 900,000 there. And there certainly is no more capacity at 709 and a half, folks. This is a KY flag, 709 and a half. And look, they've gotten the most shares, 926,000, almost as many as they bought at my old dollar cost average. And now my average is 719. So screw you, shorts. You just let me get my average down, because I know you just ran out of capacity right there at your KY flag number. I know you ran out. I saw you ran out there, 709 and a half. There is no more capacity there. Now they're just going to get their quota here, 600,000. See, 600, 600, 600. They got to get 600 here now, 710. They've got to get it. If they don't get it, it's going to run right up, and then they're going to get 600 here, 713. So I'm going to buy here, 711 I just bought. Buying at market again, 712 I just bought. And I've just lowered my dollar cost average to 718. And the stock I'm buying is QS, ladies and gentlemen, QS. 711 I just bought. Cat SIDU dropped to 318. Whew, nice. Holy smokes, folks. AMD is no dang jokers. Yes. All right, AMD, nice. Oh, I love it, man. That really helps my Fidelity account, that's for sure. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to let you know, as I explain this to you, they've run out of the ability to hold anymore. And I love that I see they ran out the ability to get it at 557 at 710, because they're already at 519 here. So they're certainly not going to hold that either. They're not going to hold it, folks. They're not going to hold it. They're not going to hold it, folks. Now they got to get all they got to get here is 600,000 at this number. There it is. They got it. So now watch it run, folks. Watch it go up now. They reached their quota. They got 687, 696, 619. They're looking for around 680 here, 619. That's what they're looking for. They're trying to get to 680 here, folks. They're trying to get to 687, 696, trying to get there. There they are. Watch it go now. Watch it. Watch it go. Watch it go up. You see? You see? They got their quota. They got their quota, folks. They got their quota right there. You just saw it. I called it out exactly what was going to happen. Look at it shoot up. And now we're going to go up here to get 600 here. 720. You see how that works, folks? It's like clockwork. Here's Muhammad bought at 711. Thank you. Come again. Nice. And look at it go up over 713. Folks, they've already got, listen, when they get to 600, when they get to 680, it's going to go. It's going to go right on up if they can even get to 680. You watch, folks. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. You just saw down here when they got it to 600, shit, it was done. It was just, they try to yank it back down now here. Desperation kicks in. Man, they got no more room here. There's no more room at the end. They already reached 900,000 at the 709 and a half or whatever it was, 703 and a half, 900 and something thousand. They are maxed out here. And when they get to 900, no way it goes anymore. It's done. It's going to be done, folks. Thank you for my last order at 708. I appreciate that. And now they let me drop my DCA to 717. Dumbasses. There's no way it's going to stay here, folks. It isn't going to happen, folks. There's no way. These are already oversold. They got their quota here, 662, 617, 687, 696, 770, 716, 876, 748. Well, sorry. Now we go to here. There's just no more capacity down here. None. It's going here, folks, and they're going to try to get 700 here, 600 or 700 here. Once they do, it will go even beyond this. And that's the gig, folks. That's how it works. That's how it all works, just so you're aware of it. I'm making sure you understand how it works. And listen, guys, I don't see any darkness on these candlesticks. I don't see any darkness on any of them. Up here, I see darkness, and I see darkness, and I see darkness. Meaning all those shares there were sold on the bid. All the shares sold on the bid, sold on the bid. This many from there to there, sold on the bid, sold on the bid, bought on the ask. Sold on the bid all the way out of this 974,000 were thrown out to the bidder there. To this point, from here to here, and over here to there, bought on the ask. So why I mention this to you is because really right here is the last place any shares were sold on the bid. That little dark section right there at that price was the last price shares were sold on the bid. And that price was $7.19. From that point on, every single share down here, every one of them has been bought on the ask. There's no darkness, no darkness, no darkness, none, no darkness at all. Every single share here is being bought on the ask. Now, I don't know who has the deep pockets that can keep throwing out shares that are getting bought on the ask, but somebody does, and somebody's trying to hold it down. And up here, again, only till you get to this number is where shares were thrown out on the bid. All the way up here, that number, $7.19 a share. Shares were sold on the bid there. Every one of these has been bought on the ask, people. I'm trying to get it across to you understand. Whoever's throwing them out, they're being bought on the ask. It doesn't matter what. They're throwing them out, but they're being bought on the ask. Whatever the ask price is, they're being bought. What that means is that the sellers just keep throwing out the ask. They're dropping the ask. They're dropping the ask. These sellers, these market manipulators, they're putting ask prices out 1 penny below the other. They're just putting ask out. They're just lowering the ask. And they're being bought there. Every share they throw out is being bought on the ask. Here, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. But whoever's got the pockets full of shares to sell, the shorters, they're selling them, but they're being all bought on the ask. I'm trying to get this across to you. They're all being bought on the ask. Every single share that's being sold right now is being sold and bought on the ask. Look at it rise, folks. And I just lowered my dollar cost average to 716. And now, mysteriously, the AGPU that was just driven down to 653 a share is at 680. It was just down to 653, I showed you. Now 680. AGPU. Today's low. 7 cents below yesterday's low. 7 cents under. And once they establish that, back up to 682, folks, just like that. And now you know why I bought so many shares at 666. You heard me. Ding, 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 ding. Adding up shares at 666 a share. I just bought more and more and more there. And now you know why. Also 657, I bought some. All right. Let's get back over here to Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And I love it. They just ran it down to 652. I bought it at 666. And I'm selling 5 shares here just to see what it fills at. 678.5. All right. Well, I bought it yesterday on the low 660, so 678.5 is a profit, regardless of how little it might be. And but I am only selling 5 shares at a time, and this is AGPU. I'm not selling a lot, but I want to move it over to this other one. And because I feel pretty strongly that they've reached now 1 million here. They got 1 million shares they sold at $7. That was nice of them. They got almost as many there. They got almost as many there as they got at 710. They bought almost as many down there at 7 as they bought at 710. And I just filled at 704. And what I'm trying to do is drop my dollar cost average down to 713. And my dollar cost average now on this stock is 715 a share. And since I already know every single share that was just sold down here was thrown out and bought on the ask, I presume that all we're going to see, I guess, is them try to get this quota here at these prices to 1 million on every one. They almost got 1 million there, and then it jumped to here, 777, then 1 million, and now they're going for 1 million here, folks. At 708, they got the 1 million. They're done there. Now we're going up here. Now we're going here, and we're going to here. They're going to get 1 million at 711, folks. They're going to get 1 million at 711 right now. That is what they're aiming for, 1 million at 711. Watch them try to get 1 million here at 711. They did not get 1 million here. They failed to get that. They did get the 1 million here. They got near 900,000. They only got 550, 495, 581, 182,000. At what price? 704.5. Of course, the KY flag comes out. Then they can't even get 1 million, can't even get over 777. And now we rise, folks, right on up. There we go. And I just went green. My dollar cost average, 715. Up we go, folks. Yeah, baby. Nice. All right. Yes. All right, everyone. QS. All right. And now we're going to go over all these numbers. They're not going to get 1 million here at any of this. No way, man. Everybody's buying on the ask. I guess they ran out of shares to keep throwing out. They must have just run out, guys. And I already explained to you guys, all of you. How do I know I only see numbers? What do you mean? How do you know I only see numbers? I don't know what you mean. How do I know that all the shares were bought on the ask? Is that what you're asking? Because I happen to know, because I talked to a representative who was here on my channel from TD Ameritrade. Charles Schwab used to be TD Ameritrade, and a TD Ameritrade employee was on my channel, and I asked him. I said, "Hey, can you describe or explain? I think this is what's going on, but can you clarify this for me?" And I asked that guy that was from TD Ameritrade. I said, "Does this dark area mean that was sold on the bid? And this area was bought on the ask?" And he said, "Yes, that's what it means. The dark areas are sold on the bid. The light areas are bought on the ask." I said, "Okay, thank you." That's how I know, because I asked Charles Schwab, or I asked TD Ameritrade, and they told me. So what I just showed everybody is down here, there's no dark areas. Even though all those 5 million shares were just thrown out down here for people to buy, they weren't buying on the bid. They were buying the ask. And so the people that were selling kept lowering the ask, lowering the ask, lowering the ask. This is what manipulators do. They lower the ask. They lower the ask. They lower the ask. But everybody was buying the ask here. See? Up here, this is the first place where any shares were sold on the bid. This is the first number right here where shares were sold on the bid. Right there. There was that many shares sold on the bid. Everything else bought on the ask. And that's why I know it's going to go over this price now. Because there's a lot more demand for the stock here than there is anybody that wants to throw it out on the bid. There's a lot more demand for it. Every single share you're seeing bought, even right here and now, at these prices, they're being bought on the ask. Meaning the demand is over the supply. Understand what I'm saying? There's no darkness on any of these candlesticks at all. None of these shares were sold to the bid. In other words, none of them were paid at the bid price. Everybody just kept wanting to buy it, no matter what the ask was being dropped down. They wanted to buy it there. They were buying on the ask, buying on the ask, buying on the ask. No matter that they kept throwing out the ask lower and lower and lower, everyone kept buying it. Even here, every single share that was sold was purchased on the ask. All 93,248 were purchased on the ask. Every one of them. Every share here was purchased on the ask. Every purchase here was made on the ask. All of these were made on the ask. This is the first place where shares were sold on the bid. And that's how I know that the price is going to go over this price. All right? And this is my dollar cost average right now, $7.15 a share. And I can see, interestingly enough, at 716.5, KY flag comes out and they're throwing out shares. They're all getting bought on the ask at 716.5. All bought on the ask. All this that's being thrown out right now is being bought on the ask. Every bit of it. Every share that's currently being sold is being bought on the ask. See, there's a lot of people wanting to buy here. There's 7,900 that want to buy. There's only 4,000 that want to sell. This is why it's all being bought on the ask. There's way more demand than there is supply. And every share is being bought on the ask. Every one of them, right here. Every share being sold right now is being bought on the ask. And what that tells you is there's a demand for the stock. There's a desire to buy and accumulate this stock, QS. They're all buying on the ask, every one of them. None of these shares are being sold on the bid. Only at this price were any shares sold on the bid. And that price, $7.20 a share is where they started dumping them, where they started buying on the bid. That's right. Ask price is you want to sell. Bid price is you want to buy. That's exactly right. But they're throwing them out. They're throwing them out. They're asking lower and lower and lower and lower amounts. They keep asking for less and less and less. But everything is being bought on the ask. They keep trying to throw them out for less and less and less and less. But every time they do, it's being bought. It's being bought on that number, on the ask. Only until they got it up to here were any shares at all sold to the bid. The trend is upwards. The trend is up. QS, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm looking at, the stock QS. And by the way, look at AGPU, folks. AGPU. It's going to go up from right here, 30 cents. Your sells should be now, if you bought it at 666 with me, you should sell at 692, 93, 94 when it gets there. AGPU. Sell a little bit there. If you just bought with me at 666, 30 cents is the move. That's what they've been doing with this stock over and over. I showed everybody this morning. You can clearly see what's going on with this stock. Make sure, in case you missed this, that I'll show you now so you can understand. Okay, here you go. Here was the price right there, and that price was $7.39, $7.40 a share. $7.40 a share. What did they drop it to? 666. 80-cent drop. Then how much did it go up from 666? It went up to $7. 34-cent rise. 34-cent drop. You see that? From this price. How much did it drop? I bet you it was 30 cents. $6.90 a share. And they dropped it to $6.40. 50-cent drop this morning in the pre-market. So you got 40-cent drop. Then you got 30-cent rise, 30-cent drop, 20-cent rise, 20-cent drop, 20-cent rise, 20-cent drop, 20-cent rise, 50-cent drop. Are you seeing this? 30-cent rise, 20-cent drop, 50-cent rise, 30-cent drop, 50-cent rise, 30-cent drop. Are you getting the picture? I mean, holy crap, this is a field day they're having. Look at this price here this morning, the low. $6.69 to $7.64, a $1 rise. And then a $1 drop. And now a $1 rise. I mean, this is getting to be absolutely fantastic. This stock, AGPU. Learn how to trade it, folks. Look at the patterns. Look at this run up in the morning and then the double drop. And then look, the run up in the morning and then the double drop. I mean, come on, people. Run up in the morning, double drop. And then from here, and this price that they dropped it to of 608, the daggum thing goes up here to 756. 608 to 755, folks. Then back to 608. Then up to 728. $1.20 rise. I mean, guys, you can swing this stock and make a ton of money on it. And they're doing it to the retailers. They're making a killing on it. AGPU. And why wouldn't they? The news was so good of a $260 million contract with NVIDIA that they know they're going to be able to just work this stock, work it, herk it, jerk 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 it, folks. You can only do this so long with it. And after a while, this whole area gets shaven bald. Okay? You can only do this so many times. And after you do this so many times, this trench gets shaven bald. It's bald. And there's nothing to stop it now. Nothing. You do this so many times. And eventually, people catch on. And they say, hell, I'm just going to buy this thing here. I'm just going to buy it here. I'm going to buy it with Catfish. I'm going to buy it this morning with Catfish. Look at that thing, folks. Headed for the frickin', who knows? It could go up $1 right now. It could go up $2. They've proven it already, right? It's not hard for this to get drove down in the pre-market and then go up $1 from $6.40 a share up to $7.61. Alexa, what is 7.61 minus 6.40?
7.61 minus 6.4 is 1.21.
$1.20 off yesterday's pre-market low, up $1.20.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
So it was, and I should do this on the 5-day chart. highlight this area. There we go. So just so I can, for my own pleasure, this price here, $7.23 a share. Okay? 7.23. And then that was at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the morning, 7.23. And at the open, 6.42. $0.81 drop. From 6.42, they ran it back up to 7.61. And that was up $1.21 or $1.19. I think. Alexa, what is 7.61 minus 6.42?
7.61 minus 6.42 is 1.19.
Yep, 119. So, Alexa, what is 7.23 minus 6.42?
7.23 minus 6.42 is 0.81.
81 cents.
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. So they dropped at 81. They rose at $1.19. Alexa, what is 7.62 minus 6.76?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 7.62 minus 6.76?
7.62 minus 6.76 is 0.86.
86-cent drop, okay? So we got an
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Jeez, would you shut up? So we have an 81-cent drop, a $1.19 rise, an 86-cent drop. From 676, it went to 756, 755. Alexa, what is 7.55 minus 6.76?
7.55 minus 6.76 is 0.79.
79 cents up. Alexa, stop. Didn't give her a chance that time. Then it goes from 6.61 to 7.41. Alexa, what is 7.55 minus 6.61?
7.55 minus 6.61 is 0.94.
So, all right. From 6.61, and then from there, they drove the price slowly and surely down from 7.41, 7.55 to 6.61. Then they went from 7.55 down to 6.72. But from the 6.61, they went up to 7.42. Alexa, what is 7.42 minus 6.61?
7.42 minus 6.61 is 0.81.
81 cents, okay.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. And then from the 742, they dropped it to all the way slowly down to 673. Alexa, what is 7.42 minus 6.73?
7.42 minus 6.73 is 0.69.
That's the smallest amount yet. And then from that price, they went from 6.73 up to 7.63. Alexa, what is 7.63 minus 6.73?
7.63 minus 6.73 is 0.9.
90 cents. And from there, they went from 766, really. It was 763, 764. From 764, they took it down to 653. $1.11. The most drastic drop yet. So this has been over the last 2 days. You could have shorted this at 723, bought it back 81 cents lower, then sold it $1.19 higher, then bought it back 86 cents lower, then sold it 80 cents basically higher, then bought it back 94 cents lower, then sold it 81 cents higher, bought it back 69 cents lower, sold it 90 cents higher, and then bought it back $1.11 lower. Just now. And so far, from each low, I want you to understand that the lowest gain has been 79 cents. The lowest gain from buying these lows so far is 79 cents. Here it went up 81 cents, 79 cents, 81 cents, 90 cents. $1.19 it went up. So folks, from this low that we just established this morning at 653, well, the minimum it should go up is 81 cents. Alexa, what is 6.53 plus 0.81?
6.53 plus 0.81 is 7.34.
Well, there you go, folks. We're going to sell this at $7.33 a share. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but hey, I'm just using history, folks. And again, please understand, I provide and you decide. All I do is provide you this type of information and you decide. All right? And it's become pretty obvious that they are fleecing and then running up and fleecing and running up and fleecing and running up and fleecing and running up. This is the procedure. This is what they're doing repeatedly. AGPU. And you guys just saw me buy about 400 shares at $6.66 a share, and now it's sitting at $6.90. All right? AGPU. And look at the buyers coming in down here. More buyers than sellers by 8. This is 80% more buyers than sellers. Here, 90% more buyers than sellers. Here, you got 70 to 30 buyers versus sellers. Every time they fleece, my bag gets bigger. Yep. Well, there she goes, folks. And don't be surprised to see it go up and for us to sell at 733 next. I'm going to when it gets there. Even though my dollar cost average is higher, hey, I ain't no dummy. I see what they're doing. I see the game they're playing. Trading in a trench, folks. Trading in a trench. Those are some phenomenal swing trades right there. And a lot of times it's happening in just hours. And also, just in case it interests you to know this, if you're wondering why they took the 5-day average down to that line, go back and look at the past. Look at that line. Look at that line. Look at the line. Look there. Look there. Look. Why they took the 5-day down to that line right there. Why? Why did they decide to take the 5-day down to this line? Well, look. Look at that line. Right there. Let me highlight it for you. There it is. Why did they take it down to that line? Well, they accumulated the shit out of it here before they dropped and popped it all the way up, right? And then here it was a line of resistance, and it went back up. Here it was a line to drop it to, and it went back up. Here it was a line to drop it to, went back up. Over here, it was a line to drop it to, and right back up. Over here, I mean, folks, do you see now why? I always want to teach people on this channel, these lows that they drop it to, they're not ambiguous. There's a reason. Go back through the history. Find what they've done with it so many times there. It's been, folks, from this line, how far has it fallen? From this line, how far has it fallen? There, that far. If you look at that, that's the distance. But how high has it gone up? And from this line, how far has it fallen? Well, that far. How high has it gone? From this line, how far has it fallen? And how high from this line has it gone up? From this line, how far did it fall? And how high did it go up? From here, how far did it fall? To there only. And then how high did it go up? So I ask again, from this line, how far did it fall? And what will be the likely result? If every time they've been able to drop this far below that line, that far, well, there's the same amount. See it? Right there. There's no coincidence about that line either. You need to understand it, understand how it works and what they're doing. It's not a random, ambiguous number that they just dropped that to. Right then, they dropped it to that number because they knew they dropped it here to that number, and they dropped it here to that number. And they know they could get it to that number. They knew it. It's proven that there's weak hands on that line, and weak hands to that line, and weak hands to this line. They knew, and that's why they just took it to that line. And this is what you learn being on a channel with a guy who's been trading for 26 years, folks. All right? This is what you can learn. And that is that these lows that are established on the daily amounts, they're already pre-established lows that they know of. They already know about them. They've done it before. They're going to do it again. If they've done it historically there and there and there, and they did it historically there that many times, they're going to do it one more time, folks. One more time for all the good times. And then off she goes. Your sell from buying here is going to be at $7.30, folks. All right, that's my call out. Put your sell orders Good till cancel plus extended at $7.30 a share. Okay? And just so you know, these low numbers they always achieve, folks, it doesn't take long for them to go from these low numbers right back up. This is only an hour. This right here is only 2 hours. Right? This right here happened in an hour and a half. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long. We know there's a big gap here. We know there's a big gap here. We know it because it fell from there to there. We know it because it rose from there to there. We know it because it fell from there to there. We know it because it rose from there to there. We know it because it fell from there to there. We know it because it rose from there to there. We know it because it fell from there to there. And we know that it will rise from there to there. We know it. As a matter of fact, the chances are the least it's going to get from there is here. This is the least we're going to see. And that price is $7.10. So we know that we're probably going to be safe to start selling at $7.10 up through $7.30. All right? We know that because of history, folks. Sell some now that we just bought at $6.66 at this line, $7.03. Then they'll pull it back down to $6.92. We'll get some. Then we'll sell it the next time all the way up here at this line, $7.10. Then they'll pull it back down to $7.01. Then we'll sell it at $7.10. Then we'll come up here and sell it at $7.16. Then they'll pull it down to $7.08. We'll buy some more. Then from there, well, heck, it's going to go up here to after $7.16. After $7.16 right here, it's going to go to this high. And that price is $7.33, folks. Watch it. Watch it close. AGPU. Nobody wants to sell any of it for less than $6.99. And they just raised the bid from $6.88 to $6.91. So they just gave up on their $6.88 buys. It's $6.91 now. And of course, when they raise the bid to $6.91, the ask goes from $6.99 down to $6.98. So they're trying to counter, as the bid is coming up, they try to counter by dropping an ask lower, a penny lower. All right, folks, AGPU. Now let's go back to the 1 day and look at QS. Ah, nice. So we bought the low there. We bought some more on the double ta-ta. Then they come here. Then they try one more low, back up again, and there she goes, QS. QS, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the freaking 20-day chart on it. There it is at $10.04 a share yesterday morning in the pre-market, $10.04. And I bought it right there on the low this morning. Why did I buy it there? Because I went back through history and I saw this far below was a good place to buy it. This far below was a good place to buy it. This far below was a good place to buy it, below the 200. So here, when I saw it that far below, I figured, probably a good place to buy it. All right? And when I see the 5-day come down to the 200 and go up, and I see the 5-day come down to the 200 and rise, and I see the 5-day here go down to the 200 and rise, well, the 5-day just came down to the 200 right there. That's why I'm buying the damn thing there, okay? I'm no dummy. Now, right time, now it is 11:08. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor at 11:08. At 11:08 and 48 seconds, I'd like to ask you to please hit the like button for me. Got 65 people here. We got 67 likes. But we got some new people who have come in, I'm sure. So I'm going to be doing a countdown. And I'll start the countdown at 11:08 and 38 seconds. And I'd like you to hit some love for me for right now. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. I'd appreciate it very, very much. And those red lines are lines of resistance. This red line is a line that was previous resistance to the drop, to the rise. That line is a line of resistance. And you can see they brought it up here right to that line again and hit it hard, just like they did here. The same thing. And the same result from here to there, from here to there. The exact same. You can see it. You can see it with your own two eyes. You know, I say it's the exact same, but it's not the exact same. Because over here, when they drove the price from here down to here, the 200-day average was down here, and the 50-day was here. So I say that these are the same drops, but they're not the exact same. Because from this line down to here, the 200 was here, and the 50 was here. And now, from this drop from here to the same point, and the 200 is up here, people. The 50-day is up here. So there really is nothing exact same about it, just so you understand. There's nothing exactly the same about it. When this drop went from here of the 5-day average to right there, the 200-day average was here, and the 50-day was here. Now they establish the same drop, but the 200 has gone from here up to here, folks. It's not down below. It's not down below where they dropped from here to here. It's not below it. Now they drop from here to here, and the 200 is way up here. It's above it. And here again, where they dropped from here down to there, the 50-day was here. And now they drop it from here to here, and the friggin' 50-day is way up here, people. So there is no, the similarity only is that they dropped it from the same line to the same price. The same line to the same price. That's the only similarity. Everything else is skewed to the upside. And it's obvious that from this same drop, the 200 is now gone all the way from here up to there. Hello, Nouveau Music, and thank you. So understand, folks, this stock is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And by the way, when they dropped this from here down to here, please look at where the 5-day moving average was, the light blue. It stopped right there. And now they try to drop from here to there, but look where the 5-day stops. Here, up here. The 5-day is here, folks. The 5-day average is up here. When they made it fall from here to here, the 5-day average was here. Okay? When they dropped it from here to here, the 5-day average was there. When they dropped from here to here, the 5-day average is now up here. And I hear a mouse in the house. Oh yeah, it's there. I'll show you. No, there's 3 or 4. There's bottles around the corner on that low shelf, and there's some sitting. No, there should be a beef there too. All right. Hold on, guys. We have a surplus of all kinds of foods down here, rations, if you will, for if we have an emergency. We have a grocery store in our basement here. We never run out of everything. Never. We won't. Well, I mean, can't say never, but there's unlikely we would. We're back in the saddle. Let's get back in the saddle. Okay, got our coffee refilled. How are we looking here? Let's see a bounce. This is QS stock we're looking at, QS. And I just bought it below the 200-day average. Hopefully we'll see it continue to rise here. That somebody definitely wanted to get some of this down below here because they consolidated, capitulated, converged the thing, and then attack it down, and then off she goes. And there is no more attacking. You can see right now, they made their attack. They got it down. Now they come in. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Larry Pitts, good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Welcome to the tank. And I must apologize to you, but I'm going to be mailing out your shirt tomorrow morning when I get a day off with the other shirt of the winner today. Today's drawing, I'm sorry, I had my granddaughter here, and she was here all the way up until yesterday, and then I had to put all the toys away and the crib away and all the stuff I had to do after I stopped streaming. And then had to make dinner, and so I did not get a chance to ship out your shirt yesterday, but it's going to go out. I'll do yours with whoever wins the drawing today. And today, the list of people who have contributed gifts are going to be getting this shirt. This very shirt that I'm wearing. I'm wearing it today, and it says, "I could be wrong, but I don't think so," on the back. And this is the shirt, the very shirt that you will be getting, okay? And I will be sending them both of these shirts out tomorrow to you lucky winners. All right? And so I'm sorry, and I apologize for not getting them out earlier. But I kind of had my hands full, and I kind of don't have any say. My wife is the one that tells me what to do and when to do it. So, Larry, don't worry. Yours is coming. Just like Mo Deeb just got his shirt finally. And I also have a coffee cup coming out to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you should be getting your coffee cup. It should have already arrived. All right? Emmanuel, your coffee cup should have already arrived. Now, let's go take a look across the entire market and see what's going on in the stock market and all of the major indexes before we move forward. And right now, I want you to be aware that the S&P 500 is green. A lot of money in here, trillions of dollars. The Dow is recovering. The NASDAQ up almost 300 points. And in case you didn't know it, folks, I'll share this with you. The freaking NASDAQ is where most of the retail market is. Most retail investors are invested in the NASDAQ. This is where the average Joe trades, okay? Now, yes, there is more capital, the market cap in the S&P 500 with all these trillion-dollar investment companies, but this is where the sentiment can be felt of the American average trader, retailers, in the NASDAQ, okay? And the Russell as well has got a lot of retail, small caps. All right? So, just so you're aware of it. Now, I want to get back to my charts. And this morning, Tony called out a stock, QS. And I don't know whether it was a good idea to buy into it, but I see, again, they're making an attempt to try to get it under $7 a share. And that could be because it's Friday and options people. Now, let me go first here and look at something on this QS stock right now. All right. Just give me a minute. And oh, by the way, AGPU that this morning low was 653 on. I want you to know that it's now at 690 a share, and I bought mine at 666. This is AGPU, and I suggested that it was a buy today at 666 a share, and some of you might have bought with me. As a matter of fact, I want to ask in our chat here, and we'll ask in the chat room with a question, did you buy any AGPU with me at 666? Take the caps lock button off. Did you buy any AGPU with me today when it dropped below 666? Question mark. And I should ask if you bought any when it dropped to 660, where I told Wendy to have her order was 660 a share. And I showed everybody why to put an order at 660 a share or 659. And the reason, and I'm just going to go ahead and start this poll now. Did you buy any AGPU with me today when it dropped below 660? And there's actually two reasons why, of course, 660 is a good place to buy when they drop it. And one of those reasons is because that number is on my buy-sell sheet. It says if you've sold it, to buy back right here at the 60. Buy back at the 60. So 660, that's one of the reasons you should have purchased at 660 today. But another reason AGPU would have been a good price to buy at 660 was because of this reason I'm going to show you right now. And the reason I suggested Wendy put a buy order today at 660 a share is because of this. Yesterday's low was 660 a share. Okay? So about 2.5 hours ago, Wendy, I knew was here, and I said, Wendy, you should put an order in on this stock, AGPU, for 660 a share or 659. And then I explained to her the reason why is because hedge funds and shorters love to make the low below the previous day's low. This makes them feel powerful, okay? So you can see the low here was 803 on the day the news came out about the contract with NVIDIA for $260 million worth of chips this company's making. So the price went up to $14 in the pre-market, and then when it opened, it was at 1086. You want to know why that number is? And I've told people on this channel before, and I've told you before, 1086, folks, means we're going to 86 this stock at that number. And that's exactly what they did. And I've told you about that number, folks, 86. It opened at 85, and then they 86'd it, people. I've told you about this number. This is an absolute sell number on my buy-sell sheet for that reason. Right here, you can clearly see I have over here, sell 86 right there. That is an absolute 84, 86, 87, 88. You should be selling there. Sell, sell, sell. 86. They're 86ing the stock. They're 86ing it. Get it? They 86'd it. And so that morning, even though in the pre-market, the price had been up to $14.47, even though it hit $14.47, as soon as that market opened at 1085, they 86'd it and ran it down to 803. And then the next day was much lower low. See, because this is a huge contract, and they don't want to buy the dang stock at $14.47. And make something a little bit more clear for you so that you understand this in its entirety. It's a little hard to understand because of my handwriting, but the price hit $14.47. The news was that they had a $260 million 3-year contract with NVIDIA to make chips for them. What they did was they said, dang, we got to get in on this. We got to make the price fall, though. And just be aware, the tricky part is there was only 5.54 million shares to trade. So what do? Well, in my opinion, you buy up every dang share till the price hits $14.47. And after you've got all these retailers coming in the pre-market, you buy up all the shares you can get of the 5.54 million, and then you start selling them. But ladies and gentlemen, here's what you need to understand. Even though the shares outstanding is only 5.54 million, they sold 83,510,000. Wow. Dang, folks. I'm going to have to take about a 5-minute break, maybe longer, because my wife just brought me down an unbelievable looking sandwich. And I cannot let it go cold. But what I wanted you to be aware of about this AGPU is that the price was able to sell, the shares were able to sell, even though there's 5 million, 83 million is because they sell them in a circle. And one sells to the next, to the next, to the next, and they short sell it. And they're short selling it, and they're short selling it, and short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling. And the same shares just go around the table over and over and over to a short seller, to a short seller, to someone else selling it short and buying a short position, buying a short position, buying a short. And the next thing you know, a stock that only has 5.54 million has suddenly sold 83,510,800. That's right. There it is for you to see right there. It sold 83 million shares, which it didn't have. There were only 5.4 million of them, folks. And the only way to account for numbers that high is by this process. And to make the price fall from $14.47 a share all the way down to $6.39. By the way, today's low was $6.53. So 14 cents away today's low was from the all-week low. Notice this drop from $14.47 to $6.39 is $8.08, Savannah. 808. Down 126.5%. And they dropped it straight down to the 200-day moving average, selling shares in a circle, short, 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 short. And drop it down then till it taps the 200-day average. The precision of it. Pretty amazing. Precision. Textbook, folks. This is the 5-day chart I'm going to show you. And I know I've got a lot of red lines in here that make it very hard to see much on the 5-day chart. But ladies and gentlemen, what you got here is something called mirroring going on. And you can see where the mirror is, I'll put a line where it was. And the mirror should be about right here, in my opinion. Right there. And you can see right here the little bit of a run-up price. Well, they took it from there. The same run-up price, it was down to here. So the mirroring goes from here back to there. But ladies and gentlemen, from here, look at the duration before it went up. So my call here, this is the mirror. This little white part here was happened here. You can hardly see it. It's kind of buried in there. But if you do it like this, you can see it. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I call this is called mirroring. And you can learn from this, folks. And the peak was here, and the peak was there, and the drop was to here, and the drop was to there. Okay? It's the same drop. And then from that drop is a rise to there. Okay? And that's what you're going to see now. This is called mirroring. And I really don't want to even have all these lines in here because they're mucking up so much. So I'm going to remove them all right now, folks. I don't want them here anymore. I'm just going to delete them. One by one, they're going away. There we go. So here's your mirroring. And this mirror really should be moved over a little bit to right there. Right there. So this is your mirroring. You can see the effects of how it works. You can see how this works exactly. You can see how this works. You can see how it works. You can see how the drop is the same as the drop. And it's called mirroring, folks. And from here, you're going to see some herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking. It's going to go back to this line. And then it goes to there. This is AGPU. All right? And the reason I say this is all going to happen is because the 200 is rising. And it's harder to see on this chart because this is a 5-day. But look at the 20-day. Look at the 200-day moving average. Look at the 45 and 50, folks. It's a red belly blueback. And all they can do is just push the price down to it one last time. Hey, man. This 50-day was here when this blue line went up there. And now the 50-day's up here. And the blue line is going to go again. But how high will it go now? This is the blue 50-day right there. Brought down to the rising 45. It got right down there near it. And it sprungboard. Then it comes here. Gets down here near it. Springboards. Gets over here. Gets down there near it. Springboards. Gets down here near it. And springboards, folks, because the 200 and the 50 and 45 carry too much weight. This is nothing but a big old woody, folks. This is a woodpecker here. There's his crown. There's his head. There's his eyeballs right there. Right there's his eyeball. And this is where he's got his pecker right now, pecking, right on the rising 50-day. And when he pecks in there too much, you can see he pecked right there, and that made a hole in it, and boom, it's off, man. There's no concealing it now. There's none. 200's rising, 50's rising, 45's rising. And they sit here and just wedge here, bar coding in this area for as long as they can. Then the 50 gets up there and shoves it all right up their butt. I'm telling you, folks, you watch it. When this 50 gets up here into this range of bar coding, it's all over. Then it runs up. Everyone knows this. This is what happens 99 times out of 100, folks. when the 50-day gets up into this barcode area, they make one last stab at it right there, and then she's gone. This is AGPU, folks. I'm calling it for what it is. The ash just rose to $7. Nobody wants to sell this stock for below $7. When does it end? One ponders. Yes. Thank you for letting me know, the Bass Assassin RXT. All right, you guys. The stock I'm talking about is AGPU. It just required $260 million CPU order. They got an order from NVIDIA, a 3-year contract to supply them with chips for 3 years. And so they have now had their price decimated from reaching a high on the news of $4.47. When it got to $4.47, they had bought so many shares, and then they just started selling them in circular fashion, down, 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 down. And what did they want to sell them down to? Because they wanted to get in at the 200-day average. Not on this long-term chart, but they wanted in at the 200 on the 5-day. I'm going to show you now. So right here, all they did was keep selling and selling. And again, the company only had out there 5.54 million shares. The only shares available, 5.54 million, but they traded 83,510,000. How? By short selling to one another all the way down to where they could buy it below the 200-day average. And here they bought some on the 200. Here they bought it again on the rising 200. Here they got it this morning below the 200. Well, guess what? Folks, where they bought it here below the 200, the 200-day average was down here. When they bought it here on the 200, it had risen to there. When they bought it here on the 200, it's now risen to here. So what if they get a chance to buy it below the 200, like I did just a little bit ago at $6.66 a share? It doesn't matter. Every time they've got it at the 200, at it, near it, below it, it's just gone up. And this is huge news. They're just trying to make this an attrition match against retailers who are too stupid and don't understand what they're doing. And I understand what they're doing. And I'm telling you, this is mirroring. And this over here is the same as this right here. And this run up here is the same as that one there. And this peak here is the same as that peak there. And this drop here is the same as that drop there. It's as simple as that. And when it comes off this line, folks, it's going to go. And it's going to go to this price. This is where it's going right now. It's going to go to this price. You can guarantee it. It will. It's going up to there. And if it breaks that, it's going to go to there and then there. And once it breaks this price right here, it is going to go all the way back up, folks. This is the most critical line right here. I'm telling you, that line right there is the most critical. And in fact, as you can see here, and I'll show you so you can clearly see this, and this is AGPU. There. When it gets over this line, folks, right here, you can see what it did here. They dropped this in 2.5 hours in the after hours. They chiseled away with it with 1 share sells and 2 share sells and 1 and twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie. And the reason was because I wasn't buying. I was with my granddaughter and I couldn't keep it up there. So they just onesie twosie this all the way down. And they did it over 2.5 hours. And they dropped the stock price from right here, and the price was $9.23, folks. $9.23. When the price closed that day, it closed at $9.23. And within just 2.5 hours, they had dropped the price to right there, folks. And that price, $7. $2.23 down in an after-hour rundown. Okay, understand? That is how they dropped it from here at $9.23 to $7.38 right there. So that's why this line is so critical to them now. And it was critical to them here. See? And the reason that it's critical is because they know that it went from here to here on very minimal volume, after hour volume. There's a gap here, folks, I'm telling you. And when this thing gets back up and goes over this line, there's a huge gap all the way to here. All right? You watch. Just watch with your own two eyes, folks. When this thing comes back up and crosses over this line of the resistance right there, and where they dropped it from here to there, folks, they dropped it here on no volume. If you look down here, do you see any candlesticks of volume? It was done on no volume, folks. I can tell you, they ran it down on very little volume. This is a highlight of it. And they made it fall from right here, like I said, and you can see where the price was here at the closing. They made it fall from $9.23, and they made it fall from $9.23 all the way down to $7, and they made it fall that price in just 2.5 hours with virtually no volume. You see this? You can just barely see it. Nobody owns this thing in here. They ran this thing down with such little volume. I mean, just look at all the volume that bought into it to get it up to 1447. And look how they took it down from $9. Look how they took it down from $9.23 all the way down to $7, and how they did it in just 2.5 hours. See that price? Here's where 8 o'clock was, where this dashes are. 8 p.m. There it is. 707. 708 a share, Savannah. It was 708, I'm sure. I'm just trying to enlighten you people about this stock, AGPU. And you can understand that they ran it down from $9.23 in the closing, $9.23, down to, of course, $7.08 a share right at 8 p.m. And they did that, ladies and gentlemen, with very, very little volume. My point is, there's hardly anyone that owns these shares in this price range, okay? And look, the candlesticks got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. They just kept getting less and less until you can't even see them. You can't even see them. At 8 o'clock, you can't even see any candlesticks there. Well, there's a gap, all right. There's a gap on AGPU, and that gap is right here from $9.23 down to $7.08. There's a gap, all right, and it's from $9.23 to $7.08 with nobody but chiselers running it down $2.10. All right? There's a gap, all right. AGPU, there's a gap. And look at that thing go now. What a surprise. What a surprise with the 5-day breaking over the 10-day now. Maybe it's because of what I'm telling everybody about it. I'm going to keep pumping it, folks, until it goes through the moon. And it's going there on its own anyway because of the news. This is a huge contract, and they're just hoping to fleece people out as long as they can. In my opinion is this is just a war of attrition. They've just been trying to do the retail thing and try and fleece and fleece and fleece as long as they can before it eventually goes to its bona fide, justifiable price range. Because a $260 million increase to their revenue is certainly going to change things, all right? I promise you. And with $260 million, you can do a lot of things. And for each thing that you do and each new step that you take and each new accomplishment you achieve, you make news reports about it. And it propels your price higher and higher and higher. Folks, $260 million is a lot of money, all right, that this company just had contracted for. And believe me, all these market manipulators, they made it possible to run it down from $14. And they fabricated, we already know that the shares outstanding is only 5.54 million. Alexa, what is 83,500,000 minus 5.54 million?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 83,500,000 minus 5 million?
83,500,000 minus 5 million is 78,500,000.
So they basically, there's only 5.54 million shares available. They fabricated 79 million shares that didn't exist. And the reason I say that they did that is because, again, they could only do that by selling them to each other over and over and over, repeatedly, short selling it in a circle over and over and over. That's the only reason that the volume was 83 million when there's only 5.5 million shares available. This is my scenario. I could be wrong, but I think this is how they did it right here. That's how they got up to 83 million that day when there's only 5.5 million and the float is only 3.96 million. Interestingly enough, let's go see how many shares of it have traded today, just for curiosity's sake. Only 842,000 now. Interesting. All that 83 million shares and now 842,000. Huh. AGPU. 83 million shares traded to run it down from $14.47 on the news of the $260 million contract. 83 million, even though there's 5 million shares available. 5.54. All right. And today, the rundown to a new low, 7 cents below yesterday's low, was achieved on that many shares. Who owns the other 5.54 million, I wonder? Where are they? Well, they must be holding them now, right? They're not selling them. Am I guessing right? I mean, you tell me. The float, we already know, is 3-point-something million. You guys, hold on a second here. I'm going to have my sandwich. I can't let it go cold. So if you don't mind, I will jump over here to my Spotify channel, and I'll play you a song or two on my song list. These are all songs that I have on Spotify and all the music providers, all music channels. And this is me right there, Tyler. Artist Tyler Self. So we're going to click on that. and we're going to play you my music. Hopefully you enjoy it, folks. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. And this is my music on Spotify. And this song here is called Mary's Tears. Mary's Tears. Nope. That's supposed to be my song list. Why are you adding someone else's music? No. It's supposed to be mine. Just my stuff. There we go. I'm going to play you a song done by me and my friend he is in right now from Berlin, but he's from France. His name is Jean-Chris Benetti, and he does all the instrumentation. I do all the vocals on this down by the riverside. What the heck is this? I want to play this song. No. There we go.
Down by the riverside, cold beer in my hand, the perfect place to run and hide. Yeah, I'm a broken man. I think back to that rainy day when I first met you here. You chased all the clouds away and made the sun appear down by the riverside that day. riverside. My beer is now half through. I take a sip and wonder why I ever fell in love with you. You told me from the very start your heart could not be won, but I was falling so in love and having so much fun down by the riverside. You came and you made my whole life change. Down by the riverside that day, you stole my heart away. It's true, I fell in love with you that day. Down by the riverside, my beer is nearly gone. Just like the river flowing by, yes, it's time you move along. I wish that I could find somewhere you would stay here with me. But if you do come back one day, then this is where I'll be. Down by the riverside, me and you. It was like that you come true. Down by the riverside, you and me.
All right, everybody. Well, that song there by me, artist Tyler Self, otherwise known as AKA Catfish Tyler. And I go by the name Tyler Self on all my music. If you do happen to play and listen and stream my music and during the day, I hope you enjoy it. And if you're on a road trip, check out over 65 songs I have on there. Right now, we are looking at several stocks today. One of them that we bought already this morning, or some bought with me at 666 perhaps. I don't know. I haven't checked. And 43% said yes. They bought AGPU with me today when it dropped below 666. All right. Well, we got to keep doing that, folks. We got to keep buying the lows. And then we keep watching it below. All right? And let's go have a look at it now on the charts. And we've had some other stocks called out today. For those of you that might have joined in lately or late on the show, these are the stocks that have been called out today. And just so you know, we are going to be doing a drawing today at 4 o'clock, 4:08. And so please, brew is back to $30. All right, you must be wanting me to take a look at it for sure, so I will. If you get that desperate, I'll look at it. Yep, I see it. Back to 30. I think you might have added a few too many zeros. I think 30 cent. Yeah. All right, I got you. Well, someone said this morning, Buru never fails to disappoint. Buru never fails to disappoint. MYSE, we'll look at it right now. And by the way, nothing's really doing very great right now, but Hey, that NYSE, someone fleeced it out early this morning. That was a good dropout. Good. Maybe a good place to pick up a few shares there this morning when they hit it down to $2.84. 284. Good buy. Actually, my buy sell sheet says 282, 283, and I'm pretty sure that's probably where they took it to. That would be my guess. It's on my buy sell sheet, and there it is, 283, 283. So, in case you're wondering what this is in the background behind here, I have a Catfish wall of fame of my biggest donations that I've ever come across. Most of these are 200 minimum donations to get yourself up here on the Catfish wall of fame. And if you want to be on the Catfish wall of fame and get recognized, it's a $200 donation and you're up there. And if you care to, you can come direct to me with the funds instead of going through YouTube. You can just go right through Cash App or Venmo right there. And we are going to be doing the drawing this afternoon. And these are all of the participants of today's drawing right here, folks. And I want you to see how many regular supporters we have, and all of you, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To everyone here, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much. All right? And if you want to be on this drawing, the shirt you're going to get is a one-of-a-kind, and I'm wearing it now right here. Here it is. It's a one-of-a-kind. This is the shirt you'll be getting that I'm wearing. I do have a shirt on underneath it here, so don't worry. I do have a shirt underneath. But it might smell like me a little. And for sure, if it were searched over, you might find some DNA on it. I could even spit this. So, I'm going to be sending you this shirt. It's a 2XL up here on the collar. It's going to have my Catfish logo. And these are the shirts that we're giving away. All right, these shirts right here. And this is not the next shirt we're giving away. This is going to be later on. Just hold on. This next shirt that we're going to be giving away here is going to be the one I'm wearing, actually. And, yeah, I guess after next Friday's drawing, we're going to be giving away the short-eating porpoise, okay? This is next Friday's drawing. And, of course, I can sign these for you if you want them autographed. And then the following is going to be that one. And then the next one is going to be this one. And the last one is going to be that one. And then we're going to be out of Catfish shirts to give away to all of our viewers. It's got all of a... So congratulations to those of you that are in the drawing. And all right, DeBass Assassin says Buru's going to Dollarland next week. Hey, JP Panek. Cat hat. So let's look at right now. Let's take a look at NYSE. It actually looks pretty good. Let's look at it on the longer term chart. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Man, that thing is consolidated, capitulated, converged, and it is looking good. They have brought it right down and bar-coded it here on this 200-day for a long time. And they've almost been able to keep it there till the 50 gets to that 200 as well. But once reaching that point, it will be completely consolidated, capitulated, and converged. And all three of those C words favor longs. I'll just tell you that. All right? All three of those C words favor longs. One thing I want you to do, though, take this chart out to the 188-day chart, 180-day, and now you can actually see what's happening. The 45 and 50, they're definitely not lowering. Now, again, if you take a look at the 20-day chart, it can be a little deceptive. Am I right? Because you look at this 20-day chart and you think, oh, man, the 50 and 45-day are just falling there. Man, that red 50-day and that blue 45, they're just falling. But this is just a short-term optical illusion, because if you take a look at the wider span and go out to 180 days, you see what's really happening. It's building a dang shoulder there, baby. It's building a shoulder. That's called building a shoulder there. They tried to fleece everyone out of it right here too, ladies and gentlemen. They tried to get everyone out of this stock. MYSE. But the 200 has made almost a 90-degree turn. And the freaking 50-day has made a 90-degree turn. See that? The 50-day moving average made a 90-degree turn. You know, there's so many stocks that you see this formation on. Isn't it amazing how often we've seen this, those of you that have been on this channel? Kissing the ET, I call it. A big woodpecker. There's the pecker, the crown on the woodpecker. There's the crest. There's his head. And then he's got a bill here that he pecks with. And there it is, pecking away on the 50-day average. Peck, 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 peck. But the 50's still rising, and so is the 200 during the whole duration of the pecking and pecking and pecking and pecking, all the way down to the 50-day. That whole duration, the 200 has risen the whole time. So has the 45 and 50 during the whole pecking process down to this line. Usually, folks, resistance of these heavy weights down below rising like this will shove this right back up. I'm just saying, and I could be wrong, but this is what usually happens when you have long-term averages rising like this rate, and then you have them flatten out this 45 and 50 while you peck at it and peck at it. All right? I'm just saying what I believe. I think it's going to bounce off this and go back up. I think it's going to bounce off this and go right back up. And I see how they tried to drop this down to here, and I see how it retraced right back up to the 50 to sit on the 50. And they're just waiting for this 45, this 5 and 10 day to meet it too. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a short-eating porpoise. It's the shirt I'm going to be giving away next week. And you can see it. There is its dorsal fin, folks. This is a short-eating porpoise. It's the shirt we're going to give away next Friday. This one. That's what it is. And I know that doesn't really look like a porpoise, but I didn't make this shirt. I had it made. But this is a short-eating porpoise with an ever-rising 200-day during the whole process of milking it down, right to the 50-day. The 50-day just rising and rising and rising, and the 200 just rising and rising and rising, and they just whittle. And this is the definition of consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. It is the definition of it, folks. And all those C words favor longs, especially if the 200 is rising and the 50 is rising when they all come together. All that favors longs. So you be the judge, folks. You can see it right there. Could they try to bring it down and break through this and come all the way down to the 200? Oh, yeah, they sure could. So really at this stage, it's very critical for this stock to respond here and make a move upwards. And I think it will, only because of the rising of the 50 and 45 and 200 rising. It should bounce. It should bounce based on the many years of trading experience that I have. Could it break through here? Yes. Could they go borrow 5 million shares if there's that many available to short it down and sell the crap? Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. They sure could. Okay. Huh. Oh, I see. Oh. Whoa. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. No, they haven't made this price drop over 5 days from 707 down to, what does that say? 184? 708 to 184. Oh my gosh. 708 to 184. And then back up to what number? Up to 338. Then down to what number? $164. 164. Then back up to what number? 275, up $1.10. Then back down to what number? 166. Down $1.10. Then back up to what number? 210. So a 50-cent move up. Then down to what number? 172 from 210, 30 cents down. Then 20 cents up. Then 20 cents down. Then, whoa, what do we got here? Got a low here of 162. It actually was 160. That was 160, I'm sure, because this has become a real number here. And the stock I'm looking at is MYSE. So 160 is that number right there, 160. And that's become a number that I've told you I now have on my buy list, because I've noticed lately this has become a real number they love to collect. Then from 160, they take it up to, geez, what did that price hit? 160 up to 218. 220, folks, from 160 to 220. That's a common move, 60 to 20. Then back down to what? 156. 155, I'm sure, is what it really was. 155. And then up to what price? 180. Now it's getting tight. Then down to 143, folks. 143 on this stock. And then up to 641. Wow. And then down to 266. 266. B6Z, yes, Woodpecker has been relentless. Yeah. Same just happened on EMVB, made good money. Good. Amato, yep. Marty called that stock out this morning, ENVB, or he called it out about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. Now, I haven't looked at these stocks that people called out today because I don't buy ones that are on the run. I'll buy these on Monday, but let's go look at them now and see how they're doing. If they were on people's radars this morning, I don't buy when they're running up. I don't buy when everybody shouts. That's when I get out. When everybody's crying, that's where I'll be buying. And here is QS. This was called out this morning by Tony. QS stock. Called out by Tony this morning. Said he thought it might be a good place to make an entry on the rundown this morning below the 200. And I bought it there. So let's go over here and look at the 1 day now on it. QS. And I did buy it here. I bought it at $7 and $7.01. QS is the stock, called out by Tony. And thank you for shouting that out this morning, because I wanted to get it on the low, and I did. And it looks like it's about to make another move upward. And this is a critical line for it to get over right here, where it stopped. It gets over that, and it's gone, okay? There's two lines. One is here, one is there. Once it breaks over this line where it stopped earlier, it could go through the roof. This is QS, folks. And QS, you can see. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. You can see. There's my dollar cost average. And look where the price is sitting. And look at all the shares that have been bought underneath me. Gosh, dang. Look at that hoarding of shares just under my dollar cost average as usual, folks. Look at all this buying up of shares right under my DCA. And they've gotten 1 million, 1,000,004, 1,000,003, 1,000,007, 1,000,006, 1,000,008, 1,000,008, 1,000,001, 1,000,005, 1,000,001. They're 1,000,001 here, and then they're done, folks. They can't hold anymore. It's going to go up over my DCA eventually. They've already reached maximum. You can see the maximum levels they could hold, and the most they could get was 1,000,008. So I'm very confident that it's going to go over my dollar cost average. I'm very confident, because they've already got 1,000,001. Here they've got 1,000,005. And here soon they'll be over 1,000,008. The max capacity is 1,000,008, folks. So, but just look at, they know this is my DCA. And look at all the buying below me, folks. It's just amazing to see them do this day after day after day on my stock. They see me make my entry, and then they just come down below me, and they go, let's just buy right below where he did. Come on. And a matter of fact, 10 cents under him, let's buy 1,800,000 shares. They're 15 cents below me at 7. Let's buy 1,800,000 shares. 1 million, not 10 million, 1,800,000. And then they bought 1,000,002. Then they could only get 98.9, so they were getting weaker. And here they could only get, and why don't you show me the number? This is what I often wonder. Why aren't they showing me the number there? They show me the number there. They show me this number. They show me this number. Why don't they show me this weak number at 852? They don't want you to see that, folks. They want you to, oh, no, don't look here. That doesn't mean anything. That's not a sign of weakness there. Don't look here. Don't look there. Don't look at 703. There's nothing to see here. Move along. 1,008,000, 1,002,000. Didn't get 1 million. And they showed it, which surprises me. Because they show the 1,008,000, don't they? They show off that 1,002,000. But they're even showing off, oh, we almost got 1 million, so we'll show that off. And then here, they don't want to show that at all. They're like, oh, man, we won't show that. We'll just show them here, we got 1 million there, ha, ha, ha. We got 1,000,004, 1,003, 1,007, ha, ha, ha. Look how strong we are, 1,007 again, almost. Oh, see how strong they are? 1,006, 1,008, 1,008 again. The most they can get is 1,008,000, folks. You know that's capacity, so you know it's going to go over this price. If it couldn't hold here at 1,008,000, how's it going to hold here at 1,008,000? It won't. It won't. It can't, and it shan't. It shall not come to pass. 1.8 is the max. 1.8 is the max. 1.8 is the max. It shall rise beyond 1,008,000 here, and they're done. And they already are done at 7-11-5. Oh, gosh, as the KY flag, folks, comes flying in, waving the KY flag. Oh man, they know they're about to take it right up the beanhole, so they going out and waving the flag at 711.5. Got themselves 1,000,005 there. They can only handle 1,000,002 down here. That's all they can handle at 711 is 1,000,002. But they can get 1,000,005 there at the KY number. And then we're up to 1,000,005 here and 1,000,000 here, 5, and then we're 1,000,005 here, and then up she goes. There's nothing going to stop it, folks. Watch and witness, bear witness to what I'm saying coming true. And just so you're aware of this, in case you don't know this about Charles Schwab, Think or Swim, the dark area of each candlestick indicates the shares that were sold to the bidders. The light area of each candlestick indicates shares bought on the ask. So you had all these shares just being dumped out to the bid, just dumping them out to the bidders, dumping them out to the bidders, dumping them out to the bidders, dumping them out to the bidders. But suddenly, the demand became too much. And the small light area compared to the huge dumping pushed the price up. And then over here, this is where they started buying on the ask. The demand was too much, and they had no more to throw out there. They already reached the quota, 1,000,007, 1,000,007, 1,000,008, 1,000,008. So they're done. And then the buyers are coming in, and just these light little tips is now what's pushing the price up. Just this light amount of buying because they've oversold all this. Look at the dark areas on all those candlesticks. Down here, not single share sold to the bid. There. Only here's where shares were sold to the bidder. From here up, shares were sold to the bid. And a lot of them were sold to the bid, and only that many comparatively pushed it up. See? So there were a lot sold on the bid, and just that amount pushed it up. And then the amount was sold to the bid, and that amount pushed it up. This amount was sold on the bid, and a fewer amount pushed it up. This was sold on the bid to here, a fewer amount pushed it higher. This is what I'm trying to teach you. Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. These candlesticks tell a story. They tell a story, folks. And now you can see it's going to go over my dollar cost average right now. And there's nothing going to stop it. Because here, that dark area was already sold. And this little light area is pushing it up. This dark area was sold. The little light area, buying on the ask, is going to push it higher. And this is on QS. The stock I'm on, QS. CEDU looks like it's getting ready for a golden cross. Okay, Amato, thank you. QS, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, now I know why they bought so many shares underneath me. They had a plan to run it up. They wanted to hoard right under my dollar cost average for as long as they could. They wanted 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 million shares. And then once they got 18 million, they don't care if it goes over my dollar cost average. And they don't care if it goes to the friggin' moon. And if you want to know whether you should buy into QS or not, I think you should know already. You can tell, can't you? Can you hear it? Can you hear what I'm hearing? Because off in the distance, I hear something. I hear it in the very faint distance. I hear something. Yes, I do. Off in the faint distance. Yeah, I hear it. I definitely hear it. Yes, sir. The train done left the station, ladies and gentlemen. This is on the stock QS. And they've sat down here and they hoarded it and hoarded it and hoarded it and hoarded it. I wonder who it was that wanted 18 million shares below my DCA. Wonder which ones of them wanted 18 million shares just under my dollar cost average. Huh? Pretty interesting to see that. And I didn't buy these. Well, I did buy these shares this morning. That's right. This is when I bought them. Tony Henry called this stock out this morning, and I made my first entry. And my first entry was actually, I think, at about $7.20. But when they ran it down here to $7, I started buying more and more and more. And you know what? Now I'd like to try to support my price and try to buy at $7.13. And I'd like to try to buy at $7.14. Now, I don't want to buy any more over my dollar cost average because that'll just raise my dollar cost average here. But if it starts to take off, I will. Okay? So this is the chart. The stock here is QS. QS, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, you can see what they've done to it today. Hey, Pat, thank you. Pat, I'm going to be giving away this shirt today for people that give gifts. And if you give 300 in gifts, you get another draw. You get a drawing. I don't know how much Sunshine's worth. So I want to know, should I add your name to the drawing list right now? Because it's getting kind of long. And everybody's going to be getting this shirt that I'm wearing right now. Well, whoever wins is going to get this exact shirt. And it will have my exact DNA on it. And it will have my autograph, if you want that, on there. And it won't be something you can wash if you want an autograph, okay? It'll be permanent. You just hang it on the wall or something, or... Or you can just wear it without ever washing it, you know, because if you wash it, this time I think I'm going to have to sign this with typewriter ink because I'm out of my... You let me know whether you want me to sign it. When you win, let me know whether you want it signed or not, okay? You'll have to send me an email if your name is drawn, and in the email you can go, hey, this is so-and-so. I go by the user ID such and such, and here is my address to send me my shirt. And yes, I want it signed, or you don't have to sign it, okay? Whatever you want. It's going to be yours the way you want it. So Pat Yeager, it's worth $200. It's worth $200? A freaking Sunshine is worth $200? Oh, you sent a high five too, so you're in. You got 300. I think I might be misunderstanding you. I think you mean $2. I think you mean two. Yeah, I think you're. Well, if you got 200, your name's going up on the wall of fame up here. If you just gave me 200, your name goes on the wall of fame for that. Well, your name's going on here again for sure on the list. Yes, you are. Hey, Pat, have you, as you know, the other day, I know your name is Pat Yeager, 200 points. Okay. Got it. I got your high five, too. So, here, the other day when Pat was here, I said, hey, I know that your name is Pat Yeager, but it could be Pat Jagger. So I asked, was his name Pat Jagger or was it Pat Yeager? And Pat, as you know, that when I asked you that question, you told me it was Pat Yeager because I said Jagger Pat 1 or Jaeger Pat 2. So which is it? Jagger 1 or Jaeger 2? And you said Jaeger. So knowing that, gifts coming in here now. Love the disc jockey, DJ, Cat J, the Bass Assassin. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. The Bass Assassin. All right. Nice. Well, you go by on here. I try to cut down the draw writing time. You go down as the Bass Ass. The Bass Ass. And I love QS right now. QS, baby. QS. Yes, I've got you on here. My 2 cents. You can see. I got you right here. My 2 cents. My 2 cents. You're on here several times. You're on here several times. I got you covered. Yep, up here, my 2 cents. My 2 cents. My 2 cents. We got you. All gifters shall be. Oh, Jayhawk. Got the chili coming in. La 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 bamba. Ah, yes. Floating heart. Jayhawk. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. 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 Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. The Bass Assassin, baby. All of you, I want to thank you for today. Thank you. Oh, man. Well, I hope one of you lucky gifters gets this shirt that I'm wearing. And thank you for your... Look at this, man. That is a lot of people who've been helping this channel out. And our gifts are up to... Oh, we're at 903 in jewels. 903. 903 in jewels. We're almost at 1,000. Whoa! All right, 904. Wow, that is a lot. That I'm starting to realize that's a lot. Oh, Jayhawk. 905. So I see each gift, it adds up. It just keeps adding up. That's a lot of gifts today. 905. Thank you, everyone. Wow. Each time I see a gift, Jayhawk, I saw it go up. The jewels count went up one whole one each time. Each gift, it went up. 905 today, folks. Wow. Thank you so much. Your name is on the list again. Jayhawk, thank you very much. Oh, the Bass Assassin. Nice. Oh, look at that. Oh, thank you, my friend. Oh, we just hit 1,000. We just hit 1,000. That was a big one there. That clapping seal. Wow. The Bass Assassin. So I see some of these gifts are way more, have way more value to them than others. And that's interesting to see because we just went from 905, jumped up to 1,000 with the bass and the, man, that's a big time one. The seal. Oh, the floating heart. Thank you. I caught it. I got it right here. Thank you for that floating heart. The floating heart. It was like this, and it was floating. And I went, boo, and I grabbed it. And I wrapped it into my heart. Isn't that what it looks like? Gary Bullock, a gold coin, cha-ching. I take a gold coin, go with my silver one here. Oh, you're welcome for that positive attitude. You got to have it. Look here, folks. 1888. Morgan. $18.88. Ah, yeah. It stays right here. I keep it right there. Gary says, I'll swap you 2 of my gold coins for your silver Morgan. Oh. Trying to cash in. I'll ring the bell for you if I did that. Thank you for your gold. Your gold. Give me silver, blue, and gold, the color of the sky, I'm told. So thank you, Gary. So, hey, also, guys and gals, we almost have a whole page of names, and we might have to come over here and start adding another. If you guys keep at it, I'm going to have to start another page. And it has been a long time since I've had such gifting, and I want to thank all of you who've been so kind over the last week. This is just 1 week here, all these gifts. Thank you so much. It's a treasure trove of gifts. And if your name isn't drawn today, remember, you get to go in the tackle box for the drawing we'll be doing near the end of the year. And we might give out some very special catfish gifts at that time. And very special catfish gifts, because all of you are the ones that make this channel what it is. And just so you're aware, I'm going to take a quick look across all indexes right now. I want to see where they all are. And the volume has now gone from 842,000 to only 911,000 on AGPU. But it's gone up. And such a small amount making it rise now. AGPU. And we're going to the summary page now. And I want you to know that here we go. Right now you can see that the S&P 500 is up very nicely. The Dow, look at the number down, 166. See that? How do you like that? The NASDAQ, where all of the retail investors are, up 357, folks. That's fabulous, folks, that the NASDAQ is up 353 on a Friday, ladies and gentlemen. And the Russell small caps up as well. The highest gainer of them all is the NASDAQ. And I find that very interesting that the S&P 500, where the most of market capital is green as can be. Only the Dow down a manipulated 166 number, and the NASDAQ green as can be, where all retailers are. Almost all retail action is in the NASDAQ, folks. People like you and me, we're in the NASDAQ. And, well, I'm also in the S&P 500. I have quite a few stocks that are in the S&P 500, so in my Fidelity, in my long folder. And so I want to thank each and every one of you and for being here with me this afternoon. And if we haven't done it yet already, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor because it's 12:48. And right now at 12:48, would you hit the like button for me? I appreciate it. 12:48 and 56 seconds. Get that like button hit for me, and then we'll get all the way up, maybe close to 100 likes, and we might even get over 100 likes again today. So thank you for helping me out by achieving more likes. Thank you for those of you who subscribed this week to the channel. Thank you for those of you who resubscribed to the channel. Like, I think Modiv Please might have, I know he or donated a lot, and some others that did. Daryl Elliott, I know that you did, so thank you, Daryl Elliott. And Silver Walker, I know you became a new member this week, so thank you, Silver Walker. I appreciate it. Now I want to look at some other stocks that were called out earlier this morning. And we're going to call out all these stocks, and we're going to see how they did today. These are the stocks that were called out this morning and today. We're going to look at them all. The first one was by Tony. It was QS. So we're going to take a look right now. QS. There it is, QS. I bought it this morning. You all know. I bought it on the low down here at when it was at $6.97, $6.98, $6.99, $7, $7.01. And so I got my dollar cost average down. And now they've run the price up over my dollar cost average, which is very nice because my dollar cost average, I think, is right about here. But let me see. QS, yes, my dollar cost average is $7.15. $7.15. And by the way, since I bought in this morning, $7.15, and got my dollar cost average down to there, look how many shares were bought below me. Look at all those shares bought underneath my dollar cost average before they ran it up. QS, folks. And before they ran it up, they loaded the doggone tank right below my dollar cost average. And they sat there and loaded up the truck. Loaded up the truck right underneath my dollar cost average. And ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be options on this that are trying to keep it under 7. So by the end of the day, if this thing is still over $7, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be in the money, and they're going to have to cover on Monday. They're going to have to cover, and I think some of them are already starting to cover right now. We might see a little mini short squeeze on this, and of course I'm going to try to buy back underneath it. But it looks to me like they've conceded that cannot hold it under $7. And in fact, at $7, look at all the shares that were bought there. The most that were bought today, the same amount, 1,000,008 at 7. So there's no way they're going to get it under $7. Because they only had a capacity of 1,000,002 here, and only had capacity for 989. Here they won't even show you because it was so weak. 857,000, they won't show you that, I'll tell you that. 857,950 shares. But they don't want you to see that, because that shows their weakness at 703. Then they got $1 million. They can be proud of that. They'll show that off. $1.4 million, $1.3 million, $1.7 million. Here's the $1.8 million again, just like down there. So just like down here, after they got to $1.8 million and it took off, the same thing happened when they got to $1.8 million here. It took off. Then they got $1.8 million. Same thing, took off. Because that's what it does when it gets to $1.8 million. It takes off. And here it took off from $1 million, $1.4 million, $1.3 million, $1.7 million, $1.6 million, $1.8 million, and then $1.2 million. Uh-oh, that's trouble. You couldn't even get $1.3 million or $1.4 million. You just got $1.2 million and it already took off at 7-Eleven. That's trouble. And then $1.2 million again at 7-Eleven. That's trouble. And then only $1.1 million. Well, that's the least almost of any number here. You couldn't even equal the $1.2 million. You barely beat this one, $1.084 million. $1.1 million there. Well, that's trouble, folks. 713, 2 cents under my dollar cost average, and they can only get $1.1 million. Well, then you know they're in trouble there, because if they can't get a bunch of shitload of shares under my dollar cost average, it's gone. And it is gone. It's gone now. It's over me. And now you're just seeing this amounts. 889,000. That's the same week number they had down here. 857,000. So you knew once they got there, it was going to run. Look, they're only getting the same amount here. 851, 908, 833 here. And now they're back to $1.3 million. Well, they're going to go right over that. It's not going to stay here, folks. It won't. It won't happen. It is not going to happen. Not for another 3 hours. It won't. Not for another 3 hours, I don't believe. Not for another 3 hours. Now, let me clarify something. Do they want to get $1 million here? Yes, they do. Do they want to show their pride and prowess and capability and get $1 million here? Yeah, they do. They do. Do they want to get $1 million here? They definitely do. I know they do. They want $1 million here, and they want $1 million here, and they want $1 million here. I know they want it. But here's the problem. You got 9,000 here wanting to buy it. You only got 4 trying to sell it. And this is a spoof, folks. This is a spoof. This is a spoof sale. There is no way 12,000 shares here. I don't believe it. Watch this number disappear, folks, and you'll know it's a spoof because you'll see there's only 6,000 wanting to buy. See, it's gone. See? That number's gone. It's spoofing. They're spoofing right here. Watch it disappear. There's only 3,000 want to buy. They don't have 11,000 shares here. This is called spoofing. See, where did it go? There's only 5,000 that want to buy. Where's the 11,000? Folks, they're spoofing this, and that means they're in trouble. They're in trouble. They're in trouble, I promise you. When you start seeing them throw in spoof numbers here as sells, they're in big trouble, folks. And all they could get is $1.4 million. That doesn't surprise me at 720. Look at them. Watch these numbers. There's not 12,000 shares. Look, there's only 6,200 that want to buy. Watch this number disappear. See, it just disappeared. And there's only 6,000 that wanted to buy. Watch what I'm showing you guys. It's called spoofing. It's called spoofing. There's not 15,000 shares there. There's only 9,000 that want to buy. Where did the 15,000 go? Where did the 15,000 go? Where did they go? Now you got 15,000 that want to buy here, and there's only 2,000 here that want to sell. I mean, look at this, folks. 12,000 want to buy here, and only 5,200. There's a total of 5,900 for sale. Now see that? 14,000 want to buy. Where do you think it's going to go when you got 15,000 trying to buy and 500 wanting to sell? All this is spoofing, folks. Everything you see here, when they put in 10,000 or 9,000, they're spoofing it. It's all a spoof. The buyers are 13,000, and there's only 6,000 trying to sell here. Listen, I'm telling you, they don't have 12,000 or 13,000 shares here for sale. See, the number didn't change here, and that just went from 13 to 6. The number did not change here, and this just went from 13 to 6. Spoofing, spoofing. I'm calling it what it is. Watch it. And by the way, once they spoofed out this, and this is gone, and it should be because there's 16,000 trying to buy, and there's only 7,000 for sale here. Well, it's going to go all the way up to here, folks. The next ask is at 734. When this spoofing is over, it's going to go to 734 a share, folks. Watch. Just watch. When all the smoke and mirrors ends, it goes up to 734 a share. You'll see. Just watch. There it goes. And where's the 12,000 shares? There's only 1,100 wanting to buy here. How could this number disappear if there's only 2,200? Watch the number disappear. With only 1,900 shares, watch this fake number disappear. Watch. I'm telling you, this is spoofing. Now there's 16,000 wanting to buy, and there's only 7,000 here. I don't believe it, folks. I don't believe there's 11,000. Where did they go? Where did the 11,000 shares go just then? There's 16,000 trying to buy, still 13. Where's the 10,000 shares? There's still 14,000 trying to buy. Where's the 10,000? And there's 14,000 and 9,000 folks here. Pay attention to what's happening right here. Watch how they do it. $13,000 still here. Now there's supposedly 17,000. Now watch, folks. So where'd they go? Where'd the 5,000 shares just go if there's still 16,000 here trying to buy? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Look, 4,000 shares and there's still 15,000 trying to buy. I'm telling you, this is spoofing, people. This is soon to end, and when they get done, it's going to jump all the way up to here, reality. There's all the fake and bake, and up here's reality. This is where all the faking is going on now, and up here is where reality is. Watch the numbers. They don't make sense. Watch them disappear. See? Right there. There's still 17,000 here, and they dropped from 16 to 11. See? 11. Watch it. 15,000 still here. 12, huh? And there's still just 15 and 12. 14 and 13. Still 14 and now the 13. Watch. Still 15 and now 13. It's building down here. The demand is getting bigger. The demand is growing. I just bought it 717. Nice. Oh, yeah, they got 16,000 shares here. Look, folks, there's only 2,900, 3,900. Watch this number change. And you see that? There's only 5,900. Watch this number change, folks. 21,000 want to buy here on my dollar cost average, by the way. 12,000 supposedly trying to sell. Now 18,000. And now they're trying to buy on my dollar cost average again. I don't believe it, folks. I don't believe one bit that these are for sale. Now there's 400 available there at that number. Oh, now there's 10,000. Oh, there, huh? Well, there's only 9,000 wanting to buy. Watch the number disappear, folks. 10,000 want to buy. 10,000 want to sell. 7,000 want to buy. 11, 12, huh? Okay, watching closely. Trying to hold it on my dollar cost average, folks. And what time is it? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock trying to buy shares under my dollar cost average. Well, I already told you they wanted $1 million here. I said to you about 20 minutes ago, do you think they still want $1 million down here? You bet your ass they do. I said it. I told you that. I said, you bet your ass they do. And they're probably going to get it right now. They're going to get $1 million at this one, this one, this one, and this one. So they can go, ha, 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 ha. See what we did? Ha, ha, ha. We got $1 million at all of them, you mofos. Ha, ha, ha. So that's it. That's why they're sitting there now. I told you this made them look weak. So I said to you just about 20 minutes ago, do you think they'll run it back down here and try to get $1 million there, $1 million there, $1 million? Yes, yes, they will. Yes, they will. And I called it. I completely called it. They're trying to get $1 million at this one. They got 911 now there. Nice number, 911 at my DCA. Got to get that $1 million there, baby, with Catfish. At least got to get $1 million with me. They got to. They got to have that bragging right. Got to get $1 million. Jamie Spark. Horrible stock. What stock is so horrible? QS? James Park. Or is it Jamie's Parquet? Horrible stock, huh? Horrible stock that everybody wants to buy a boatload of right under my dollar cost average. Yep. It's a horrible stock that they wanted to hoard up today, right under my dollar cost average today. And they've now reached $1 million here, so they've got to get $1 million here and $1 million here. And then they'll be all loaded up. Uh-oh. You mean they're not going to get $1 million here? See, if they don't get $1 million, they're not going to show the number. They've got to get $1 million, then you'll see the number. They haven't reached $1 million here. Uh-oh. And they haven't reached $1 million here. So they're not going to show those numbers. They don't want to show their weaknesses. Only their strength is shown. Only their $1 million strength. And this was close enough to show it off. They got the 6.6 on that one, so they're okay with the 98966. 166. So they decide, yeah, we can show that. I mean, yeah, it's not $1 million, but we're not going to show this one though. We're not going to show you 857,000. No. It's got to be $1 million to be shown. It's got to be $1 million. And now here, unfortunately, well, it doesn't look like they're going to get the $1 million here, does it? Looks like they're going to have to settle with the same unidentified number, the unmarked soldier. Here, 857,000, and I've got it marked. I marked it for you. 857,000, since you forgot to put that. But I see your $1 million. I see your $1.3 million, $1.7 million, $1.6 million, $1.8 million, $1.8 million, $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1 million. Where's the $1 million? 841 won't be shown. Won't be shown. Not undisclosed. Secret amount here. 932,000. Undisclosed. Got to hit that $1 million mark, folks, before they'll show it. Or at least be at this amount, 989,166. Big green buys coming in on Buru right now. Thank you. And I'm going to presume that, oh, they got it. They got the $1 million there at 713.5. Oh, they bought it. They bought it on the tweener, folks. They bought it on the tweener, on the KY flag. They got $1 million on the KY flag. $1.3 million, that's respectable, on the KY flag. And why not $1 million here now and $1 million here? Why? Why not? You got to get that $1 million here, guys. If you got $1.3 million at the KY flag, come on, man. You got to get $1 million here now. You can't leave that undisclosed. Or that one, or this one, or that one. Got to get $1 million at these, folks. Come on, show us some cojones here. This is weak. Like down here, weak. 857,000, just freaking weak. $7.03. And look at them sitting 1 cent under my dollar cost average. And they're not even going to get a million here at 1 cent below me. They're having to settle for this now. And they're just going to get a million there, I guess. And they're going to give up on this number and not even show it. Hey there, Weavesters. Hey. Big green buys coming in on Buru, B-U-R-U. QS, folks. I bought it. And after I did, they decided to hoard it underneath my price. And they've been hoarding it all day. 1.8 million, 1.2 million, close enough to 1 million to show that. Not even close, so they didn't show it. 1 million, 1.4 million, 1.3 million, 1.7 million, 1.6 million, 1.8 million, 1.8 million. Man, they're proud of that they could get that many there at 709 and 710. They're proud of that. Then 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. Freaking pitiful. 1.3 million here. And they still haven't reached 1 million, so they're not disclosing that number. They're not going to disclose that they could not get 1 million, and so they don't disclose it. If they don't get at least 1 million, they don't disclose it. And here, now, they've run out of shares here. They can't even get 1 million just underneath my dollar cost average or at my DCA. They haven't got 1 million there yet, but I bet you they want it. They want 1 million here too first, though. 885, pitiful. 885, that's freaking pitiful. Is that worse than down here? No, you got 857, so yeah, that's a little bit respectable, I guess. At least you could cap that 857. That's something to feel good about. At least you could get right there 880, 890. That's good. That's better than 857. Yep. But let's get the million here right now. Come on, let's knock this out. Let's get the million there at 715. You got to do it. You got the 1.1 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.8 million, 1.8 million. You have to show some respect. You're not. I see you throwing in the towel on that number. You don't even give a shit about it anymore. You're just not even going to try that. But here, you got to get that million. You're just 6,000 away. And ladies and gentlemen, when they get that million there, they're going to be celebrating with champagne. All right? And here they are, 3,000 away. And when they do get that, then it goes up here because they reached their mighty powerful number. They're just, oh, there they go. Pop the cork on that baby now. Pop the cork. Pop the cork, and there she goes, folks. Just like I said, they got their quota there, and there she goes. She will never see that number again. She's gone now. They got their quota. They got their quota. See how it works? Now they want 1 million here, and they want 1 million here, and they want 1 million here. So as soon as they get 1 million at these numbers, it goes even higher. But they got that quota there. They sure did. They got what they needed. They got that million. They did it. I'm happy for them. Okay, beautiful. I'll see you in just a few hours, right?
6, 7, because I get out at 6:30.
Okay, I hope you get a bunch of customers.
Back to the pot up here every now and then. Just make sure it's not drying out.
All right, I will. I'll set an alarm. Well, now you see how it works. They got the million. Here they're aiming for 1 million. They get it, then it'll go to here. They get it, then it goes, and that they're not far from this already. They're almost there already there. But they've got to reach these quotas. Hey, they're going to throw up 982. They're proud of that. They're proud of a 982, 983. Well, they want to show it get to the million, see? Watch them show it. And then they're going to 1 million here. All right? Watch. Just watch. I'm calling it, folks, for you guys to figure out how they're doing it and why they do it. Isn't it cool? It's cool to see and witness and know and understand. Man, they had to get that million there. And do they still want the million here? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But they also still want the million here, and they're not going to get that either. See? Sorry, Shorty. You're not going to get the million there. And you're not going to get the million there either at 714. And the sad part is that number is a penny under my dollar cost average. You guys take pride in accumulating 1 and 2 cents under my DCA. How could you not get a million there at a penny under me? You better bring that thing back down right now and get a million there, because I'll feel insulted. I'm serious. I'm going to feel insulted if you don't come down here to 714 and get that dang million there underneath me. You've got to. Listen, I'm not kidding. That is just pure disrespectful for you not to get a million there. After all the millions you got right here underneath me. All the 1 millions and 1,000,008 even. 1,000,008, 1,000,008. And then you're going to wimp out at the penny below me? Seriously? You're not going to get a million here? I used to be able to rely on them to do that. Now, I guess they just really don't care. Come on, guys. You got to do that. Bring it down here and get a respectful million. Come on. Don't monkey around here. Get it. Get it there. You're so close. Come on. What'll it take? $500,000 to get it there? Little shop, look at PD. Yep, I'll show you. Oh, looks good. Yeah, I like it a lot. However, just so you're aware, you should have sold 688, 689, 690, 691. I'll show you. I have a buy-sell sheet here, and the sell numbers are right here, folks. And you got to sell 87, 88, 89. All right? Those are must-sell numbers. And if you would have been here earlier on this channel, you would have known that already. So, unfortunately, you hadn't been here long enough to know it, but those are definite sell numbers. And then, just so you're aware, the buybacks after you've sold at those numbers that I just showed you, when you sell at these numbers, your buybacks come in here at 66, 67, 72, 72, 73. All right? The lowest you'll get is 82, 83. I mean, the minimum from an 88 sell is 82, 83 buyback. And let's go see if I'm right about that. So, should have just sold at the 89. And what is this number here? 85. Well, I got news for you. That's not where it's going to stop. It's going to go down to 82, 83 minimum. What is this number? Well, this is where it was. What was this number right there? 83. Bingo. There it is. There it is. 83-cent buyback. So you sell the 88. The minimum you're going to get is 82, 83. Then you sell the 84, which is going to be this number here. 90, you got it again. Sold it at the 88 again. And buy it back again at what price this time? 84. So you got an 83 and then an 84. Both numbers on my buy-sell sheet twice. You could have scored twice. You could have sold the 89, buy it back 83, sold the 88, buy back 84. And now it's going to bounce up off this because this is a rising 200 at a good rate, and this is a good rising 50 and 45. So should bounce right now and go right on up. So it should bounce and go up. But I would put a buy order in right above this 50-day right here. I'd have a buy order right now at 682 again. 682.83 buy. Right there. Right there. Because one more time they might try to drop to that 50 before it blows to the top. So that's where my buy orders would be now. 683, 682.83. All right? And look at it. The bid now is 684, so they're pretty close already right now. But it looks good, and let's look at the 20-day on it. Pardon me. Oh, I like it a lot. Man, this thing's been jerked around almost as like AGPU, folks. Holy smokes. Price was $633. Dropped it to $596. It's a 40-cent drop. Then a 40-cent pop. Then a 10-cent drop. Then a 50-cent rise. Then a 10-cent drop. Then a 10-cent rise. Then a friggin' wow from that blue 5-day. From $6.58 a share all the way down to what? $5.70? $0.90 drop. Then a 30-cent pop, a 20-cent drop, and then a 90-cent rise. 85-cent rise from this bottom. And then a 20-cent drop, and then a 30-cent pop. And then a 50, 60-cent drop from $6.92 down to $6.19, $6.20. That's a 70-cent drop, folks. And now a 60-cent pop. And why I like it, I'll show you right now. Why I specifically like it even more is because there should be a resistance right there of the on the 5-day average right there. And you can see over here where they hit that line and dropped it, hit that line and dropped it, nearly got to the line and dropped it. 5-day blue line stopped there and dropped. 5-day blue line stops and drops. And now the 5-day blue has just crossed that line. It finally crossed it. All right, folks. And this also is a point that's been the high. 692, and the bid now is 692, ask 693, am I right? 682, 683, all right. Man. And what does this line mean to him? Let's see what this line means to him going way back. And I tell you, you always sell the 82. Always sell the 82, folks. I just showed you my buy-sell sheet. Well, there's another number on it. And that freaking number is a sell right here at freaking 82.83. Sell 82. Always sell 82 and 83. Always sell that number. No matter if it's 482 or 782 or 982, you sell there. All right. And you can actually see twice they run it to that number and dropped it back down. But what I like the most is this 5-day over that line now. It's over it. They stopped, they stopped, they stopped, they stopped, they stopped, and now it pops. And let's look at this on a further day chart back. Let's go to the 90-day chart. So we're going to go over here, change this to 90 days. Okay. Now you see even more the significance of this line. Look at the significance of that line. Oh my gosh, no wonder they're trying to stop it there. It goes over that, folks, and then they herk and jerk it all the way up. So you see now why this line was so important for them. It goes way back, folks, that line. It goes way back as a point of resistance where they stop the drop, stop the drop, stop the drop, stopped the drop and took off. Then it broke right through it. But now it becomes the resistance line. Instead of the drop, it's the stop, the pop. So if it goes over that, it should go much higher. That's right. But it should be no surprise that twice they've made a run at that line and they pulled it back both times. But man, this is a triple upside crossover, folks. This is a golden cross, folks. On a 20-day chart, a golden cross. I'm just letting you know. That's a 90-day cross. That's a 90-day triple crossover. This is a golden crossover on a 90-day chart. Jeez. And look at the buying that's been going on it. Way more buyers and sellers out of the gate. Then more sellers for the second half hour or the second hour. Equal buyers and sellers at 11 o'clock and through lunchtime. Then after lunch at 1, they started buying twice as many buyers as sellers. And now you got a bunch of dumping going on, but the price is running. The 5-day, the 10-day, the 45 and 50, all crossing the 200-day average. And I take it back because the 45 and 50 never actually got below the 200. But doesn't matter. They were close enough. Man, that thing quacked up from there. That's right. Whew. The praying mantis, folks. The praying mantis. That's what I call this formation. The praying mantis. What we need to see happen on this for more confirmation is we now need to see this candlestick's wick getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. If we see this candlestick wick getting shorter from the bottom up to here, that's even better. All right? If we can see this come up to what I call a top, that would be beautiful. If this bottom wick gets longer and it stops right there, that would be strong, very strong. And that is on the stock that was just called out. PD. Let's change this 90-day to the 10-day. Oh, man. Look at that 10-day chart. PD. This blue 45-day average now coming up and crossing over the 50-day average. The 45-day crossing the 50-day right now as the 5-day gaps away from the 10. And all of them breaking the 200 right there and going berserk. And this antivirus thing here, protection expired, just so you know if this ever happens to you, ladies and gentlemen, on your computer screen. It can be very annoying and it won't go away. And they only give you 2 options. And that the 2 options is renew or okay. Well, what you want to do to make sure you get rid of this, don't click okay because it's going to send you to their bullshit. The best thing to do is click renew. And then when it says, do you want to allow this app to make changes? Click no. And voila, it's gone. All right? That's how you get rid of that bull crap. They don't like me showing you that kind of stuff, though. They don't want you seeing that. But if you like what I just showed you, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button for me and see if we can get up to 100 likes. We've got 84 right now. And by the way, I do really like this because I want you to notice, even if the bottom of this doesn't rise like I want it to, watch the top and hopefully that rises, okay? All right, and another thing is, let's come up here and let's not do 10-minute or 30-minute candlesticks. Let's change this time frame and let's do 10 days, 1-minute candlesticks. All right, let's do that instead. 1 minute. Now let's look at it. Oh, looking good. And what I want to do is start here and look at these. Look down here now. These are 1-minute candlesticks. This minute, more buyers and sellers. And then we've seen this before, folks. I love it when I see all this massive buying in that happened after lunch. Look at all the buying during lunch from 12 until 1. That, number one, is unusual to see that much buying. And look at the price go up during lunchtime. And then these thugs come home, get back from lunch, and they see, holy shit, the price has gone from what? 666 up to 685, 690. And they're like, dang. And so they get their bosses sell them, sell. So they come in and they start selling it down, sell it. And then the buyers, their brokerages go, heck yeah, buy the sucker there. And they come in, boom, start buying. Get over here, and then here comes the sell tactics. Sell to start a fall, wait a few, sell some more to keep the fall going, wait a few, sell here just to keep it tipping down. And then here, the last sell to get to the bottom. And then the other brokerages say, time to buy right on the 50-day moving average, rising 50-day average, time to pile in. And they do, and they buy, and they buy, and they buy, and they buy, and they buy. All right? Jeez. And this is the stock PD that was just called out. PD. Now, let's go look at the longer term chart, 20-day. I freaking like it, man. As I've already said to you, over here, they stopped this price from running up there on this line. And they stopped it from running there on this line. And then they stopped the 5-day moving average on this line. And then the 5-day just broke over that line. Do you understand what I'm getting at? The 5-day, folks, not the current price, but the 5-day moving average, which stopped right here before. The 5-day average, which stopped right here before, it's now gone over this resistance line that was achieved here and here and here and here and here. This line of resistance was validated once, twice to ups. It was a resistance to the up there again 3 times, resistance to the up 4, resistance to the up 5, but resistance to the up 6, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. No, it wasn't. No, it didn't. The 5-day did not stop there. It's gone beyond it. This is important. It shows strength, folks. PD, I like it. Trade. PD, I'm buying it at market. I'm coming in now. And I just bought 5 at 690. And I'm going to try to buy it at 688. And just so you know, we already know their quota is almost 200,000 at 242, 146. Look here, 247, 269, 288, And that is the absolute max. And all of that with the dark area from right there on this candlestick at 288, the dark area was sold to the bid from there over to there, to that mark. Everything from there to there, out of this 269,000, 200 of it was sold to the bid on the dark area. Only this much was bought on the ask, and it pushed the price up. Over here, this much was sold on the bid from here to there. And then that much buying on the ask pushed the price up. See that? So as we move up here, look up here, where we're going to now. Look at the willingness to sell on the bid here, but the asking got more. The buyers of the ask, and so it couldn't stay there anymore. It went higher. And down here, there weren't any shares sold on the bid. All of them were bought on the ask, and so it went higher. Here, only that much was sold on the bid. This little bit was bought on the ask and shoved it up higher. Are you getting the picture? Right here, that much was sold on the bid, but here's the demand now on the ask buying, and that shoves it up higher. Here, the bid amount was half. Once the ask was half, it shoved it up higher. Here, sold on the bid was only that much, but willing to pay the ask price was this much, and that pushed it up higher. And here, there were no shares at all sold on the bid. None. Zero. Zip, zilch, nada. Nothing sold on the bid there. Everything share on that number was bought on the ask. So, it went up. Here again, every single 206,000 shares there, all of them bought on the ask price on 688. All the shares that were tried to dump out there, they were all just bought on the ask. Everybody said, I'll pay that price. They didn't even quabble. They didn't quabble. Everybody paid the ask price at 688, and they did not care. And then here, this is all they could sell to the bid, and then the ask outrode it, and up it went. Here, this is all they could sell to the bid, half of it. Now more in the light wants to buy it. So what's it going to do? It goes up. And this is what I'm trying to teach you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, every single share there was bought on the ask, and it went up. Every single share here has been bought on the ask, and it's going up. And every single share here has been bought on the ask, and it's going up. There's 3,900 want to buy and just 1,600, 1,700 want to sell. And after 695 sells, it's going to go up to 702. And now you've got 3,800 trying to buy. And here you've only got like 2,200 trying to sell. All right? You tell me where you think it's going. Well, I'm going to buy right here on the market price. And unfortunately, I just raised my dollar cost average on it. I didn't really want to do that. But I've only got 5 shares. So let's put some more pressure on them and buy at market again here. Well, let's just bring this here and try to get them to come down here to get at least something respectable at this number here. Because right now, 206,000 was all they could get. And that doesn't surprise me because down here, it was only 269 max and 288 and 239 and 269, 247, 242. So here when they got to 206, well, they just ran out and on and up it went. So let's try to buy here where they should try to get a respectable number here. They don't want to let it go that fast. And the stock that I just bought was PD. PD. They should at least make an effort anyway to buy it now 2 cents below my dollar cost average, or at least 1 cent below me. So let's put a buy there. They should now try to buy here a few more shares. But it looks like they ran out of capacity at 206 here. PD. And if it closes near the high of the day, that's a good thing, folks. I can tell you that much. If it closes at or near the high of the day, that'll be a good thing for Monday morning spike. And when you see and you're looking for a sign of manipulation, look at the lowest price of the day, 619. Folks, 268,000 shares acquired there. And one price above, look at all the shares they had. 400, folks. This is the definition of manipulation. Somebody had made an agreement to buy it at this price, 619. Someone had made an agreement that they would sell and keep selling shares until the price hit 619. Because another person wanted to buy there, and they wanted to buy 268,000. So they just kept selling small little increments, and you can see here they sold, it says 200 shares sold there. 200 shares, 5,000, 10,000, 2,200, and now they roll away from me. I wish they hadn't have done that. I want you guys to see this, how it's done. 950, 5,850, 5,200, 950, 400 shares, and then 268,000 at 619. Sounds like a contract to me. Sounds like an agreed, we're going to buy it here and go long, ding dong. The shorts are going long there. An agreed price, 619. And usually, as you know, I tell you right here on my buy sell sheet that the buyback up here is definitely going to be at the number 20. 20 is a buyback. Buyback, 20. And if it's running up, I want you to sell at 18, 19, and 20. If it's running up to that number, I want you to sell there. All right? Please always sell the 20 if it's going up. So now you know why it would have been a good idea to buy the 619 and 620 today, wouldn't it? Man, I wish you would have brought this stock up earlier. Man. Who called this out? Somebody said, will you look at PD? Oh, okay. Little shop. Okay. I just want to write it down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, sure enough, I just bought it, and I said after I did, someone would want to get it 2 cents below me, but all they could do is buy more with me there, I see. Can't get it below me. I've got my orders there because I know they're going to try, but as of yet, they haven't been able to get it there below me. I hope I can, though. I hope they'll give me at least 5 shares there, 1 penny under me. But interestingly, it is up 12% today. and I go over and look at the chart, the thing looks like it's breaking away. And it is, because it just broke the 5-day average line where it stopped earlier. And it stopped running up there, and it stopped running up there. It stopped running up there, and the 5-day did not stop there where it should have. And to me, that is a sign of strength. When I see a resistance line hit once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6 times, and then on the 7th time, I see it 5-day break over that, I like that. I like that a lot. And let's look at this. That's the 20-day chart too, folks. You know, I want to go over here and change this 20-day to a 90-day now. Right now, let's go to 90. Oh my gosh. No wonder. Look at that line. Resistance to the drop. Resistance to the drop. Resistance. Resistance. Holy crap. Resistance to the pop. Resistance to the pop. And this line, what does this line mean? Where does that fall into play from history? Right there. Whew. Just one time. Right there. Resistance to the run up. Resistance to the run up. Resistance to the run up. Resistance to the run up of the 5-day. The blue line stops there. Resistance to the run up. Resistance to the run up. And now the 5-day goes over that line. And this is a very long ago line, folks. And I don't see it ever stopping there before. But this line, gosh dang, does this line go way back in history. This line goes all the way back to resistance to the drop there twice. Resistance to the drop right there. Geez. You think that's a familiar line for a low? You think that's a familiar low and a run and a familiar low and an up and a familiar low, drop back to that and go? Familiar drop and go. Familiar drop and go. Drop, go. Don't even stop there this time, but get here, then drop. Get there, then drop. Get there, then drop. Get there and drop. Get there and drop. And now that line, it's gone over the 5-day. Jeez. Man, this is going back 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 40, 50 days ago. 75 days ago, 80 days ago, 90 days ago, a year ago. You're talking a long time. This has been resistance to the 5-day dropping, resistance to the 5-day dropping, resistance, man. They're familiar with this line. They're very familiar with that line, folks, right there. They're very familiar with that line. I promise you. And they don't want this to break above that line. It's a critical line, this one. This one is too. If it gets over that, then it's really going to go to the moon. Oh my gosh, forget about it. This thing's gone. PD. Yay, I'm green on it. PD. 5,000 want to buy it. 1,009 want to sell it. PD. Oh man, look at them raising their sell orders. Did you see him pull that sell order and run it up here? AAL leads the way with 25 million in volume. Okay. PD looks good. This is PD. I like the look of it. I especially like seeing what I know has been a historical major line of resistance getting crossed over. And I like what looks almost like a triple upside crossover on this 20-day chart. On the 180-day chart, it looks fabulous. And I can see right now there are a shitload of buyers and nobody seems to want to sell it. Here, 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. This morning, 100-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Only in the second hour where there's more selling, and here equal. But here, twice as many buyers, and here 90% buyers on this candlestick, folks. I'm telling you, man, PD is the stock. PD is the stock right now. Kathy, you keep talking about AGPU. And as I've already said and explained, and everybody else here understands, when I start buying a stock, I only buy 10 or 20 shares. So if I bought it at $9, I bought 10 or 20 shares there. I held all of my cash on the side. I'm ready to buy it in case it keeps dropping. That is the key to this success of this channel, is I teach people never dive in on a stock. Keep most of your powder dry. Always be ready to buy with cash. I keep saying it over and over and over. You keep harping on it. I'm sorry that you made a bad decision and thought $9 was where you should put all your money in. Because that's a mistake that you made. And you will learn from that mistake. But if you keep bringing it up like I owe you something because you've lost money on it, I'm sorry, but I guess you just don't understand. You didn't get in here long enough and be patient enough to watch what I'm doing and understand when I buy, I'm only buying 5 shares, 10 shares. I save my cash. I keep my powder dry. Right now I have $3,684 to buy with if I find something else that gets dropped to the bottom. And every day that they drop this price on AGPU, I'm going to buy the low. Today I got to buy the shares for 7 cents lower than I bought them even yesterday. But I'm also no dummy, because in case you weren't aware, and maybe you didn't see it, but I'll be happy to show you right now, AGPU this morning, I'm talking about today. I'm talking about today. AGPU, in case you didn't see it, was at $7.64. And yesterday I bought it at $6.39. So I sold it in the pre-market at $7.64. I made $1.30 a share on what I bought yesterday morning at $6.39. See, you're not understanding how I trade. You misunderstood from day one. If you bought the stock at $9 because I bought 10 shares, why would you buy 100 or use all your money if you saw me using just a fraction of my account to buy there? That's what I don't understand. Why would you all of a sudden apparently you put all your money in there. you just decided, oh, well, he's buying at 9, so I'm going to buy with him. He sounds like a pretty smart guy. The charts all look like they're good. This all makes sense to me. I understand. But what you didn't understand, apparently, is that I didn't buy with all my money. I keep a lot of my cash dry and wait for public share offerings and reverse splits to occur. And then I buy it when they drop it down, just like yesterday. You don't understand. Yesterday, I was able to buy this yesterday morning in the pre-market at $6.39 a share. I showed you on a piece of paper yesterday. I said, look, you don't understand. We just got to buy this at $6.39. And then this morning, we got to sell it at $7.64 a share. And I sold it at $7.60, actually. So I don't think you're understanding. This is day trading, okay? And I also tell every single one of my clients and customers and listeners, don't hold day trade stocks. If you made great money on that day, thank the good Lord above, look up, pray, and say thank you. But if you lost some money on it, just sell it and wait for the next day's runner. You know, there's some people who've made very, very good money here today on this channel with me. A lot. And that's because they bought with me yesterday morning AGPU and they had the money to buy it at $6.39 a share. Not only that, but today I got to buy it again at $6.53 a share. And now it's almost up to $7. But I guess you're not getting it. Yep. I haven't bought much of anything today. Just been in here hanging out and with you all watching the market go by. Yep. You know something about AGPU. There were crooks at the other end pumping. Catfish is completely different from the other traders online. He actually works for his money bit by bit, not like other traders that try for a huge win. Yeah, I nibble in, and then when you see me selling, again, no one ever watches me sell 1,000 shares at a time. I sell the same way I buy. They might be slightly larger increments, but if I'm buying at 20s, I'm selling at 50s. I'm not selling if I acquire 1,000, 2,000 shares of a stock. I don't sell 2,000 when it hits the numbers on my buy-sell sheet. I sell a little bit. I sell a little more as it goes higher. I sell more as it goes higher. And even then, sometimes I run out of shares selling it that way. This AGPU stock, what you don't understand about this, and I'm going to try to explain it to you, I guess, just one more time, and hopefully this will make sense to you. You have to understand that this stock is now trading perfectly for day trading. It went from 764 down to, it went from 764 down to 652. It went down. Alexa, what is 7.64 minus 6.52?
7.64 minus 6.52 is 1.12.
Oh, well, what do you know? They made it fall $1.13. It fell, coincidentally, $1.13 after we sold it. And then now, it fell $1.13 in 2 hours. It could right now go back up that much in 2 hours, in less than 2 hours. If it can fall $1.13 in 2, it can rise $1.13 in 2. That's what you don't understand. A stock that can fall that far, $1.13 in just 1 hour, folks, is what it took. This was at 10:13 this morning. 10:13 a.m., folks. The time, 10:13. 10:13 a.m., folks. This time right here was, what time was this? 9:07. In 1 hour and 6 minutes, they made it fall $1.13. In 1 hour and 6 minutes from now, it could go right back up. You don't understand. You just don't understand. This is a massive gap here. A massive gap here. A massive gap here. But you don't understand it, and you need to take advantage of these gaps. See, you need to take advantage of these gaps. You're missing it. You're missing it. You buy here, you sell here. It's $1 higher. You buy $1 lower. You sell 80 cents higher. You buy lower. I showed everybody today how they've been manipulating the stock all day. It started at 723. They took it down to 642. An 81-cent drop. Then it went from 642 to 761. That was a $1.19 rise. Then it went from 761 down to 676, an 86-cent drop. And then it went from 676 to 755, a 79-cent rise. And from 755 to 661, 94-cent drop. 661, it went up to 742, an 81-cent rise. It went from 742 to 673, a 69-cent drop. It went from 673 to 763, a 90-cent rise. And you're missing all of this. You're missing all of this. Because you're not buying here and selling here and buying here and selling here and buying here and selling here and buying here and selling here. But you should be. Then you would not be here with a sour face and a long, sad face. You wouldn't be. Over time, you're going to find out I'm right about this stock too if you just be patient enough. Because let me tell you something, Kathy. There's a freaking reason it went to $14.46 a share. It's because they got a $260 million contract with NVIDIA. And there's a reason that the market manipulators have now whittled people out and bought on the 200, bought again on the 200, bought on the 200, bought on the 200, bought again on the 200. They just keep rising. This rising 200, they just keep buying on it and buying on it and buying on it and buying on it. And today they bought just below it. But every time it just rises off of it. From here, it rose to there. From there, it rose to there. From there, it rose to there. From there, it rose to there. From here, it will rise to there. I'm telling you. And this 200 has never stopped rising during all the herking and jerking. Herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking. It's time for the jerk, baby, and it's coming. And you just have to wait for it. If you keep herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, pretty soon it just jerks right off. Okay? Especially on a rising woody like that. And you keep herking and jerking on a rising woody, pretty soon it jerks right off the freaking screen. And if you just stick around long enough, you'll see it. R. Richie B., the fundamentals of Catfish's trading technique has made me a profitable trader. There's multiple people on here that answer his polls about, did they buy the stock that he was buying? And a lot of times a bunch of people say, no, that's right. That dang right. Sometimes 75% say no. 80% say no. That's right. That gap fills the best thing over till fresh news, AGPU. No. Here's the main thing you got to understand. there have been 2 significant price drops on this stock, and they've happened when the market was closed and when there's no volume. They dropped the price from $9.08 to $7.23 in the after hours with no volume. And they used, probably on a day I went to Buffalo Wild Wings and couldn't sit there in after hours and keep buying the stock. So they just sold 1 share, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2, 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 Tuesday, onesie, Tuesday, onesie, onesie, Tuesday. And they sold for 2.5 hours and made the price fall from $9.23 all the way down to $7.08. And they did that in the after hours, Kathy, with no volume, 1 and 2 shares. So they've created a massive gap between here and down to there. And that is why each time it gets to that point, they try to stop it because they know there's a huge gap from here to here. And if it gets over that line, it's going to likely go right back up to there. So here, you've seen stop there once because this is where it will gap. You've seen them now stop it there twice because this is where it's going to gap up. They can't keep stopping it there, Kathy. One of these times, they've already fleeced this out. Can't you see this is bald now, Kathy? This is like if you keep your razor on it and you keep shaving it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There's nothing left to shave anymore. There's nothing left. It's nothing. There's nothing there. This is a big gap here. And then when they get to here, there's a massive gap from here to here. I'm telling you, there's a big gap here. You just can't see it. You can't see it. I can. I'm showing it to you. They just created it. A massive gap right there. And now it's going to go up. It's going to break this line right there where they're trying to hold it. And when they do, it's going to go all the way to there. Okay? Because no one owns it from here to here. Just a bunch of little part-time after-hour workers who are sitting in a boiler room, sitting in a farm, a cell phone farm, selling 1 share over and over and over and over down to there. You need to understand this. You need to be patient. You know, most women are better investors than men are. And the reason that they are is because they are more patient. Be patient, Kathy. Your patience will persevere. It will pay off. All this is consolidating, capitulating, converging the stock. Consolidating, capitulating, conversion. When it converges together, like it just has, all the C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, favor longs. I know what I'm talking about. And this heavy weight rising 200-day average is still rising, and it is going to shove all of these right on up, folks. You're going to see this, the opposite of this. The way it came down shall be the way it goes up. If you just wait, the way it came down will be the way it goes up. You just be patient. It will break this line of resistance. It will break that one. It will break this one. It will break that one. It will break that. But at every line, it will pull back a little. That's why there, pull back, there, pull back. What you don't understand either, Kathy, is when they ran the price from here down to there, the 200 was down here. Now they ran the price from here down to there, the same point, but the 200 is up here. Do you understand? I'll make it a little clearer for you. Let's move this line. Let's move this line up. We don't need that there. It's done now. Okay. So when they ran the price from here down to that blue line. I'm showing you this because this is this morning's low on the stock. All right. But when they ran it from here down to that blue line, the 200-day average was down here, wasn't it? When they ran the price from here, which is the resistance line, if it breaks above, it's going to go up to there. So when they ran the price from here down to there, the 200-day average was right here. Today, they replicate that rundown from right here to the same point, to the exact same point, but the 200 is not down below anymore like it was here. The 200 is not below this line that they replicated the drop. The 200 is now over that line. Kathy, do you see it? Do you see it? That's right, Jayhawk. Down by the riverside. There you go. That's right, Jayhawk. You know what? Honestly, at this stage of the game, Wendy says, Jayhawk, I love when you and Marty and all the others call out the hot stocks. Like today, you mentioned TRT, but sometimes I don't have enough power for buy if you can call after 8 a.m. All right, well, all I can do on this channel is, and I say this every day, I provide and you decide. I provide you this kind of chart information, and you are the ones that have to decide what to do with it. I don't decide to buy for you. I show you what I see with my own two eyes. I explain with pieces of paper how much it's rising and falling so you can expect what the average pop and drop is going to be, and then you decide to do with this information what you want. If I decide to show you that on this stock there's only 5.4 million shares available, this AGPU, if I show you there's only 5.54 million shares available, but somehow they traded 83 million, and that's how they did it, was selling it from one another to another over and over the same shares, you're the one that has to decide whether you want to believe that or not. And that's how they got the price to fall from $14.47 all the way down to $6.39, $8.08 drop, when there's only 5.4 million shares and they traded 83 million of them. I explained how it was done. But if you want to use that information, fine. If you don't want to believe it, you don't have to. All I do is I provide my thoughts and you decide what to do with it. They made the price fall 126.5%. I told yesterday, I thought that this price of $6.39 might be the lowest price it will ever be again. And today's low was $6.53. So I guess I was right. Now, one more thing for you, Kathy. The shirt in our drawing today says, I could be wrong. Okay? That is an admission of my humanness. I'm not an AI. I am not some sort of computer-generated hologram. I am human. And I tell everyone on every occasion I get, I could be wrong. And just because I say, but I don't think so, is certainly not a definitive statement. My shirt doesn't say, I could be wrong, but I'm not. Okay? It doesn't say that. It says, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because I like to be honest with people. I could be wrong. So maybe you should, in the instance that I am incorrect, go in lightly. Just buy in small increments. Limit your exposure. Keep your cash in your vault for dry powder rainy days. Kathy, are you still here? Am I speaking to every other member in the tank? And are you still here? Because I can tell you something. If you come in and you keep trying to tell people that I said to buy this stock at 9, I'm not going to deny that I said that. But I sure didn't say put everything you got into this stock at $9. So Kathy, are you still here? Because I'm not going to put you down. I'm trying to help you learn. And one thing I'm trying to help you learn is conservative buying. Limit your exposure. Keep dry powder. Never go all in. And then don't panic if you happen to be down a little bit. You have to make a determination. Hey, maybe I should move this money over a little to one of these other stocks that's going up today that all these people are calling out. Maybe I should shift a little bit. There you go. All right, the savvy travelers. Well, but I will say this. I don't usually blow the train whistle unless I really, really feel like something's about to make a move based on how long they hold it under my dollar cost average, and then it breaks above me and takes off. Like QS. Let's go look at QS right now. What's it doing now? I decided to blow the whistle on it about an hour and a half ago. QS. Let's go see what it's doing now. And when I blew it, the whistle was here, folks. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Kathy, I understand you're not doing good at all, but understand something, please, okay? You're not doing good right now. You're not doing good right now. Now, let me ask you a question, Kathy. I'm curious about something. I want to ask you something. This is a question I have for you. When the stock price dropped from $14 into the low nines, $9.23, I think is where I first bought. But when I bought, did you see me buy 500 shares? I'm curious. I want you to admit that when you watched me buy at $9.23 a share, that I bought probably 10 shares. Did I not? And let me ask you another question. When the price went down to 639, did you see me sell there? No, I bought there. So once I bought at 923 and then it fell to 908, I'm sure I bought another 20 shares there. And then when it fell from if it went to 908, then when it went to 888, I'm sure I bought another 20 shares there. I'm positive of it. I'm positive, okay? And then after the price fell to 866, I'm sure I bought another 10 or 20 shares there. But even when I bought the 20 at 923, the 10 at 908, the 10 at 988, 10 at 966, I still had thousands of dollars. Then they took it down to 933. I bought 833. I bought more. They took it down to 777. I'm sure I bought at 808. It's one of my favorite numbers to buy. 808. But still, even when I bought at 808, I probably had $4,000 to buy with. Then they brought it down to 777. I bought another 10 or 20. They took it down to 733. I'm sure I bought 733. I know I would. Because all these numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. But even when I bought it at 733, I'm positive I still had $3,000 left. When they got it down to 708, yes, I'm going to buy 708. I asked people yesterday morning, did you buy into AGPU with me when it dropped below 708? And 39% of my people said yes. This morning, I said, did you buy AGPU with me today when it dropped below 666? 23% of my buyers said yes. And do you know why and how they did that? Because they did not buy with all of their powder when it was 9 or 8 or 7 or 6. And the reason they didn't is because they saw me not buying with all my money. I'm not upset with you, by the way. I'm pretty sure you're upset with me because you were feeling like I don't make any mistakes and that I have been trading for 26 years. And so I'm not going to fall victim to what I fell for when I was a kid. Well, one of those things that I did when I was a kid that I'll never do anymore, or when I was younger, is I used to go all in on a price when I thought it hit the bottom. But I realized later on, I don't know shit. And I can never assume. I can never presume anything. No matter what I think, I can never comprehend how far they can drop a price. And now I know. So that's why I buy in such small increments. You know, someone came in here in the tank about a month ago, and they were watching me trading, and they asked, why are you buying such small amounts? Well, I tell you what, that's not a question you need to ask me now, is it, Kathy? That's not a question you need to ask me now, is it? You don't need to ask me that question. This morning, when everybody was buying with me at 666 a share, I only bought, I think, around 400 shares. But now the price is $7.11 a share. I can live with that. CG Brother NG. Thank you very much. So, Kathy, listen. You haven't lost your money, okay? I know you think you've lost your money, but you haven't. You haven't lost it. And when you see, and I'm going to show you this here in a moment, QS monitor. Please give me a second here. You see this QS right here? Look how many shares I've got now. 200 of it. I've got 200 of it. I bought 10 shares at a time. Right now, the price is at 7.11. I bought it, and my average price is 7.14. So I'm down a little bit on it, but I haven't lost my money. I'm down $16. But now I'm only down 7. So you see how long my suffrage is. Now I'm down only $6.80. And this is QS. Now, all these other stocks, I'm not up massively, but I wanted you to know on AGPU, I'm down $2,300. You were here yesterday, and how much was I down when I showed you that number? I was down $2,900. I showed you yesterday, Kathy. Do you remember? Yeah, I hear you, QS. Kathy, do you remember? You were here yesterday. I showed you I was down $2,900. So how much have I made on this stock today? I've made $600 on it. I've made $600 on it. I was down $2,900. And now I've made $600 today on this stock. So I'm okay with that. I showed you I was down yesterday $2,900 on this stock. But I sold a little bit of it today at the high this morning. And you know what I did with the money that I sold it and profited? I bought into QS. And also, looking over here, I did sell my GPRO today and made money on it. And every single stock, although not massively gained, you can see here that I've made money on this one. I've made money on this one. I've made a cinch on that. I've made money on this one. I've made money on this one. And I've made money on this one. ARTX. And right now, I'm going to go over and trade ARTX. ARTX. Am I right? No, I'm sorry. XRTX. XRTX. My bad. XRTX. There it is. And so today, I'm going to sell this, and I'm up $87, and I've got 230 shares, so I'm going to sell 20 shares now at the high of the day, 818, 819, 820. And you know why I'm going to sell, at 318, 319, and 320? The reason I'm going to sell at these numbers is because they're on my buy-sell sheet right here. And it clearly says to sell here at the top 18, 19, and 20. So I'm going to sell there in increments, just the same way I buy in. That's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to sell there in increments. So I come over here, and I'm now going to sell those numbers, 18, 19, and 20. All right? And my dollar cost average is down here, $2.78. That's my dollar cost average right there. And, well, howdy, I know to sell here. And I'm going to sell here. And let's drift down here. We're selling now at $3.14 a share. And I want you to see something. Look at the manipulation on this stock. You see that? There's been orders sell at 318 and then 307 and then 314 and 307 and 302 and then 312 and then 318. You see that? Amazing, huh? But again, look how they whittle it down. One share sells. This is what I'm talking about, how they made AGPU fall $1.40 using one share. A buy comes in from 10 and it goes from 302 to 310. One share, 318. One share, 302. Listen, I'm telling you, Kathy, they ran down the stock AGPU in this fashion, one share at a time. There was no massive accumulation. They did it one share at a time. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing all these orders up here now selling at 317, 318. And I've got my order sitting here for 20 shares at 314, and it won't sell. That's right. Interestingly enough, I've got my sell order at 314, and these orders are filling up here at 317 and 316, and my order's not selling here. So I'm going to do it another way since they're cheating me, and I'm just going to sell 10 at market. Screw it. Let's see what I get there. 310. Well, I'm seeing 317, 317, 313, 311, 318. But look, folks, one shares. Look at all the one share BS going on with XRTX. Look at all this one share bullshit. If you guys aren't aware of what this is cell phone farms at their best. See, an order comes in for 700 and 318 sells. Look at all those orders. 318, 318. And again, look at all the one share bullshit. One share sells 315 a share. One at 302, one at 315, 8 at 315, one at 318, one at 302, one at 302. I mean, they're not even in the after hours and they're screwing around with this stock like freaking crazy, folks. This thing isn't even in the after hours and they're jerking and herking it way up and down. Look at that thing. 1.25 million free float on XRTX. Thanks, Jayhawk. Yep. Well, I see all these 16 share orders filling at 317, and I wonder right now, why in the world are my not orders filling for 10 shares that I've got at 311, 312, 313, 314, 315? How come they're not selling? Look at all these orders up here at 317, 317, 318, 317, 100 share orders at 318. And yet, why are these orders sitting here at 311, 312, 13, 14, 15? What in the world is up with that? Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally. There we go. Must have got exposed. 317s. All those orders just sold. 317. Thank you. It didn't make sense. It wasn't making sense. Now, for you, Kathy, I'm going to buy some AGPU. Now, I already have 1,180 shares. And does that tell you something now? That I started buying 10 shares at a time and 20 shares? When I bought first in the 9s, I bought 20 shares in the 9s and the 8s and the 7s. And now I have 1,180 shares. That's right, Jayhawk. That's right. And now I look over here and I look at this manipulation attempts here. Look at the ones and twosies here on this one too. Look at all the onesies and twosies. Look at that bullshit. 1 share, 690. Then it's at 694. So I'm going to buy 690 if I can. Come down here. And the heck with it. Let's back this out. Let's try to buy 689. Let's try to buy 690. Yes, I just got 690. I'm going to buy it again. Just got 690, 688 and a half. Just bought 688 and a half again. Just bought 688. And now I bought 20 shares at 688. And I'm going to buy again. 688. Look at over here. Look at all the buys at 688. Let's see if I can get any 687s to roll onto my screen. No. Let's try for 686. No. Over here, the buyers are coming in, and I see 683 just filled. So I got an order at 686. And I'm going to try 685 too, but I doubt that'll fill. And I'm going to try 684. And here's the gig. Look at here. 1 share at 684. 1 share. I'm trying for 5 at 685. I'm trying for 5 at 686. I'm trying for 5 at 687. I look over here. I see these orders that are filling now only as low as 689.5. So I guess we're just going to have to keep going up. I'm not going to get any of those. There's 688. We'll try that. And they gave me a 688. Thank you very much. And interestingly enough, the bid is 685 and the ask is 693. And I just got a 686.5. Nice. And now I got a 687. And I sure am happy. I just got a 687. Watch the prices up here. And I just got a 687 again. And again, 687. Interestingly enough, the bid is 681 and the ask is 693. All by design, folks, to get a 688 hold. I wonder why I can't get a 686 even. Or 686.5. Just repeatedly selling me 687. And now I can't get that anymore. So let's go up to 688. Nope, they did give it to me. It took a while, but I got 687 again. Well, it's very obvious. There's a lot of eyes on this stock. There's a lot of eyes on this thing. Don't be fooled into thinking there's not. There is. And this is QS now. QS. QS, ladies and gentlemen. That is a short eating porpoise right there. QS. The stock is QS. And there has been every one of these candlesticks, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. Now also, just so you know this about AGPU, I'm going to zoom out here. And I want you to see that my dollar cost average right now is right here. That's my dollar cost average, 875. Now, if I buy at market right now, which I just did, I just bought at 690 after all those 687s. But now, what is my dollar cost average? 874. Let's buy at market again. $690 again. And now, what is my dollar cost average? It's at 874 still. Okay. Buy at market again. Man, 690. What happened to all the 687s a little bit ago? And now my dollar cost average, 873. 873. Well, Kathy, I want my dollar cost average at 872. So when they run it back up over $9, I'll be able to make some money on it. So I'm going to buy here again, and I'm going to buy 20 shares. Let's just do 10 here at market. And I just got 690 again. And did that get my dollar cost average down to 872 where I want it? 871. Even better. Even better. Good, good, good. Now let's look at the chart. AGPU. Oh, yeah. Herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, nutsack. Catfish buys there, buys the nutsack. It bought it at 687, 687, 687, 687. Sold it this morning, $7.60. Sold it $7.55, $7.60. Buying now, $6.87, $6.87, $6.87. AGPU. Watch this sucker take off. Look at this. Attempts to fleece one more time this afternoon. And look at the time. 4:20. And it wasn't 4:20, but 14:20, 420. 420 when they dumped the biggest shares to reach the biggest bottom. And they dumped right there. They dumped only 4,686 shares. It looks like more, but it's not. 4,948. And here they dumped 5,781. Look at all that dumping of these big, big candlesticks trying to get a nutsack. And here is the mirror, folks. There we go. There's the mirror right there. There's the mirror. And when you see it respond off this drop, and you see it here and equal to there, and you see the pullback there equal to that pullback, why didn't it stop here? Why didn't it stop here? Because it's too damn strong, folks. It didn't even mirror this. And from here, it did not come back to there. And you might want to know, why did it stop here? Well, let me show you. I'm glad you asked. Why it stopped right there at that number right there. The reason it stopped right there, the 5-day came up and stopped there, is because of this line right there. Right there. So they stopped it right there. But it's more than that, folks. It's more than that. And now you want to ask, well, hell, why'd they stop it here then? Why did they make it stop dropping right there? Why did they make it stop dropping after they just attacked it over the last 10 minutes? Why did they stop it there? What's the significance of this line? Well, the only way to know that is to go back to the 1-day chart and zoom out on it. That's the only way to tell. And so now, as you look at this, what is it telling you? Why did they just stop it from dropping at this line? Well, I'll show you why. Look across here at that line and how many times it's been a resistance point. Resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop. That's why they dropped it just now from there to there. They've been playing off this line all freaking day long. Resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the rise, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop. That's why I bought it there. There she goes. There we go. Oh my gosh. Look at how they stopped that 5-day from crossing over right there. See that? Sure did. Look back here. Look at this line. Look how they played on this line. This is the line, folks. This is the line right there. That is the line I'm talking about. There it is again. There it is again. You see the commonality of this line? Do you see it again? Do you see it right there? There's probably other places. I don't know. I bet you it's here as well. I mean, this is their favorite dang line to hold it, folks. Look at that, man. Wow. I like showing you guys this stuff. I want you to see it. I want you to understand what was the significance of that line going all the way back. And we can drag it out even further, folks. Let's take it all the way even further out. Let's go. Let's go see where else it was resistance before. This line. Let's go see where else it was. Oh, man. It's coming into view here. It's coming in. Coming in on it, folks. Let's go look. Oh, was it ever there before again? Was it ever there before? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure it was. But the truth of the matter is, it really was. Oh, my gosh, this line. Jeez, oh, Pete's, folks. This line. Wow. I mean, good Lord, folks. Wow. I'm telling you, I'm glad I can show you this. I'm glad I can show you this. This line right here, folks. This one right here. I mean, just the consistency of it. The consistency of that line. And now when you look on the 1 day, now you know what the significance of that line is to them. And how many times they've tried to stop it there. Now we look at the 1 day. Jeez, oh Pete's. I just sold XRTX at 319. Nice. Now I want to back away from this and look at this on the 10-day chart. I'm going to say to you guys again, this manipulative drop here that happened on Wednesday afternoon involved a price drop that fell the price from $9.08 down to $7.08. And it did that, ladies and gentlemen, in just 2.5 hours. My contention is that now from this line, it could go right back up in 2.5 hours. Okay? Now, I could be wrong, but it sure did fall from here in 2.5 hours to there in an after hours, folks, manipulated down to that line. And now here we are on this line again. It could easily go right back from here all the way back up there. It can, especially with the 200 rising like this. Be patient, Kathy. The 200 is still rising. Oh, yeah. Flat top green here. This is going to be a nice closing, Kathy. Watch. Flat top green candlestick. All buyers. And look, here's the cool thing. They've been trying to sell against it, 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 and they gave up selling it. They just started buying it now. They just decided, I guess, I'm done. We're done trying to hold it here. We're done trying to keep it barcoded in this region. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're going long. We're going to run it up. We're going to make it fly now. In case you guys don't know what stock this is, it's AGPU. AGPU is the stock. And I've been talking a lot about it because it was manipulated down 126% in just a couple of hours by a bunch of after-hour monkey gamers, players, con artists. And I stand behind this stock this company just got a $260 million deal with NVIDIA to produce their chips for them for 3-year contract. And I stand behind this company that has now been completely decimated down from a high on that news of $14.47 a share. And they drove it down $8.08 exactly. And they drove it down and drove it down and drove it down. And now they give up the driving down. It looks like. And I could be wrong, but I sure would like to take a bigger picture look at this. And this is the NVIDIA news $260 million contract. Price jumps up from $4.66 a share to $14.47. Gets driven down in the after hours. It drops $2 a share from $9.08 to $7.08. In the after hours, $2 drop. And now they've just been accumulating here at this number, and they know if it goes over here, it's going to go back up to there because there's such a big gap here because they use such minuscule shares of selling to make it fall from the 908 to the 708. They use so few shares to make it fall there in this late after hours that now they know if it goes over that line, if it goes over that line, if it goes over that line, it's going back to there. And they know it. And now they're just trying to hold out retailers for a couple more days until the close here on Friday with this rising 200 the whole damn time. And they're just consolidating, capitulating, consolidating, capitulating, consolidating, capitulating. I just bought AGPU at 684. Yeah, thank you. 684. Thank you. And that's good for me because that means I get to drop my dollar cost average even more. Yep, I've just dropped it a few more cents. And again, look at the numbers that they're doing here, folks. One share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2 shares. This is what they've been doing, folks. This is how they establish these low numbers, is just 1 share, 1 share, 1 share, 1 share up here, 1 share, 2 shares, 3 shares. This is exactly how they dropped it from $9.08 to $7.08. 1 share, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share. See, there's no accumulation here. No one is accumulating. There's not thousands and tens of thousands. One. They manipulate with these little tiny 1 share offers. This is how they manipulate a stock, folks. Then an order comes in for any substantial amount. Boom, it jumps right up to 682, 43 shares. But 1 share, 1 share, 3 shares. They get paid to sell repeatedly 1 share over and over. They get paid to sit at a computer and sell 1 share orders. You guys ever heard of a cell phone farm? Yeah, I've shown you before. Some of you people might be new. So I'll show you right now what a cell phone farm looks like. Sorry. Goodness gracious, my typing is horrible on this computer. I tried to buy a new computer and did. There we go. Here's a cell phone farm. See that? Now, this is what they're using to manipulate the market. And they link up all these phones together and they sell 1 share at a time. It's all on a CPU. And this is a cell phone farm, folks. This is what they can use to make a stock price fall from $9.08 a share to $7.08 a share in 2.5 hours in the aftermarket. Here's how they do it, folks. And if you like what I'm showing you, I hope you'll hit the like button. Let's do it at 3:02 and 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there if you like to help this channel out. And check out another cell phone farm here. Look at this cell phone farm right here. See this? There's a cell phone farm worker loading in 1 share orders. This is a stock market cell phone farm technician. And this is how they can run down prices of stocks. linking all these cell phones together. See? Look at that. It's a cell phone farm, and it's used to manipulate the stock market. Thank you very much, Modeve. And of course, you get one more entry on the shirt drawing that we're going to have. I appreciate that. I already like you. It unlikes you when I like you. So what they do, you might be wondering, and I'm here to show you, is they are paid to hook these up and sell in increments of one share at a time. And that is what they're doing here right now. They're selling one share, one share, two shares, one share. And they can drive the price slowly down by just keep putting in one share sells, two share sells. Their objective is to make the price fall to 680 right there with one share. And I just bought 680. And so please be aware that this is how cell phone farms work. Two shares, two shares, two shares, two shares, one share, 679, 4, 7, just measly little amounts of shares, folks, they manipulate with. And you can see it right there. Then when real substantial orders start to come in, look at it jump right up to 684 with just a 25 share buy. See, just one share to get it down to 680, 679, 679. Then the real orders come in and bam, it goes right up. Then one share tries to stop it. See? One share and it drops from 684 to 680.50. And they're getting paid, by the way, to drop these orders in. They get paid to do it. I know it's okay to make it fall slowly. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm here to show you I exposed their manipulative efforts. Look, one share at 676. See? And then back up here, one share at 684. 685, 100 share order comes in and it jumps to 685 because they can't control it with their one share. This is overweight. It's too heavy. Their one share won't hold. Look at this. Now they're being forced to dump out 846 to try to hold 682. So once in a while, they'll dump in a bunch. If it starts to run on them, boy, they'll come at it and dump more. See? This is how manipulation works. But you see a buy of 231. It jumps to 685. Then one share for 681. See how it works? Amazing, huh? Any substantial orders come in for big numbers and bam, 685. Then it's one share to 681. 200 they dump to get a 680. 200 again to try to hold 680. And then one share, 682. My God. How does that happen? Can you imagine how futile it must feel for them to dump 200 at 680 and 200 at 680 and then one share makes it go to 682? Then they jumped 650 at 681.40 and then 17 and it's back to 682. That's a lot of shares dumped to get nothing. And doesn't it prove my point? Who's stupid enough to sell 650 at 681 when they can see the prices at 685 down here? It looks ridiculous, doesn't it? When people are buying 684s and 685s, that someone would then, when it gets down to the 680, dump 650 shares at 681.40. Why wouldn't you sell those when the price was 685? That's the only thing that makes logical sense. When they ran it up to 685, why in the world, and they were paying 228, buying 228, why wouldn't you sell your 600 shares there? Why would you sell 1,600 shares at 681 when all these orders were being bought at 683.50? Why would you do that? Unless you were trying to manipulate the price. Here, again, 500 shares, and it jumps right back up after you stupidly sold 1,600 at 681. It jumps back up to 683.50. Do you understand? And look, now one share 683, 100 687. Holy cow. Time now, 3:09 p.m. And it looks like the cell phone farm has just closed the barn doors. Look at that, 689. And then they try one share at 687. And now, look, 689, and someone just sold 1,600 shares down here at 681 something. 1,600, they sold at 681, and now the price is tapping 689. Oh my gosh. And just one share pushes it to 687. What in the world? And then here they dump out 160 at 684.50, and then 4 shares, and it's at 686. Yeah, Hayden, that's a good idea. Now, Kenny, it's go back up, and I did sold all my buyback many times, and until now, I still have a few hundred shares left under my cost. It will go back up. It will. Oh, it'll go back up, and you can see it rising now, 689. All the efforts of throwing out the onesie, twosie shares at 680, they're gone. It's over. Frickin' forget about it. They've closed the barn. They closed the farm. Sorry, the milk's gone dry. All the milk's gone dry. 692. 18 shares, and it jumps to 692. Sorry, the milk is gone dry. We got ourselves a 2-hour power hour coming on this stock, and it could go right back up to $9 before the market closes, believe it or not. AGPU. There it is. Flat top green candlestick on it now. Going over here to the 1-day chart. Show me the 1-day chart. There we go. And Kathy, like I already said, if you keep herking and jerking and herking and jerking, 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 and herking and jerking on a wood like that, eventually it jerks right off the screen. Okay? It jerks off the screen, baby. It jerks right off the screen. And am I seeing a candlestick start to form up here? $6.94. Huh? Yes, I am seeing that. Oh, my. My. What and why is this happening? What is going on coming over this line of resistance where they dropped it to there and made the 5-day stop there and rise, and the 5-day stopped there, and then the 5-day came here and stopped, and then the 5-day dropped to here and stopped, and it dropped to there and stopped, and it dropped to there and stopped, and it came down here and stopped, and then it rose up to there and stopped, 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 and now it's up here, folks. My, how high is this going to fly? I'm warning you, when it goes over this number, it could easily go all the way back to there, and from here, it could easily go all the way back to there. You better watch it, folks. Oh my. Oh my, look at that. What in the world? What is that? Look at all the buying coming in here. Major buyers over sellers, buyers over sellers, buyers over sellers, buying the little triple, the total recall formation. Buyers over sellers, buyers over sellers. And by the way, this is while the price was being driven down. Look at all the buying coming in there. Nice. Nice. Boy, they got the cell phone farmer people, man, they're working their plows hard today. Well, one thing's for sure. I don't believe there's going to be any profit taking happening. I don't think there's going to be a Friday sell-off for profit taking today. Oh, Richie B says, I can make the likes go up to 100. Watch. All right. Wow, down to 680. Yep, they're playing with it. And how convenient that the ask is now 688 and the bid is 681. And I look over here and I look at all those buys at 688. That's a freaking sea of green up here, folks. A sea of green with a splash of a 1-share sell and a splash of a 1 share and a 2 share. And I see a sea of green at 688 buying, folks. People know. People know. I'm going to try to buy 688 right now. Actually, I'm going to change that order to just 5 at 688. And looking over here, I see a lot of 685s, 689s, 686s. 686 is 1 share. 690, 693. And I just got a 687.5. And I'm just lowering my dollar cost average. I've now lowered it to $8.65. Nice. Well, when it goes back over 9, I'm going to be making good profit on it. Let's see if they'll let me buy here. trying to buy 681. Man, I can't get no 681. How are they getting those? How are they getting those? I can't buy 681. You might want to take a look at how many of these shares today have been bought in these ranges. Look at that. The high today during the regular session, 725. The low, 653. Alexa, what is 7.25 minus 6.53?
7.25 minus 6.53 is 0.72.
Alexa, stop. 72-cent swing from the high to the low. So 72 would be 36 cents. Alexa, what is 7.25 minus 0.36?
7.25 minus 0.36 is 6.89.
The stock should close at 689 if it closes right in the middle between the high and the low. Alexa, stop. The stock should close at 689 to close it in dead middle between the high and the low today. All right? And you look over here at the price, and you just saw it at 689. If not for the one share, two shares, Tuesday onesies here, it would be at 690, 689. See that? There's 100 share orders being bought at 689 and 690. And that number is dead in the middle between the high and the low. Just so you're aware of it. And believe me, the hedge fund people know that, and that's why it's now at 687, 67. And they're probably going to close it at 690 a share, folks. Dead middle of between the high and the low. Now, today, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving away a shirt here, and we're going to be doing that in about 40 minutes from now, 45 minutes. Today, this is the shirt we're going to give away right here. And it says, I could be wrong on the back, but I don't think so. And this is a one-of-a-kind shirt. There will be no others sold after or given away after this day that says this, all right? There'll be no more that say, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right? This is the shirt you're going to get right off my back. Well, I have another shirt underneath here with some guitars on it. But it will have some of my smell. That's right. And it may not be a lingering, lasting forever smell, but when you first get it, you can open it out of the bag and Catfish. So, if you want a chance to win this final shirt off the press with this pattern, get your gifts in right now. You can send money directly to me if you want to, so that it avoids the 30% tax by YouTube. And you can send that to me right here at my Cash App. And or you can send it to Venmo. And then I get to keep it all. But I understand the need to also get great recognition. Yep, Catfish like the stinky bait. Hey, Jayhawk, yeah. All right, and I'm up to 1,100 in gifts today. Wow. Whoa, Jayhawk. Trying to increase his odds. Increasing his odds. You know what, Jayhawk? Listen, you just gave me a whole page of people who've been donating this week. Thank you, thank you. Oh, baby, I love that hot chili. And now I'm up to 1,100 in gifts today. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, I appreciate that. And the drawing will be here in just over a half an hour. I wish you all good fortune in the drawing. And now, as I see this price sitting at $689, $690, it does not surprise me one single bit, because as I just did the math for you, this is the middle of the price from the high to the low today. This is where they decided to settle in and acquire all the AGPU they could. And to make sure you understand what I'm saying, the high today was $7.25. The low was $6.53. And if you do the math and you do 7.25 minus 6.53 equals 72-cent swing from the high to the low. 72-cent swing from the high to the low. Divided by 2 equals 36 cents. So, take today's low of 6.53 and add that to the 36. So 36 plus 6.53 equals $6.89 a share. And lo and behold, look what the price is selling for right now. $6.90. $6.90, folks. $6.88, $6.90. And they're shooting for $6.89 to make the price be dead in the middle between today's high and today's low. And that's what they're shooting for, folks. And now you understand why that number is where it's sitting. I like to show you this kind of stuff. Now, I want to see how high this goes. And what do you know? They would have the high and the low and settle it in to try to accumulate all the shares they could at 688, 689. Hey, Savannah, it's their favorite number. 688, 689. It's their favorite number. I wonder if I can change this 681 bid and come up to 684 and get that. I'll try. I'll try. It says the bid is 681 and the ask is 688. And now it says the bid is, hey, the ask just jumped to 693, folks. The ask just jumped up from 688 to 693. And I guarantee you that is so I can buy it at 687. Let me try that. Yes, I just bought 687. Thank you for the buy at 687. And that is why the bid is 681 and the ask is 693, because they love to buy the number that I just bought. They love to buy right there at 686, 687. And now the stock is trading up here, 693. What? 693? One order at 687.50, folks. One order, 687.50. 693 for 100 shares. And what do you know? The price is at 690, 689, 690. They try to dump 6 shares at 683. Ridiculous. Cell phone farmers, folks. Cell phone farming right there. And then 9 shares jumps back up 4.5 cents to 687.50. Oh my gosh, people. Wow. Well, AGPU. Hey, Kathy. Sell half of it tonight. Okay? I don't care if you're down. Sell a third of your position tonight. And I'll show you how to day trade with that cash on Monday. And how to make money on this stock on Monday, okay? So take a hit, sell 1/3, have that cash. I'll show you how to use it on Monday. I'll show you how to day trade this stock and make good money on Monday, okay? If you want to sell half, that's fine too. I don't care. But I want you to have cash for Monday. I want you to have cash to work with. And then on Monday, we're going to invest it, but very wisely in small increments. That cash you're going to have, you're going to treat that like the last thing ever on earth. You're going to have to act like that's the last bit of water, and you've got to last it make a week. Okay? You're on the desert island, and you've got to make that money last you for a week. That water, it's the precious water. And I'm going to teach you how to be conservative and how to use small increments and keep adding to your position as the price rises until it gets where we're going to sell it. All right? Monday, again, I believe that this has been a good, strong fleecing this afternoon. And I can assure you that even these sales that are happening now in the 670s are 1 share at a time. And yes, indeed, they certainly are. 1 share, 7 shares, 10 shares. They dumped 1,500 at 677. Who's stupid enough to sell 1,600, 1,500 shares at 677 when they could have just sold 1,500 shares at 690? Who is dumb enough to sell 1,500 shares at 677 when they could have just sold those 1,500 shares at 689 and 688? Does it make any logical sense? Does it make logical sense that anyone would dump 2,000 shares at 675? When they could have just sold all the 2,000 at 688 and 689? No, it makes no logical sense. Of course not. And they just dumped out here share after share at 670, and the price is already 675 again. So you see how they manipulate. 3:30 in the afternoon, and they're stupid enough to sell 2,000 shares at 670. And just a few seconds later, the price is back to 675. Who's dumb enough to do that? Who sells 42 shares or any shares at 669 and then 5 shares later it's at 677? Whose shares are they selling? And why would they sell 600 at 671? They could have just sold those 600 at 688 a share. Who does that? See, I ask you to ask this question. It makes no logical sense. It has to be dumpers. It has to be paid sellers, because nobody in their right mind would sell 2,000 shares at 670 that they could have just sold 10 minutes ago at $6.88. Nobody would do that. No one would logically do it. No one would sell 10 shares at 662 and then the price be 10 cents higher on one. No one would logically sell at that price. No one. It doesn't make any logical sense. You're going to sell 10 shares at $6.62? Seriously? Who does that? Look at that. 100 shares at $6.68 when just 20 minutes ago the price was $6.90 a share. Oh my. See, I expose what they're doing and I show you how they do it. And I show you it makes no sense. Now, for the dumbasses that just sold down here at 670, selling 2,000 shares, and now the price, 677. See that? It makes no sense, people, unless it's manipulators, period. And this is what you need to learn here. And I see right now, if you like what I showed you, I got 99 likes on the today's stream. Would you mind giving me a thumbs up so I can go over 100 likes? And now look at the price, 681, folks. And some moron just sold 2,000 shares at 670 when they could have just sold them at 681, people. They're throwing out sells at 670, 2,000 shares. Who would do that? Who would do that unless they're getting paid? It's at 682 now, folks. Who would sell 2,000 unless they're getting paid to do it at 670? And now the price is at 683. They've got to be getting paid to sell 671, folks, because the price is now 683 again. They must be getting paid to sell them. Look at this, 687 now. Who would sell there 2,000 shares at 670 if they weren't getting paid? And now the price is at 683. You wouldn't do it, would you? And if you did, you'd look like an absolute fool for doing it. You got to be getting paid to do it, folks. All right, 104 likes. Thank you, guys. That's nice. 686 a share, folks. 10 shares gets a 686 buy. And then one share at 682. Lovely. Oh, man. Man, I'm glad you guys are able to hear and see this, watch this, and see how they do it. See how they work together in teams and all sell at the same moment in time. This is a cell phone farm, folks. This is a cell phone farm in action. If you don't know what cell phone farms are, this is what they are. These are all cell phone farms that have been taken pictures of, showing how they manipulate the stock market using interconnected cell phones to sell simultaneously. Got one guy who controls it all and gets all these cell phones to sell simultaneously. There's a lot of pictures of them. Here they are here. There's another one there. These are all cell phone farms. All connected up into that panel right there. Into the CPU. These are cell phone farms, folks. I'm showing them to you. All these cell phone farms. All running cell phones right next to each other so they can simultaneously execute orders at the same moment in time. Okay? And that's how they professionally manipulate stocks, in case you're not aware of it. So when you look at this and you see all of a sudden all these sell orders that just came in there in the 670s right there, in the low six, they're being done by cell phone farms, folks. All those shares that just sold down there at 672 and 677 and 670, 2,000 shares. It's a cell phone farm. All right? 671, cell phone farm. Look at the price now. It went all the way back afterwards where they were selling the 670s and went all the way back up to $6.87 and 687 again. And look at the cell phones. One. Cell phones, people. Cell phone farms in action. Cell phone farms in action. This is how they do it. Look at all those they just had there. One shares at 676, and now we're already at 682. Amazing, isn't it? Look at all that bullshit right there. Look at that. Cell phone farms, people. Cell phone farms. Cell phone farms. Here they are. One. Then you got 26 and 17, and it's back to 682. Cell phone farms coming in again. One. And they're getting paid to do it, folks. They're getting paid to keep dumping these shares there. 5 cents less than what they're actually selling for. And they get paid to do it. I often like it when I see a sell of 670 and then it's 689 on one share. See that? All these shares that just got sold down here, 676, 1. Who wants to keep it at 676 so bad? See here, 671. They're trying. Oh man, 681 on 2 shares. 671, 100 shares, and then 683 for 78. See that? 681 now. Who got paid to sell these shares at 677? Who got paid to sell 100 shares at 671? The only reason they would sell there when their bids are 680 is so that they can make the price fall. But who got paid to do that? Who's getting paid now to sell these small increments at 676? And why would they when they can see the demand is at 680 and 681? Why would they just throw them out there at 676 when they can already see the demand and the ask at 681? I just want you to be aware of it, folks. We are now 29 minutes away from our drawing here on the channel. And look at the little chintzy 0 shares. What is this? 0 shares at 679.50. 0, folks. The 0 share order filled at 679.50. And then right after that, 5 shares and it's at 1 share and it's at 688. See? And here comes the cell phone farm again. All these little 1 shares, 1Z, 3Z, 1Z, 3, 6, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 672. Look at all those dished out there. And then 10 shares and it's at 688. You see that? All the little 1Z, 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 2Z, 3Zs. And then 10 shares and it jumps to 688. So they started again with 1 again, and then 1 share sold, 686. There's a 15-cent drop difference here, folks. 671 to 686. 15-cent change on one share. 671 again and 686. Oh my God, 64 sold, 671. One share, 686. Holy crap, do you see the manipulation? Wow. 3 shares, 671 again. Then right back up to 679. So it should be very obvious this is an attempt to manipulate and hold down the stock with minuscule share offerings. See that? Just teeny tiny amounts. 671, one share. 685, one share. 678, 5 shares. And now it's at 680. 682, one share. See that? 10 shares jumped at 675. 10 shares at 675 and 1 share later, 682. A 7-cent change on 1 share. Oh my, look at all the onesies now. And then someone says, well, let me sell my 20 at 677. I won't even ask 682. Why not just throw them out at 677? And he says, I'll throw my 6 out at 677 too. Don't sell it at 682 where you can sell it easily. Sell it at 672. Don't sell it at 683. Sell your 28 shares. Don't sell them at 684. Throw them out at 678. Look at here. Here's another cell phone farm. Simultaneous orders filling at 678. All simultaneous orders filling at 678. The thing I find interesting is why not 670 where it was 10 minutes ago? And 1 share, 3 shares later, it jumps from 676 to 682 on 3 shares. Then they start in again with their 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. See how it works? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Cell phone farm, people. Cell phone farm. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Especially when I see 27 and 75, 100 shares sold at 673, and then 1 share later, it's at 682. You see that? 23 shares they sold at 678. Now the price is 681 on 3 shares. And man, they'll try to sell at 681 too, man. All the same ones that just threw out all the shares at 678. I guess they're done with those. Now it's 671. Look at this, folks. Nice. 681. And they got out a 673 there. Hey, guys, the price is all selling at 684 and 681. Let's try and sell it at 673 and see what we get. Hey, guys, the price is selling at 684. Let's see if we can sell it at 672. Make a buck. Yeah. Hey, the price is 679. We can get people to pay 679, but let's throw out some shares at 674 instead. We know we can sell them at 684, but why don't we just sell them instead at 674? Make a buck. Yeah. You see how it works? 10 shares to get a 674.01, and then 7 shares and we're at 681. All manipulations, all manipulation, all cell phone farm action. Now the greens are all coming in, and these cell phone people are still working here. These are buyers they're trying to suppress, and still with 1 share, 1 share, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, trying to hold it at 681. They don't want it to go over that. 672, someone says, hey, I see the price is selling for 681. Let's sell our 100 for 672, honey. Can you imagine what would happen to you if your wife was sitting there with you and you had orders filling at 681 and you said, hey, honey, I'm going to sell mine at 672. She would knock you off your seat for doing that, especially if she saw right after that it was back to 681. she'd hit you with the stupid stick for that. She would. She'd say, what in the world are you doing? Well, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. So what? They were selling for $6.81 and $6.84. I wanted to sell mine, honey, at $6.70. Yeah, I see. Definitely need more contract news. This thing will fly. Yep. I'm going to buy some more AIXI, to be honest. Okay, Crass V. Well, there she goes, folks. She's out of here. 685 now. And the moron will throw out his 40 shares at 680, even though I could have sold them at 685. But the idiot with no brain cells will sell his 40 at 680. And he has plenty of idiot friends that are selling with him at 680 a share. Oh, yeah. And then another dumbest moron friend sells at 674. This one says, oh, yeah, I know I could have sold 680 right then, but I'm going to sell my 165 at 677. And then he has a buddy who says, okay, I'll do that too. That makes sense. Why sell 681 when you can sell 677? And this is what's happened here in the last half hours. And it was already at 688 and 689 and 690. So you have to ask yourself now, with the price just 20 minutes ago was 688 and 689 and 690, why would anybody sell it at 672 now if it was just you could have sold it 20 minutes ago at 690 a share? Here they come, cell phone farmers. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now 30 minutes away from giving away that t-shirt. Less than that. Hey, we're only 18 minutes till the drawing. And if anybody else wants to get in on this, hey, Frank, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Frank Tabor, ladies and gentlemen, has left the tank for the rest of his life. He just got himself an invitation to the exit, and I dipped him out with a little net and splashed him off on the floor. And guess what? My cat is looking at it right now. Uh-oh, Frank. Uh-oh, don't move. Oh, it's too late, Frank. I'm sorry. The cat already spotted you or sniffed you out and is coming in. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, this could get ugly. Frank. Oh, no. Oh, poor. Oh, the cat is just beating it around and pounding on it with its paw. Oh, Frank, I'm sorry. Dang it. And now the cat is... Oh, gosh, there went Frank's head. The cat just spit his head right out and off to the side, and oh, he's got him between his two little paws now, and he is just, you get my super chat donation? Oh, gosh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to find it. I'm looking up here for it. Ah, there it is. Oh, Richie, Richie B, thank you. Wow, that looks fabulous. I don't see where, I'm looking back, Modiv, and let's see here. Where's your super chat? Modiv, please. Oh, good Pender, LOL. ELPW, Jayhawk. Hi, Tyler, AKAN, 1036 to 1486. Ray Costello, thank you. You get my comment and $5 earlier? Cat, I did. Modiv, I did. I wrote that down. That one, when you gave the $5, I did write that one down because you got an entry there for the $5. And so, yes, I did get your comment and $5 earlier. So I got that one. But now I'm looking again. Somebody run to AT&T and buy a buttload of phones. I'm going, okay. All right, let's see here. Definitely need more contact news. Just crossed the 45-day on the 1 hour, says Mo Deeve. You get my super chat donation. Oh, thank you, R. Richie B. I'm looking for it, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, right after lunch. Oh, okay. Well, just tell me how much it was. I'm sorry, I didn't see it, and I don't think I can go back far. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got that one. I saw that one. Is that the one you're talking about right there? Because I did see that one, and I gave you an entry for that one. But did you do another super chat for more than $4.99? Please let me know. I want to know. Okay, Jayhawk. If you want to get that CAT scan, then right here is where you need to send your email. And I have already shown you my Cash App number and Venmo. I've shown you this. So if you want to pay the $99 through Cash App, then right here is where you send it. And put down, please, for money owed in the memo. Now, you told me that you were going to send me money through Cash App last week through a friend's account, and you would let me know in an email. So here's where you need to email me and let me know, hey, I just paid $99 through my friend's Cash App, and that friend's name was whatever it is, the Cash App name, username. And then I'll send you the code for the CAT scan. I'll send it to you. So send me an email. Let me know that you sent me $99 to either my Cash App, because you told me that you had a friend that had Cash App and was going to send it that way, or Venmo. You can pay either way, and I'll look at my Cash App and Venmo, and I'll see the money's in there, and then I'll send you my CAT scan, my CAT scanner. All right? All right, here we go. Okay, I got Venmo. Okay, good. Hey, Mud Dog, what's happening? What we're trading today is we started buying this stock that we've been day trading a lot lately, and it's been going way up in the mornings, and then we've been selling it, and then way down all day, and then we've been buying the lows, and way up and way down. And the stock that we've been trading here is AGPU. And the reason that we've been doing it is because they got a $260 million contract with NVIDIA. And their price had gone up to $14, and now we've been buying it in the 6s and 7s. We've been buying it in the mid 6s and low 6s, and we've been selling it in the 750s, 760s, and then buying it back in the 688s and stuff, and then selling it in the 740, 50, 60s, and buying it back at 677, 666. Today I bought it at 666, several shares, and that's where the price is again right now. And then on Monday, we'll get to sell it again at probably 720, 730, 740. So we just been killing it with this stock, AGPU. AGPU. And the manipulators are absolutely all over this thing. All over it. Okay? And they've been using these cell phone farms to sell, as you can see, 5 shares, 5 shares, 5 shares, 5 shares, 5, 1 share, 1 share, 5 shares, 1 5, 1 5. And they use these cell phone farms to sell. And some people don't know what they are, but this is a cell phone farm. These are all cell phone farms. These are all cell phone farms, people. Every one of these is a cell phone farm where they use one individual to hook up a whole bunch of cell phones together and attack a stock and sell it all at the same time, usually in the after hours when the volume is real low, and they can make a stock fall $2 a share on just one share, one, and they can make a price fall in the after hours, especially like they did this AGPU. They made it fall 2 days ago in the after hours in just 2 hours time from $9.08 to $7.08. And they use these methods. They're called cell phone farms. This is how they do it, folks. This is the way they do it. Cell phone farms. There's a lot of pictures of them. And this is how they manipulate stocks. This is how it's done, folks. I'm showing you right here so you understand how they do it. And they're called cell phone farms. And they come over, and you can see right now they're selling, and a lot of them, and there's the market closed. They went for 666 close today. 666 close. And by gosh, they got themselves a bid now of 611 and an ask of 666 at the close. So that's their game. They got a bid of 661 and an ask of 666 at the closing. And again, just so you're aware of how they did it, just 30 minutes ago, this price was at $6.90 a share. 688, 689, 690. They had it there just 20 and 30 minutes ago, and they used one cell phone farm after the other to run the price down. Folks, that's what they just did in the last few minutes. Look at these sell orders that were just selling it here. And you got to ask yourself, if everybody could have just sold these shares 20 minutes ago at 688 and 689, why in the hell would they sell them now at 663, 666? If 20 minutes ago they could have sold the shares at 689 and 690 a share, why in the hell would they be selling them at 663 now? Either only an idiot would do that or someone who was paid to do it, folks. You all saw the price 20 minutes ago was 688, 689, 690, 692, 693. You all saw it. I was showing you. And then they close out the day and start dumping a bunch of shares at 663. Only a moron or idiot or a paid farm person would do it. A paid cell phone farm person would do it. Because it makes absolutely no logical sense to sell 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 shares at 663 that you could have just sold 20 minutes ago at 690 a share. And if you think I'm wrong, well, I'm not, folks. I'm not wrong. No one in their right mind would sell any shares of this stock at 663 that they could have just sold 20 minutes ago at 690. And I guess you can all, I'll let you guys figure that out for yourselves. Does that make logical sense? That you could have just sold a bunch of shitload of shares at 688 and 689, and now you're going to, at the close, sell 663 instead. Who does that? No one in their right mind that I can think of. Nobody. Nobody. No one that has half of a brain cell would do that. Not logical, folks. It just doesn't make logical sense. So this is what I try to teach you guys on this channel. If it doesn't fit, you must have quit. Right? If this doesn't make sense, if this doesn't make any logical sense, other than people getting paid to do it. Kathy, I'm gonna have to ban you from the channel. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you use the Lord's name in vain. So you're going to get a nice little timeout before I just ban you flat out. Okay? So I'm done. I'm done listening to you, especially when you start saying that. Okay? That crosses the line. So you got a 30 minutes. You won't be heard from on this channel again. I just told everybody what happened, and you're sitting here. Oh, you're going to use the Lord's name? Wow. Bye, Kathy. Okay. We're going to do a drawing right now from people who appreciate this channel, not the people who want to use the Lord's name in vain. They won't be a part of the drawing, and that doesn't surprise me because that person's never given one penny. Just a bunch of grief. So these are the people that have been supporting this channel, and I'm very grateful to you for doing that. And Adrian says, "Amen." You go, Tyler. Yep. I'm gonna hold some AGPU. I want to have right now. I got about 300 cash to buy with Monday morning, but I want to have probably about 8 or 1,000. So I'll sell some of my AGPU. All right, let me get my scissors out. But I still believe, and especially by seeing the ludicrousy of people selling the stock at 660s that they could have just sold at 690, that makes me feel even more like it's really being manipulated, folks. And I like manipulated stocks, okay? See, you can either be a victim of those that manipulate the stock down, or you can benefit from their manipulation of it down, like I have been doing with this one. Every day I've been buying the low. So Jayhawk, thank you very much. And hey Jayhawk, I just saw a Venmo come across my screen. So did you just send me the money for the CAT scan? Catfish, I'm about to send you $1 to make sure you get it first. Make sure I'm doing this crap right, okay? Well, I won't be able to check until after I do this drawing, okay? Because I don't want to risk the stream getting cut off because I go over and check my Venmo. But I did just see my Venmo screen show Venmo, so I think that it's possible that you did send it and I just got it. But I don't know. Now, if you haven't sent it yet or you're about to, then I should see it pop up here right now. So you haven't done it yet? But I will see it when you donate it. It'll there it is. I see it right there. Venmo notification. I see it. I just saw it just then. And I just saw your donations, my 2 cents. So we're going to have to do another drawing page here, my 2 cents. All right, we'll get that. We'll get that. You'll get in here for that. And I like to try to do these drawings right at 4:08 p.m. So am I going to? Oh, it's already 4:08. Dang it. Well, we're close enough. We're close enough. And I tell everybody, please be present to win. And Kathy, by the way, if you want any blessings, stay on God's good side. Okay? You'll probably enhance your odds of getting your funds returned to you if you pray about your situation. And there's no guarantees, as I've always said here. But I can guarantee you, it sure won't hurt. It never hurts to have faith in something, especially if it happens to be your Lord and Savior. And I'll leave it at that. Just having said what I had said there will get me 1,000 less viewers on Monday. But I am not going to let my light go out. I'm going to let it shine. Okay. Here we go, folks. We're going to find ourselves a hat here to do this drawing. And we're going to get these all put in here. And let's get them all put in. But, Kathy, to ask a question like that is fine. What happened? And I'm happy to explain to you what happened. And what happened was today, the price of this stock, AGPU, we sold it this morning in the $7 plus range, and we got to buy it back at $6.53. And then the closing was $6.64 a share. So that's what happened with this stock today. We sold it this morning when it was in the 740s. We bought it back at $6.53, and it closed at $6.64 and is now rising in the after hours. So that's what happened with AGPU today, okay? And my 2 cents, here's your other drawing right here. And Jayhawk, for your purchase of the CAT scan, you are going to get, because I limit no matter what donation person makes or how much they pay in, I try to limit it to 5 entries. So you're going to get 5 more entries for your buying of the CAT scan. So your chances just went up a lot to get this shirt that I'm wearing right now. All right. Okay, Jayhawk. Then I should see another. Motif says my money's on Jayhawk for the win. All right. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do this drawing right now. Alexa, play the long drum roll, please.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
What happened? Alexa, play the long drum roll, please.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
Get some calamine lotion, buddy. That DNA is original. Cat hasn't lost his razor. No. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this week's drawing and the fantastic donator who is the luckiest individual in the tank today is going to be, let us find out who wins today. Alexa, stop. The winner is Port Bear. Port Bear. And Port Bear, you now have 1 minute to make yourself known. And I haven't lost my razor. Here's the gig. I'm just going to tell you guys right out. Thank you very much, Jayhawk. Let me explain something. My granddaughter has been here now for 4 days. And when my grandmother is here, when my granddaughter is here, my wife sleeps in another room. And therefore, I get no smoochy, huggy stuff. And so I just say, the heck with it. I'm not going to bother shaving because I like to be nice and smooth for my beautiful wife. And so tonight, I'm gonna shave this off smooth as a baby's behind. And that way there'll be no stubblies at all when I'm having fun with her, okay? Got it? Yeah. So now you understand. I'm gonna be so smooth. I can't wait. And so it's going to be right before she gets home at 7 p.m. I'm going to be in there, triple blade, and it's going to be smooth. Yes. Nope, us women don't like the stubblies. No. No. They can cause rashes. They can cause rashes. You still crushing them Goebbels, Brewski? Tonight, we're going to be having a different kind. We're going to be having, I'm going to go get it right now. Well, let's go see if you guys can guess what we're going to have. And let's do another backup drawing for this shirt if Port Bear does not claim the shirt. So here we go. Alexa, drum roll, please. Alexa, play the long drum roll.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
My 2 cents.
Okay.
All right. Let's draw the second one. Let's draw the second lucky winner. Here we go. And the backup winner for today's drawing is, Alexa, stop. The backup winner is Karen Downing. And I think Karen, I'm not sure, but yes, Mountain Brew. Hold on. I'll be back, folks. Don't go running off just yet. I'll be right back. Don't you run off yet. What we're going to be at. Oh, yeah, I'm back. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And we are back to experience the frosty cold mug. And like I said, we need to get out the tackle box. And it just because you did not win today in the drawing, you're going in the big drawing. You're going in for the annual drawing. And make sure none of them got stuck in there. And so you're going to be in the annual drawing, folks. And we're going to have literally, I'm guessing, a couple of thousand here in the tackle box by the time we get to Christmas. And you will be in on that big Christmas drawing. Now it's time for us to have, this is called Catling beer, Catling soda. And I'm going to be having a Catling with all of you now. And I hope you like Catling. Catling soda pop in a frosty cold mug. Yes, Catling. That's right. It is good. Some people call it pussyling. Yeah. Yes. Those are pretty good, brother. Yes, they are. And look at that nickel head on that. You see that nickel head? Look, folks, a nickel head on there. That traps the gases and keeps the bubblies in there. Oh, Catling. You need to be supporting your local brewers, Cat. Lots of good ones in Michigan. Yes, perfect frosty mug. Yes. Yes, indeed. Catling. That is a mighty fine tasting beer. Soda. I get confused sometimes. Making me thirsty, Cat. Yeah. Motive approves this pre-recorded show. All right. Well, I don't see Port Bear. Are you here? Port Bear, what is the email again to send your address? Backup winner, Karen. Okay. The email address is right here. Right here. And it is tieself@gmail.com. It's the one highlighted right here. That one. That one there. All right. And make sure on the email that you let me know that your name, that you are, in fact, Karen Downing. Okay? So don't just, well, no, let me know. You're going to say, hey, this is Karen. No, let me know that you are fines worth keeping, okay? Please let me know that you are fines worth keeping. I appreciate that. Hey, Catfish, got a question. Will the scanner work in the replay section on Thinkorswim? I don't know. I've never tried that. I don't know what you're talking about, replay. I don't know what that I don't know what that means. I've never used the replay. Can you tell me oh, you need to try Creature Comforts Flash Cat. Okay, Flash Cat beer. Okay. Creature Comforts. Is that a Michigan beer? Flash Cat. It's called On Demand in the top corner, right corner. Okay. All right. Okay, let me go over here to charts. Oh, shit. God dog it, folks. Hold on. And I just... oh, hold on, folks. There we go. I'm back now. Sorry about that. I made a major faux pas, and I'd already know when you knock your beer over onto your keyboard, you got to flip it over immediately and make sure no liquid gets inside the keys. So that's exactly what I just did. I just knocked my beer over big time. Or I should say I knocked my soda over. And now I'm going to have to use a towel here to wipe all of this up. Or something. And I mean, it went everywhere. But thank God I quickly turned over my computer and hopefully none of the beer will get down inside of it. But I immediately did that. You guys give me a second here now. Are you still there? Do you have any AGPU? Let's see. Oh, that sucks. Do you have some air duster? Yep, I got air duster. I got it. Yep. I have it, thanks to one of my channel members. I have it. Yep, I have it, folks. And just give me a second here, because I'm going to make sure nothing is inside this. And I have the duster, yes. Thanks to one of my channel members. I sure do. And I got kind of lucky because it didn't go all over the laptop keyboard. It just got right down on the very corner. It got some. So not a lot got on there. So let me just towel dry this. Hold on. And here we go now. And we're going to clear this off. There we go. And as someone said before, turn it over and tap it like this, and that'll help too. And we got to get all of it off. And then we're going to just wipe this all off here. All right. And clean it up good. And this desk needed a good clean off here. So we're getting it all cleaned off. And I grabbed my beer so fast I didn't even spill it all. I still got about a third of it. So there we go. Now we're just going to use a couple paper towels and get the rest off here. Nice and clean. There we go. That's good. Perfect. There. I think that'll do it. One last paper towel wipage. There we go. I think I got it all, folks. Okay, let's turn this over. And it looks all right. And now we're going to use the air duster right here. And we're going to flip this over. There we go. Oh yeah, there's a little more liquid coming out of there. Good thing to do that, yes. Good suggestion there, thank you. Thank you for helping me out. Nice. There we go. That works for me. And I need to make sure, and I usually do, I keep my coffee way over there, and I keep my water way over there, and I keep usually my beer way over there, but I just set it down right there. So, oh well. Computer's still working. It's still up and running. It did not get absolutely destroyed. And shit happens, folks. That's what it is. Shit happens. There we go. All right. Let us now say goodbye to this screen. And here we are. Okay, good. Man, kind of freaked me out when that happened, of course. But like I said, fortunately, just the very bottom left corner down here around the Control-Alt key is what got a little beer. Most of it, fortunately, like I said, did not go on the keyboard. Just the edge right there. And that should be good. It looks very good. It looks like I got all of it out. And like I said, from the last time I did this and it wasn't with a beer before. I don't remember what I had before. I think it was just water. But somebody, no, it was worse. It was like I think it might have been coffee. I think it might have been coffee. All right, well, whatever. We're good. All is good. Nothing to worry about. And let me now go over here to the one-day chart on this. All right. And thank you for hanging out with me while I went over that. So with the on-demand, you can go back and back test your strategies. Okay? Well, it was weird because you were talking about that, and I decided to go over here and try to find the on-demand, and that's when I knocked my damn beer off. Jeez. So I went over here, and I went, oh, well, let me look at the on-demand, and bam, I just knocked it right over. So I'm looking up here, and I don't see on-demand anywhere. So I don't see it. You said top right corner. I don't see on-demand anywhere. Don't see it. Not seeing it. Nope. Nothing up there. Modeve says, pop them keys off. They like cereal bars, else holding liquid. Well, I think everything's good. They don't seem like they're sticky at all, and they don't feel wet at all. And I don't see anything down in there. I don't see any liquid down in there. Jayhawk, so with the on-demand, you can go back and back test your strategies. Yeah, Finds Where Keeping says it is soda, remember? Okay, all right. Well, I do not see that. Don't see anything up there. Well, I was going to test it for you and see if it worked, but I guess I don't have a way to test it, unfortunately. I don't have any way to test it. No way. All right, well, that's all right. For some reason, cat right above, okay. All right, well, there's nothing there for me. Let me try from the monitor page. Nope, let me try from the trade page. The trade page, maybe. Nope. I don't see anything up there on the trade page. What page are you on? Are you on the analyze? Nope. Scan? Nope. Charts? Nope. Tools? No. Education? No. Nope. I don't see it. I tried every one. I tried the monitor page, the trade page, the analyze, the scan, the charts. It just isn't there. So I can't answer that for you, but I'm going to send you the code right now. And I'll send you the scanner right now. So let me, first of all, see if the CAT scanner is here on this in my downloads. Aha, here it is. Uh-oh, no, that's not it. Where do I have that? Day trade pros and cons, letters from viewers, member cancellation, Thinkorswim code, trading tools by tank members. Well, I know how to do it. Hold on a second here. Let's go over to Gmail, inbox. And we got to go down here to, just give me a minute here. I got to find this. Sent. Here we go. Here it is, Brian Taylor. So we're going to go over here to inbox and we're going to search for Brian Taylor, B-R-I-A-N. There we go, Brian Taylor. There we go. And here we go. And here it is, Thinkorswim. Right here it is. I think this is it. Yes, here it is right here. All right. So we are going to copy this. There we go, right there. Oh, man, there it is. That should do it. Doggone it. I hate it when that happens. All right, copy. All right, well, all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to forward this email to you, and then you'll be able to download it. Let me know if you have any trouble whatsoever, but we're just going to forward this to you. It says here, let's get the Thinkorswim ladder indicator and bonus indicator into your hands so you can start testing it right away. I'm attaching the indicators along with a short set of install setups. So this here, I just want to forward this to you. Well, let's download this one here. And then let's download this one here. All right. And now let's go to my Gmail. And I'm going to presume you've sent me right here Jayhawk. Jhawk. I don't see anything from you, Jayhawk. I don't see an email from you to send you the code. I put in all the code from your candlestick charts and I didn't paste it in. What? The Thinkorswim software has the replay button. That's what I'm using. I don't know what version I have. I have no idea what version I have. But Jayhawk, I don't see an email from you, Jayhawk, to return the code to you. I just did a search for any emails to Jayhawk. Let's try sent. Jayhawk. I don't see anything I ever sent to Jayhawk either. I need help here. Need help. Am I still streaming? Can you guys hear me at all? Or did I shut off my stream somehow with my phone screwing all up? Help me out, man. I got an email from Karen here. Hold on a second, folks. Check this out. Nice. All right, you guys can still hear me. Well, when people pay for something, I like to send it to them right away. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing an email from him. Try again. Jayhawk, here's where I need you to send me an email, please. Jayhawk, are you still there? And if you are, send me an email to tieself@gmail.com and I'll send you the Thinkorswim my CAT scan. Okay? Thank you guys for letting me know I could be heard. But I do need an email from you, Jayhawk. And please say, hey, this is Jayhawk. All right, got it. Oh, jeez. All right, I got it. And here we're going to attach, download. There we go. You're getting it right now. And attach. Please hold a second. Where's the attach button again? There it is. And this is the second one. There we go. And then right here, just give me one more second here, please. Inbox. And then we got to go to Please hold a second. Larry. Goodness gracious, folks. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Oh, man. Brian, here it is. Brian Taylor. Because I want to make sure that you get the that you also get the instructions on how to quick install setup. There we go. There it is. Copy. There we go. And paste. All right, there you go. Hey, Josh. And here are your files. Enjoy. All right, there it is. And we're going to send that off to you right now, Josh. And hopefully you're going to get them right now. Have a great time getting this, and hopefully it will work for you. Okay? And there it is. I got it sent out to you. And I like to get things taken care of immediately when somebody does sign up to something. And there we go. There we go. All right, Jayhawk, got it. Yep. Hey, Port Bear, you are the winner of today's drawing. Port Bear, you are the one who is going to get a one-of-a-kind shirt that no one else will own. Well, there may have been one of these sent out way in the past, but this is the last one. You're getting this shirt, Port Bear. It's a 2XL. And I need to know, do you want to... Yep, you're very welcome, Jayhawk. Hello there, people. Hello, welcome. So you're the winner of this shirt. I'm going to be taking it off right now. And do you want me to autograph it, or do you want it just as it is? It says, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, Port Bear, you just won the drawing, and I need to know if you want me to sign it or send it, okay? Sign it or just send it. That's what I'd like to know if you want me to do. And, all right, Mo D, please. And this next week's drawing is going to be for a short-eating porpoise shirt. So let me know, Port Bear, if you want me to sign it or just send it. And I already have the other shirt ready to go out to Mo Deeve. And I'll be sending it out with this one tomorrow. All right, Mo Deeve, you'll get your shirt. Hopefully it'll get to you Monday or Tuesday, okay? Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest, depending on U.S. Postal Service or whoever. Yeah, it'll be U.S. Postal. So, Mo Deeve, your shirt's going out to you tomorrow with this one that I'm sending out to Port Bear. Port Bear, are you still there? I think there must be a big delay between what you guys are seeing and what I'm saying. There must be a huge delay because responses are taking a long time. So let me refresh the screen here. And I saw a comment from Port Bear just a moment ago, I thought. Go to analyze, then think back at top in TOS. Okay? Well, let's end this poll. Did you buy any AGPU with me today when it dropped below 666? We're going to end that poll now. 19% of my viewers said yes, they did. So about 25 people bought it at 666. Well, I'm not getting any response, so I'll just... Port Bear, are you there? Because I need you to send me an email, Port Bear. Let's see if I've already gotten an email from Port Bear. Yeah, he was just here. Yeah. See if I got anything from Port Bear. Nope, I have no email from Port Bear previously. Oh, well. I guess I'll have to wait for his to send his out. I guess he just popped in for a second and didn't even hear me tell him that he won the contest. So this picture that was sent to me by Kevin Stoll, and it says, this is Catfish biting a market maker. So these are the market makers right here. And that's me right there, folks. That's me chomping on a market maker. I love it. Thank you, Kevin. That's hilarious. Cheers. All right. Thank you, Kevin. Hey, Port Bear, can you send me the buy sheets when you have time? Yeah, but Port Bear, I need you first to please send me an email. All right? And I need you to send me an email that says, hey, this is Port Bear, and I just won the t-shirt. And I'd also like the buy-sell sheet. So please send me your email saying, hey, this is Port Bear, and send it to tieself@gmail.com. Okay? And then also, Port Bear, you just won in the drawing. You won this shirt that I'm wearing today, and I'm going to be sending it to you just like this. I'm going to take it off. I'm going to seal it in a package, address it if you send me an email, and I'll send it out to you tomorrow with Mo Deeb's shirt. He's got a shirt going out to him too that he won in Friday's drawing. So this is the shirt. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind shirt, one-off. No one else is going to own it but you. And I want to know, do you want me to sign it or just send it? Okay? I am here. You can sign it. Okay, I'm going to sign it right now. All right. we're going to sign it. And by the way, the shirt also has in here in the collar area, it says Catfish Tyler right there. Catfish Tyler. All right. So this is the shirt you're going to get. And I'm going to sign it right now on the front. And yes, it might have a little bit of my essence on it. And I'm going to sign it right now. And you won't be able to wash this unless you spray over my signature or heat this in with a heat blower, okay? Catfish Tyler. And it won't be real dark. But it will be signed. All right, Wendy, yeah. Okay. And I need to get some more white here, another white pen. But all right, so as you can see, my ink pen is running out of ink, but you can see Catfish there. And I'll put it down here so you can see it. And I'll try to get another pen and go over it again so it looks a little darker. But let me ask you something. Are you going to be wearing this shirt? Or are you just going to hang it up somewhere? All right? Because my pen is running out of ink. But I can use, if you're not going to wear the shirt, I can use whiteout, and I can sign it with whiteout. And if you're not going to wear it, yep, Kathy really beat you up today, Kat. Yeah. So let me know, Port Bear, if you're going to wear this or if you're just going to, because I will do it with whiteout if you want me to. And then you won't have to worry about it coming out in your laundry because if you're not going to wear it. So let me know. And but I can go get another one of these permanent paint markers. I'm going to wear it. I won't be able to stop my wife from washing it. No whiteout, please. Okay. All right. Well, I will get more. I'm not sure why this white is. God. so lame and doesn't want to come out anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know why. It shouldn't be out of ink, but it sure sounds like it's completely empty. So, whatever. I try. I'll get another one. And I'll get this signed and I'll get it out to you this weekend, okay? So thank you very much for your support. And we'll get yours AMOD. We'll get them sent out. The Bass Assassin says, Buru, baby. Oh, Buru, it had a rough ride today, I think. I think it had a rough ride, too. Well, guys, I hope you have a great weekend. Jason, good morning, sir. Sending you an email. No rush. I know you were busy. Thank you. This is Port Bear on YouTube, by the way. Okay. Got it. Okay, I got you. No, I was mistaken, Modeve. My bad. It's Larry Pitts. You were the backup drawing. And Larry Pitts did get a hold of me. So sorry, my friend. All right, everybody. Cheers. I hope you all have a great weekend. Hopefully we'll have a fantastic week next week. All right. And what's up, Tyler? Oil up and have a good day. Yep. I'm not confident to go online to open the account by myself, Gary Inwards. God bless you. Aha. Okay, got it, Port Bear. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that very much. And Gary, you have a great weekend too, my friend. And Bubbles, you have a great weekend, my friend. I'm going to check on out here. And I've got a big old roast upstairs going right now, and I need to check on that roast. I want to thank all of you for being here with me. Yes, you do. Yep. And I hope you guys have a great evening, a great weekend. We'll see you Monday, 6:48 a.m. Eastern time, if I can get up, okay? And now it's time for me to head upstairs. All good. I want a shirt. I'm happy. Yep, you got yours. I remember I sent yours, and you told me you got it, so very cool. And I'm out of here, everybody. I hope you have a great night. Have a great weekend. God bless each and every one of you. And I hope that, as always, you have good financial luck in the future and success in your financial endeavors. I hope that you have great success in your family matters, and your health is the most important thing. And last but not least, as always, I hope that you are all surrounded with love, because you definitely deserve it, each and every one of you. All right, guys. Yep, you have a safe, productive weekend, Cat, and all you crazy tanksters. Right on, Modeve. All right, everybody. I'm out of here. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great one.